Preface to 20 Years at Hull House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. 20 Years at Hull House by Jane Addams. Preface. Every preface is, I imagine, written after the book has been completed, and now that I have finished this volume, I will state several difficulties which may put the reader upon his guard, unless he too postpones the preface to the very last. Many times during the writing of these reminiscences, I have become convinced that the task was undertaken all too soon. One's 50th year is indeed an impressive milestone, at which one may well pause to take an accounting, but the people with whom I have so long journeyed have become so intimate a part of my lot that they cannot be written of either in praise or blame. The public movements and causes with which I am still identified have become so endeared, some of them through their very struggles and failures, that it is difficult to discuss them. It has also been hard to determine what incidents and experiences should be selected for recital, and I have found that I might give an accurate report of each isolated event, and yet give a totally misleading impression of the whole, solely by the selection of the incidents. For these reasons and many others, I have found it difficult to make a faithful record of the year since the autumn of 1889, when without any preconceived social theories or economic views, I came to live in an industrial district of Chicago. If the reader should inquire why the book was ever undertaken in the face of so many difficulties, in reply I could instance two purposes, only one of which in the language of organized charity is worthy. Because settlements have multiplied so easily in the United States, I hoped that a simple statement of an earlier effort, including the stress and storm, might be of value in their interpretation, and possibly clear them of a certain charge of superficiality. The unworthy motive was a desire to start a backfire, as it were, to extinguish two biographies of myself, one of which had been submitted to me in outline, that made life in a settlement all too smooth and charming. The earlier chapters present influences and personal motives with a detail which will be quite unpardonable if they fail to make clear the personality upon whose various social and industrial movements in Chicago reacted during a period of 20 years. No effort is made in the recital to separate my own history from that of Hull House, during the years in which I was launched deep into the stormy intercourse of human life. For so far as a mind is pliant under the pressure of events and experiences, it becomes hard to detach it. It has unfortunately been necessary to abandon the chronological order in favor of the topical, for during the early years at Hull House, time seemed to afford a mere framework for certain lines of activity, and I have found in writing this book that after these activities have been recorded, I can scarcely recall the scaffolding. More than a third of the material in the book has appeared in the American Magazine, one chapter of it in McClure's Magazine, and earlier statements of the settlement motive, published years ago, have been utilized in chronological order because it seemed impossible to reproduce their enthusiasm. It is a matter of gratification to me that the book is illustrated from drawings made by Miss Nora Hamilton of Hull House, and the cover designed by another resident, Mr. Frank Hasenplug. I am indebted for the making of the index, and for many other services, to Miss Clara Landsberg, also of Hull House. If the conclusions of the whole matter are similar to those I have already published at intervals during the 20 years at Hull House, I can only make the defense that each of the earlier books was an attempt to set forth a thesis supported by experience, whereas this volume endeavors to trace the experiences through which various conclusions were forced upon me. End of Preface. Chapter 1 of 20 Years at Hull House. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. 20 Years at Hull House by Jane Addams. Chapter 1. Earliest Impressions. On the theory that our genuine impulses may be connected with our childish experiences, that one's bent may be tracked back to that no-man's land where character is formless but nevertheless settling into definite lines of future development, I begin this record with some impressions of my childhood. All of these are directly connected with my father, although of course I recall many experiences apart from him. I was one of the younger members of a large family, and an eager participant in the village life, but because my father was so distinctly the dominant influence, and because it is quite impossible to set forth all of one's early impressions, it has seemed simpler to string these first memories on that single chord. Moreover, it was this chord which not only held fast my supreme affections, but also first drew me into the moral concerns of life, and later afforded a clue there to which I somewhat wistfully clung in the intricacy of its mazes. It must have been from a very early period that I recall horrid nights when I tossed about in my bed because I had told a lie. I was held in the grip of a miserable dread of death, a double fear, first, that I myself should die in my sins and go straight to that fiery hell which was never mentioned at home, but which I had heard all about from other children, and second, that my father, representing the entire adult world which I had basely deceived, should himself die before I had time to tell him. My only method of obtaining relief was to go downstairs to my father's room and make full confession. The high resolve to do this would push me out of bed and carry me down the stairs without a touch of fear. But at the foot of the stairs I would be faced by the awful necessity of passing the front door, which my father, because of his Quaker tendencies, did not lock, and of crossing the wide and black expanse of the living-room in order to reach his door. I would invariably cling to the newel post while I contemplated the perils of the situation, complicated by the fact that the literal first step meant putting my bare foot upon a piece of oilcloth in front of the door, only a few inches wide, but lying straight in my path. I would finally reach my father's bedside perfectly breathless, and having panted out the history of my sin, invariably received the same assurance that if he had a little girl who told lies, he was very glad that she felt too bad to go to sleep afterward. No absolution was asked for or received, but apparently the sense that the knowledge of my wickedness was shared, or an obscure understanding of the affection which underlay the grave statement, was sufficient, for I always went back to bed as bold as a lion, and slept, if not the sleep of the just, at least that of the comforted. I recall an incident which must have occurred before I was 7 years old, for the mill in which my father transacted his business that day was closed in 1867. The mill stood in the neighboring town adjacent to its poorest quarter. Before then I had always seen the little city of 10,000 people with the admiring eyes of a country child, and it had never occurred to me that all its streets were not as bewilderingly attractive as the one which contained the glittering toy-shop and the confectioner. On that day I had my first sight of the poverty which implies squalor, and felt the curious distinction between the ruddy poverty of the country and that which even a small city presents in its shabbiest streets. I remember launching at my father the pertinent inquiry why people lived in such horrid little houses so close together, and that after receiving his explanation, I declared with much firmness, when I grew up I should of course have a large house, but it would not be built among the other large houses, but right in the midst of horrid little houses like those. That curious sense of responsibility for carrying on the world's affairs which little children often exhibit because the old man clogs our earliest years, I remember in myself in a very absurd manifestation. I dreamed night after night that every one in the world was dead excepting myself, and that upon me rested the responsibility of making a wagon wheel. The village street remained as usual, the village blacksmith shop was all there, even a glowing fire upon the forge and the anvil in its customary place near the door, but no human being was within sight. They had all gone around the edge of the hill to the village cemetery, and I alone remained alive in the deserted world. I always stood in the same spot in the blacksmith shop, darkly pondering as to how to begin, and never once did I know how, although I fully realized that the affairs of the world could not be resumed until at least one wheel should be made and something started. Every victim of nightmare is, I imagine, overwhelmed by an excessive sense of responsibility and the consciousness of a fearful handicap in the effort to perform what is required, but perhaps never were the odds more heavily against a warder of the world than in these reiterated dreams of mine, doubtless compounded in equal parts of a childish version of Robinson Crusoe, and of an end-of-the-world predictions of the Second Adventists, a few of whom were found in the village. The next morning would often find me, a delicate little girl of 6, with the further disability of a curved spine, standing in the doorway of the village blacksmith shop, anxiously watching the burly, red-shirted figure at work. I would store my mind with such details of the process of making wheels as I could observe, and sometimes I plucked up courage to ask for more. "Do you always have to sizzle the iron in water?" I would ask, thinking how horrid it would be to do. "Sure," the good-natured blacksmith would reply. "That makes the iron hard." I would sigh heavily and walk away, bearing my responsibility as best I could, and this of course I confided to no one, for there is something too mysterious in the burden of the winds that come from the fields of sleep to be communicated, although it is at the same time too heavy a burden to be borne alone. My great veneration and pride in my father manifested itself in curious ways. On several Sundays, doubtless occurring in 2 or 3 different years, the Union Sunday School of the village was visited by strangers, some of those strange people who live outside a child's realm, yet constantly thrill it by their close approach. My father taught the large Bible class in the left-hand corner of the church next to the pulpit, and to my eyes at least was a most imposing figure in his Sunday frock-coat, his fine head rising high above all the others. I imagined that the strangers were filled with admiration for this dignified person, and I prayed with all my heart that the ugly, pigeon-toed little girl, whose crooked back obliged her to walk with her head held very much upon one side, would never be pointed out to these visitors as the daughter of this fine man. In order to lessen the possibility of a connection being made, on these particular Sundays I did not walk beside my father, although this walk was the great event of the week, but attached myself firmly to the side of my Uncle James Addams, in the hope that I should be mistaken for his child, or at least that I should not remain so conspicuously unattached that troublesome questions might identify an ugly duckling with her imposing parent. My uncle, who had many children of his own, must have been mildly surprised at this unwonted attention, but he would look down kindly at me and say, "So you are going to walk with me to-day?" "Yes, please, Uncle James," would be my meek reply. He fortunately never explored my motives, nor do I remember that my father ever did, so that in all probability my machinations have been safe from public knowledge until this hour. It is hard to account for the manifestations of a child's adoring affection, so emotional, so irrational, so tangled with the affairs of the imagination. I simply could not endure the thought that strange people should know that my handsome father owned this homely little girl. But even in my chivalric desire to protect him from his fate, I was not quite easy in the sacrifice of my uncle, although I quieted my scruples with the reflection that the contrast was less marked, and that anyway his own little girl was not so very pretty. I do not know that I commonly dwelt much upon my personal appearance, save as it thrust itself as an incongruity into my father's life, and in spite of unending evidence to the contrary, there were even black moments when I allowed myself to speculate as to whether he might not share the feeling. Happily, however, this spectre was laid before it had time to grow into a morbid familiar by a very trifling incident. One day I met my father coming out of his bank on the main street of the neighbouring city, which seemed to me a veritable whirlpool of society and commerce. With a playful touch of exaggeration, he lifted his high and shining silk hat and made me an imposing bow. This distinguished public recognition, this totally unnecessary identification among a mass of strange people who couldn't possibly know unless he himself made the sign, suddenly filled me with a sense of the absurdity of the entire feeling. It may not even then have seemed as absurd as it really was, but at least it seemed enough so to collapse or so to pass into limbo of forgotten spectres. I made still other almost equally grotesque attempts to express this dog-like affection. The house at the end of the village in which I was born, and which was my home until I moved to Hull House, in my earliest childhood had opposite to it, only across the road and then across a little stretch of greensward, 2 mills belonging to my father, one flour mill, to which the various grains were brought by the neighbouring farmers, and one saw-mill, in which the logs of the native timber were sawed into lumber. The latter offered the great excitement of sitting on a log while it slowly approached the buzzing saw which was cutting it into slabs, and of getting off just in time to escape a sudden and gory death. But the flouring mill was much more beloved. It was full of dusky, flowery places which we adored, of empty bins in which we might play house. It had a basement, with piles of bran and shorts, which were almost as good as sand to play in, whenever the miller let us wet the edges of the pile with water brought in his sprinkling pot from the mill-race. In addition to these fascinations was the association of the mill with my father's activities, for doubtless at that time I centred upon him all that careful imitation which a little girl ordinarily gives to her mother's ways and habits. My mother had died when I was a baby, and my father's second marriage did not occur until my 8th year. I had a consuming ambition to possess a miller's thumb, and would sit contentedly for a long time rubbing between my thumb and fingers the ground wheat as it fell from between the millstones, before it was taken up on an endless chain of mysterious little buckets to be bolted into flour. I believe I have never since wanted anything more desperately than I wanted my right thumb to be flattened, as my father's had become, during his earlier years of a miller's life. Somewhat discouraged by the slow process of structural modification, I also took measures to secure on the backs of my hands the tiny purple and red spots which are always found on the hands of the miller who dresses millstones. The marks on my father's hands had grown faint, but were quite visible when looked for, and seemed to me so desirable that they must be procured at all costs. Even when playing in our house or yard, I could always tell when the millstones were being dressed, because the rumbling of the mill then stopped, and there were few pleasures I would not instantly forego, rushing at once to the mill, that I might spread out my hands near the millstones, in the hope that the little hard flints flying from the miller's chisel would light upon their backs and make the longed-for marks. I used hotly to accuse the German miller, my dear friend Ferdinand, of trying not to hit my hands, but he scornfully replied that he could not hit them if he did try, and that they were too little to be of use in the mill anyway. Although I hated his teasing, I never had the courage to confess my real purpose. This sincere tribute of imitation, which affection offers to its adored object, had later, I hope, subtler manifestations, but certainly these first ones were altogether genuine. In this case, too, I doubtless contributed my share to that stream of admiration which our generation so generously poured forth for the self-made man. I was consumed by a wistful desire to apprehend the hardships of my father's earlier life in that far-away time when he had been a miller's apprentice. I knew that he still woke up punctually at 3 o'clock, because for so many years he had taken his turn at the mill in the early morning, and if by chance I awoke at the same hour, as curiously enough I often did, I imagined him in the early dawn in my uncle's old mill, reading through the entire village library, book after book, beginning with the lives of the signers of the Declaration of Independence. Copies of the same books, mostly bound in calfskin, were to be found in the library below, and I courageously resolved that I too would read them all and try to understand life as he did. I did in fact later begin a course of reading in the early morning hours, but I was caught by some fantastic notion of chronological order and early legendary form. Pope's translation of the Iliad, even followed by Dryden's Virgil, did not leave behind the residuum of wisdom for which I longed, and I finally gave them up for a thick book entitled The History of the World, as affording a shorter and an easier path. Although I constantly confided my sins and perplexities to my father, there are only a few occasions on which I remember having received direct advice or admonition. It may easily be true, however, that I have forgotten the latter, in the manner of many seekers after advice, who enjoyably set forth their situation, but do not really listen to the advice itself. I can remember an admonition on one occasion, however, when, as a little girl of 8 years, arrayed in a new cloak, gorgeous beyond anything I had ever worn before, I stood before my father for his approval. I was much chagrined by his remark that it was a very pretty cloak, in fact so much prettier than any cloak the other little girls in the Sunday school had, that he would advise me to wear my old cloak, which would keep me quite as warm, with the added advantage of not making the other little girls feel badly. I complied with the request, but I fear without inner consent, and I certainly was quite without the joy of self-sacrifice as I walked soberly through the village street by the side of my counsellor. My mind was busy, however, with the old question eternally suggested by the inequalities of the human lot. Only as we neared the church door did I venture to ask what could be done about it, receiving the reply that it might never be righted so far as clothes went, but that people might be equal in things that mattered much more than clothes, the affairs of education and religion, for instance, which we attended to when we went to church and school, and that it was very stupid to wear the sort of clothes that made it harder to have equality even there. It must have been a little later when I held a conversation with my father upon the doctrine of foreordination, which at one time very much perplexed my childish mind. After setting the difficulty before him, and complaining that I could not make it out, although my best friend understood it perfectly, I settled down to hear his argument, having no doubt that he could make it quite clear. To my delighted surprise, for any intimation that our minds were on an equality lifted me high indeed, He said he feared that he and I did not have the kind of mind that would ever understand foreordination very well, and advised me not to give too much time to it. But he then proceeded to say other things of which the final impression left upon my mind was, that it did not matter much whether one understood foreordination or not, but that it was very important not to pretend to understand what you didn't understand, and that you must always be honest with yourself inside, whatever happened. Perhaps on the whole as valuable a lesson as the Shorter Catechism itself contains. My memory merges this early conversation on religious doctrine into one which took place years later, when I put before my father the situation in which I found myself at boarding school when under great evangelical pressure, and once again I heard his testimony in favor of mental integrity above everything else. At the time we were driving through a piece of timber in which the wood-choppers had been at work during the winter, and so earnestly were we talking that he suddenly drew up the horses to find that he did not know where he was. We were both entertained by the incident. I that my father had been lost in his own timber, so that various cords of wood must have escaped his practised eye, and he on his side that he should have become so absorbed in this maze of youthful speculation. We were in high spirits as we emerged from the tender green of the spring woods into the clear light of day, and as we came back into the main road I categorically asked him, "What are you? What do you say when people ask you?" His eyes twinkled a little as he soberly replied, "I am a Quaker." "But that isn't enough to say," I urged. "Very well," he added. "To people who insist upon details, as some one is doing now, I add that I am a Hicksite Quaker." And not another word on the weighty subject could I induce him to utter. These early recollections are set in a scene of rural beauty, unusual at least for Illinois. The prairie around the village was broken into hills, one of them crowned by pine woods, grown up from a bag full of Norway pine seeds sown by my father in 1844, the very year he came to Illinois, a testimony perhaps that the most vigorous pioneers gave at least an occasional thought to beauty. The banks of the mill stream rose into high bluffs too perpendicular to be climbed without skill, and containing caves of which one at least was so black that it could not be explored without the aid of a candle, and there was a deserted lime-kiln which became associated in my mind with the unpardonable sin of Hawthorne's lime-burner. My step-brother and I carried on games and crusades which lasted week after week, and even summer after summer, as only free-ranging country children can do. It may be in contrast to this that one of the most piteous aspects in the life of city children, as I have seen it in the neighborhood of Hull House, is the constant interruption to their play which is inevitable on the streets, so that it can never have any continuity. The most elaborate plan or chart or fragment from their dream of human life is sure to be rudely destroyed by the passing traffic. Although they start over and over again, even the most vivacious become worn out at last, and take to that passive standing round, varied by rude horseplay, which in time becomes so characteristic of city children. We had of course our favorite places and trees and birds and flowers. It is hard to reproduce the companionship which children establish with nature, but certainly it is much too unconscious and intimate to come under the head of aesthetic appreciation or anything of that sort. When we said that the purple wind-flowers, the anemone patens, looked as if the winds had made them, we thought much more of the fact that they were wind-born than that they were beautiful. We clapped our hands in sudden joy over the soft radiance of the rainbow, but its enchantment lay in our half-belief that a pot of gold was to be found at its farther end. We yielded to a soft melancholy when we heard the whippoorwill in the early twilight, but while he aroused in us vague longings of which we spoke solemnly, we felt no beauty in his call. We erected an altar beside the stream, to which for several years we brought all the snakes we killed during our excursions, no matter how long the toilsome journey which we had to make with a limp snake dangling between two sticks. I remember vaguely the ceremonial performed upon this altar one autumn day, when we brought as further tribute one out of every 100 of the black walnuts which we had gathered, and then poured over the whole a pitcher full of cider, fresh from the cider mill on the barn floor. I think we had also burned a favorite book or two upon this pyre of stones. The entire affair, carried on with such solemnity, was probably the result of one of those imperative impulses under whose compulsion children seek a ceremonial which shall express their sense of identification with man's primitive life and their familiar kinship with the remotest past. Long before we had begun the study of Latin at the village school, my brother and I had learned the Lord's Prayer in Latin out of an old copy of the Vulgate, and gravely repeated it every night in an execrable pronunciation, because it seemed to us more religious than plain English. When, however, I really prayed, what I saw before my eyes was a most outrageous picture which adorned a song-book used in Sunday school, portraying the Lord upon his throne, surrounded by tiers and tiers of saints and angels all in a blur of yellow. I am ashamed to tell how old I was when that picture ceased to appear before my eyes, especially when moments of terror compelled me to ask protection from the heavenly powers. I recall with great distinctness my first direct contact with death when I was 15 years old. Polly was an old nurse who had taken care of my mother and had followed her to Frontier, Illinois, to help rear a second generation of children. She had always lived in our house, but made annual visits to her cousins on a farm a few miles north of the village. During one of those visits, word came to us one Sunday evening that Polly was dying, and for a number of reasons I was the only person able to go to her. I left the lamp-lit, warm house to be driven 4 miles through a blinding storm which every minute added more snow to the already high drifts, with a sense of starting upon a fateful errand. An hour after my arrival, all of the cousins' family went downstairs to supper, and I was left alone to watch with Polly. The square, old-fashioned chamber in the lonely farmhouse was very cold and still, with nothing to be heard but the storm outside. Suddenly the great change came. I heard a feeble call of "Sarah," my mother's name, as the dying eyes were turned upon me, followed by a curious breathing, and in place of the face familiar from my earliest childhood, and associated with homely household cares, there lay upon the pillow strange, august features, stern and withdrawn from all the small affairs of life. That sense of solitude, of being unsheltered in a wide world of relentless and elemental forces, which is at the basis of childhood's timidity, and which is far from outgrown at 15, seized me irresistibly before I could reach the narrow stairs and summon the family from below. As I was driven home in the winter storm, the wind through the trees seemed laden with a passing soul, and the riddle of life and death pressed hard. Once to be young, to grow old, and to die, everything came to that, and then a mysterious journey out into the unknown. Did she mind faring forth alone? Would the journey perhaps end in something as familiar and natural to the aged and dying as life is to the young and living? Through all the drive, and indeed through the night, these thoughts were pierced by sharp worry, a sense of faithlessness, because I had forgotten the text Polly had confided to me long before as the one from which she wished her funeral sermon to be preached. My comfort, as usual, finally came from my father, who pointed out what was essential, and what was of little avail even in such a moment as this, and while he was too much wise to grow dogmatic upon the great theme of death, I felt a new fellowship with him, because we had discussed it together. Perhaps I may record here my protest against the efforts, so often made, to shield children and young people from all that has to do with death and sorrow, to give them a good time at all hazards, on the assumption that the ills of life will come soon enough. Young people themselves often resent this attitude on the part of their elders. They feel set aside and belittled, as if they were denied the common human experiences. They too wish to climb steep stairs and to eat their bread with tears, and they imagine that the problems of existence which so press upon them in pensive moments would be less insoluble in the light of these great happenings. An incident which stands out clearly in my mind as an exciting suggestion of the great world of moral enterprise and serious undertakings must have occurred earlier than this, for in 1872, when I was not yet 12 years old, I came into my father's room one morning to find him sitting beside the fire with a newspaper in his hand, looking very solemn, and upon my eager inquiry what had happened, he told me that Joseph Mazzini was dead. I had never even heard Mazzini's name, and after being told about him I was inclined to grow argumentative, asserting that my father did not know him, that he was not an American, and that I could not understand why we should be expected to feel badly about him. It is impossible to recall the conversation with the complete breakdown of my cheap arguments, but in the end I obtained that which I have ever regarded as a valuable possession, a sense of the genuine relationship which may exist between men who share large hopes and like desires, even though they differ in nationality, language, and creed, that those things count for absolutely nothing between groups of men who are trying to abolish slavery in America, or to throw off Habsburg oppression in Italy. At any rate, I was heartily ashamed of my meagre notion of patriotism, and I came out of the room exhilarated with the consciousness that impersonal and international relations are actual facts and not mere phrases. I was filled with pride that I knew a man who held converse with great minds, and who really sorrowed and rejoiced over happenings across the sea. I never recall those early conversations with my father, nor a score of others like them, but there comes into my mind a line from Mrs. Browning, in which a daughter describes her relations with her father. He wrapped me in his large man's doublet, careless did it fit or no. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of 20 Years at Hull House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. 20 Years at Hull House by Jane Addams. Chapter 2. Influence of Lincoln. I suppose all the children who were born about the time of the Civil War have recollections quite unlike those of the children who are living now. Although I was but 4½ years old when Lincoln died, I distinctly remember the day when I found on our 2 white gate-posts American flags companioned with black. I tumbled down on the harsh gravel walk in my eager rush into the house to inquire what they were there for. To my amazement I found my father in tears, something that I had never seen before, having assumed, as all children do, that grown-up people never cried. The 2 flags, my father's tears, and his impressive statement that the greatest man in the world had died, constituted my initiation, my baptism, as it were, into the thrilling and solemn interests of a world lying quite outside the 2 white gate-posts. The Great War touched children in many ways. I remember an engraved roster of names, headed by the words "Adams Guard," and the whole surmounted by the insignia of the American eagle clutching many flags, which always hung in the family living-room. As children, we used to read this list of names again and again. We could reach it only by dint of putting the family Bible on a chair and piling the dictionary on top of it. Using the Bible to stand on was always accompanied by a little thrill of superstitious awe, although we carefully put the dictionary above that our profane feet might touch it alone. Having brought the roster within reach of our eager fingers, fortunately it was glazed, we would pick out the names of those who had fallen on the field from those who had come back from the war, and from among the latter those whose children were our schoolmates. When drives were planned, we would say, "Let us take this road," that we might pass the farm where a soldier had once lived. If flowers from the garden were to be given away, we would want them to go to the mother of one of those heroes whose names we knew from the Adams Guard. If a guest should become interested in the roster on the wall, he was at once led by the eager children to a small picture of Colonel Davis which hung next the opposite window, that he might see the brave colonel of the regiment. The introduction to the picture of the one-armed man seemed to us a very solemn ceremony, and long after the guest was tired of listening, we would tell each other all about the local hero, who at the head of his troops had suffered wounds unto death. We liked very much to talk to a gentle old lady who lived in a white farmhouse a mile north of the village. She was the mother of the village hero, Tommy, and used to tell us of her long anxiety during the spring of '62, how she waited day after day for the hospital to surrender up her son, each morning airing the white homespun sheets and holding the little bedroom in immaculate readiness. It was after the battle of Fort Donelson that Tommy was wounded and had been taken to the hospital at Springfield. His father went down to him and saw him getting worse each week, until it was clear that he was going to die. But there was so much red tape about the department, and affairs were so confused, that his discharge could not be procured. At last the hospital surgeon intimated to his father that he should quietly take him away. A man as sick as that, it would be all right. But when they told Tommy, weak as he was, his eyes flashed, and he said, "No, sir, I will go out of the front door, or I'll die here." Of course, after that, every man in the hospital worked for it, and in 2 weeks he was honorably discharged. When he came home at last, his mother's heart was broken to see him so wan and changed. She would tell us of the long quiet days that followed his return, with the windows open so that the dying eyes might look over the orchard slope to the meadow beyond, where the younger brothers were mowing the early hay. She told us of those days when his school friends from the academy flocked in to see him, their old acknowledged leader, and of the burning words of earnest patriotism spoken in the crowded little room, so that in 3 months the academy was almost deserted, and the new company who marched away in the autumn took as drummer-boy Tommy's third brother, who was only 17 and too young for a regular. She remembered the still darker days that followed, when the bright drummer-boy was in Andersonville prison, and little by little she learned to be reconciled that Tommy was safe in the peaceful home graveyard. However much we were given to talk of war heroes, we always fell silent as we approached an isolated farmhouse in which 2 old people lived alone. 5 of their sons had enlisted in the Civil War, and only the youngest had returned alive in the spring of 1865. In the autumn of the same year, when he was hunting for wild ducks in a swamp on the rough little farm itself, he was accidentally shot and killed, and the old people were left alone to struggle with the half-cleared land as best they might. When we were driven past this forlorn little farm, our childish voices always dropped into speculative whisperings as to how the accident could have happened to this remaining son out of all the men in the world, to him who had escaped so many chances of death. Our young hearts swelled in first rebellion against that which Walter Pater calls the inexplicable shortcoming or misadventure on the part of life itself. We were overwhelmingly oppressed by that grief of things as they are, so much more mysterious and intolerable than those griefs which we think dimly to trace to man's own wrong-doing. It was well, perhaps, that life thus early gave me a hint of one of her most obstinate and insoluble riddles, for I have sorely needed the sense of universality thus imparted to that mysterious injustice, the burden of which we are all forced to bear, and with which I have become only too familiar. My childish admiration for Lincoln is closely associated with a visit made to the War Eagle, Old Abe, who, as we children well knew, lived in the state capital of Wisconsin, only 65 miles north of our house, really no farther than an eagle could easily fly. He had been carried by the 8th Wisconsin Regiment through the entire war, and now dwelt an honored pensioner in the state building itself. Many times, standing in the north end of our orchard, which was only 12 miles from that mysterious line which divided Illinois from Wisconsin, we anxiously scanned the deep sky, hoping to see Old Abe fly southward right over our apple-trees, for it was clearly possible that he might at any moment escape from his keeper, who, although he had been a soldier and a sentinel, would have to sleep sometimes. We gazed with thrilled interest at one speck after another in the flawless sky, but although Old Abe never came to see us, a much more incredible thing happened, for we were at last taken to see him. We started one golden summer's day, 2 happy children in the family carriage, with my father and mother and an older sister to whom, because she was just home from boarding school, we confidently appealed whenever we needed information. We were driven northward hour after hour, past harvest fields in which the stubble glinted from bronze to gold, and the heavy-headed grain rested luxuriously in rounded shocks, till we reached that beautiful region of hills and lakes which surrounds the capital city of Wisconsin. But although Old Abe, sitting sedately upon his high perch, was sufficiently like an uplifted ensign to remind us of a Roman eagle, and though his veteran keeper, clad in an old army coat, was ready to answer all our questions and to tell us of the 36 battles and skirmishes which Old Abe had passed unscathed, the crowning moment of the impressive journey came to me later, illustrating once more that children are as quick to catch the meaning of a symbol as they are unaccountably slow to understand the real world about them. The entire journey to the veteran War Eagle had itself symbolized that search for the heroic and perfect which so persistently haunts the young, and as I stood under the great white dome of Old Abe's stately home, for one brief moment the search was rewarded. I dimly caught a hint of what men have tried to say in their world-old effort to imprison a space in so divine a line that it shall hold only yearning devotion and high-hearted hopes. Certainly the utmost rim of my first dome was filled with the tumultuous impression of soldiers marching to death for freedom's sake, of pioneers streaming westward to establish self-government in yet another sovereign state. Only the great dome of St. Peter's itself has ever clutched my heart as did that modest curve which had sequestered from infinitude in a place small enough for my child's mind, the courage and endurance which I could not comprehend so long as it was lost in the void of unresponsible space under the vaunting sky itself. But through all my vivid sensations there persisted the image of the eagle in the corridor below, and Lincoln himself as an epitome of all that was great and good. I dimly caught the notion of the martyred President as the standard-bearer to the conscience of his countrymen, as the eagle had been the ensign of courage to the soldiers of the Wisconsin regiment. 35 years later, as I stood on the hill campus of the University of Wisconsin with a commanding view of the Capitol building a mile directly across the city, I saw again the dome which had so uplifted my childish spirit. The university, which was celebrating its 50th anniversary, had honored me with a doctor's degree, and in the midst of the academic pomp and the rejoicing, the dome again appeared to me as a fitting symbol of the state's aspiration, even in its high mission of universal education. Thousands of children in the 60s and 70s, in the simplicity which is given to the understanding of a child, caught a notion of imperishable heroism when they were told that brave men had lost their lives that the slaves might be free. At any moment the conversation of our elders might turn upon these heroic events. There were red-letter days, when a certain general came to see my father, and again when Governor Oglesby, whom all Illinois children called Uncle Dick, spent a Sunday under the pine trees in our front yard. We felt on those days a connection with the great world so much more heroic than the village world which surrounded us through all the other days. My father was a member of the State Senate for the 16 years between 1854 and 1870, and even as a little child I was dimly conscious of the grave march of public affairs in his comings and goings at the state capitol. He was too much occupied to allow time for reminiscence, but I remember overhearing a conversation between a visitor and himself concerning the stirring days before the war, when it was by no means certain that the Union men in the legislature would always have enough votes to keep Illinois from seceding. I heard with breathless interest my father's account of the trip a majority of the legislators had made, one dark day, to St. Louis, that there might not be enough men for a quorum, and so no vote could be taken on the momentous question until the Union men could rally their forces. My father always spoke of the martyred President as Mr. Lincoln, and I never heard the great name without a thrill. I remember the day, it must have been one of comparative leisure, perhaps a Sunday, when at my request my father took out of his desk a thin packet marked Mr. Lincoln's Letters, the shortest one of which bore unmistakable traces of that remarkable personality. These letters began, "My dear double-D'd Addams," and to the inquiry as to how the person thus addressed was about to vote on a certain measure then before the legislature, was added the assurance that he knew that this Addams would vote according to his conscience, but he begged to know in which direction the same conscience was pointing. As my father folded up the bits of paper, I fairly held my breath in my desire that he should go on with the reminiscences of this wonderful man, whom he had known in his comparative obscurity, or better still, that he should be moved to tell some of the exciting incidents of the Lincoln-Douglas debates. There were at least 2 pictures of Lincoln that always hung in my father's room, and one in our old-fashioned upstairs parlor, of Lincoln with little Tad. For one or all of these reasons I always tend to associate Lincoln with the tenderest thoughts of my father. I recall a time of great perplexity in the summer of 1894, when Chicago was filled with Federal troops sent there by the President of the United States, and their presence was resented by the governor of the state, that I walked the wearisome way from Hull House to Lincoln Park, for no cars were running regularly at that moment of sympathetic strikes, in order to look at and gain magnanimous counsel, if I might, from the marvelous St. Gaudens's statue, which had been but recently placed at the entrance of the park. Some of Lincoln's immortal words were cut into the stone at his feet, and never did a distracted town more sorely need the healing of, with charity towards all, than did Chicago at that moment, and the tolerance of the man who had won charity for those on both sides of an irrepressible conflict. Of the many things written of my father in that sad August in 1881 when he died, the one I cared for most was written by an old political friend of his, who was then editor of a great Chicago daily. He wrote that while there were doubtless many members of the Illinois legislature who during the great contracts of the war-time and the demoralizing Reconstruction days that followed had never accepted a bribe, he wished to bear testimony that he personally had known but this one man who had never been offered a bribe because bad men were instinctively afraid of him. I feel now the hot chagrin with which I recalled this statement during those early efforts of Illinois in which Hull House joined, to secure the passage of the first factory legislation. I was told by the representative of an informal association of manufacturers that if the residents of Hull House would drop this nonsense about a sweatshop bill of which they knew nothing, certain business men would agree to give $50,000 within 2 years to be used for any of the philanthropic activities of the settlement. As the fact broke upon me that I was being offered a bribe, the shame was enormously increased by the memory of this statement. What had befallen the daughter of my father that such a thing could happen to her? The salutary reflection that it could not have occurred unless a weakness in myself had permitted it, withheld me at least from an historic display of indignation before the two men making the offer, and I explained as gently as I could that we had no ambition to make Hull House the largest institution on the West Side, but that we were much concerned that our neighbors should be protected from untoward conditions of work, and, so much heroics youth must permit itself, if to accomplish this the destruction of Hull House was necessary, that we would cheerfully sing a Te Deum on its ruins. The good friend who had invited me to lunch at the Union League Club to meet two of his friends who wanted to talk over the sweatshop bill here kindly intervened, and we all hastened to cover the awkward situation by that scurrying away from ugly morality which seems to be an obligation of social intercourse. Of the many old friends of my father who kindly came to look up his daughter in the first days of Hull House, I recall none with more pleasure than Lyman Trumbull, whom we used to point out to members of the Young Citizens Club as the man who had for days held in his keeping the Proclamation of Emancipation, until his friend President Lincoln was ready to issue it. I remember the talk he gave at Hull House on one of our early celebrations of Lincoln's birthday, his assertion that Lincoln was no cheap popular hero, that the common people would have to make an effort if they would understand his greatness, as Lincoln painstakingly made a long effort to understand the greatness of the people. There was something in the admiration of Lincoln's contemporaries, or at least of those men who had known him personally, which was quite unlike even the best of the devotion and reverent understanding which has developed since. In the first place, they had so large a fund of common experience, they too had pioneered in a western country, and had urged the development of canals and railroads in order that the raw prairie crops might be transported to market. They too had realized that if this last tremendous experiment in self-government failed here, it would be the disappointment of the centuries, and that upon their ability to organize self-government in state, county, and town depended the verdict of history. These men also knew, as Lincoln himself did, that if this tremendous experiment was to come to fruition, it must be brought about by the people themselves, that there was no other capital fund upon which to draw. I remember an incident occurring when I was about 15 years old, in which the conviction was driven into my mind that the people themselves were the great resource of the country. My father had made a little address of reminiscence at a meeting of the Old Settlers of Stephenson County, which was held every summer in the grove beside the mill, relating his experiences in inducing the farmers of the county to subscribe for stock in the Northwestern Railroad, which was the first to penetrate the county and make a connection with the Great Lakes at Chicago. Many of the Pennsylvania German farmers doubted the value of the whole new-fangled business, and had no use for any railroad, much less for one in which they were asked to risk their hard-earned savings. My father told of his despair in one farmers' community dominated by such prejudice, which did not in the least give way under his argument, but finally melted under the enthusiasm of a high-spirited German matron who took a share to be paid for, out of butter and egg money. As he related his admiration of her, an old woman's piping voice in the audience called out, "I'm here to-day, Mr. Addams, and I'd do it again if you asked me." The old woman, bent and broken by her 70 years of toilsome life, was brought to the platform, and I was much impressed by my father's grave presentation of her as one of the public-spirited pioneers to whose heroic fortitude we are indebted for the development of this country. I remember that I was at that time reading with great enthusiasm Carlyle's Heroes and Hero Worship, but on the evening of Old Settlers' Day, to my surprise, I found it difficult to go on. Its sonorous sentences and exaltation of the man who can suddenly ceased to be convincing. I had already written down in my commonplace book a resolution to give at least 25 copies of this book each year to noble young people of my acquaintance. It is perhaps fitting in this chapter that the very first Christmas we spent at Hull House, in spite of exigent demands upon my slender purse for candy and shoes, I gave to a club of boys 25 copies of the then new Carl Schurz's Appreciation of Abraham Lincoln. In our early effort at Hull House to hand on to our neighbors whatever of help we had found for ourselves, we made much of Lincoln. We were often distressed by the children of immigrant parents who were ashamed of the pit whence they were digged, who repudiated the language and customs of their elders, and counted themselves successful as they were able to ignore the past. Whenever I held up Lincoln for their admiration as the greatest American, I invariably pointed out his marvelous power to retain and utilize past experiences, that he never forgot how the plain people in Sangamon County thought and felt when he himself had moved to town, that this habit was the foundation for his marvelous capacity for growth, that during those distracting years in Washington it enabled him to make clear beyond denial to the American people themselves the goal towards which they were moving. I was sometimes bold enough to add that proficiency in the art of recognition and comprehension did not come without effort, and that certainly its attainment was necessary for any successful career in our conglomerate America. An instance of the invigorating and clarifying power of Lincoln's influence came to me many years ago in England. I had spent 2 days in Oxford under the guidance of Arnold Toynbee's old friend Sidney Ball of St. John's College, who was closely associated with the group of scholars we all identify with the beginnings of the settlement movement. It was easy to claim the philosophy of Thomas Hill Green, the road-building episode of Ruskin, the experimental living in the East End by Frederick Morris, the London Workingmen's College of Edward Denison, as foundations laid by university men for the establishment of Toynbee Hall. I was naturally much interested in the beginnings of the movement whose slogan was "Back to the People," and which could doubtless claim the settlement as one of its manifestations. Nevertheless, the processes by which so simple a conclusion as residence among the poor in East London was reached seemed to me very involved and roundabout. However inevitable these processes might be for class-conscious Englishmen, they could not but seem artificial to a Western American who had been born in a rural community where the early pioneer life had made social distinctions impossible. Always on the alert lest American settlements should become mere echoes and imitations of the English movement, I found myself assenting to what was shown me only with that part of my consciousness which had been formed by reading of English social movements, while at the same time the rustic American looked on in detached comment. Why should an American be lost in admiration of a group of Oxford students because they went out to mend a disused road, inspired thereto by Ruskin's teaching for the bettering of the common life, when all the country roads in America were mended each spring by self-respecting citizens, who were thus carrying out the simple method devised by a democratic government for providing highways? No humor penetrated my high mood, even as I somewhat uneasily recalled certain spring thaws when I had been mired in roads provided by the American citizen. I continued to fumble for a synthesis which I was unable to make until I developed that uncomfortable sense of playing two roles at once. It was therefore almost with a dual consciousness that I was ushered, during the last afternoon of my Oxford stay, into the drawing-room of the Master of Balliol. Edward Caird's Evolution of Religion, which I had read but a year or two before, had been of unspeakable comfort to me in the labyrinth of differing ethical teachings and religious creeds which the many immigrant colonies of our neighborhood presented. I remember that I wanted very much to ask the author himself how far it was reasonable to expect the same quality of virtue and a similar standard of conduct from these diverse people. I was timidly trying to apply his method of study to those groups of homesick immigrants huddled together in strange tenement houses, among whom I seemed to detect the beginnings of a secular religion, or at least of a wide humanitarianism evolved out of the various exigencies of the situation, somewhat as a household of children, whose mother is dead, out of their sudden necessity perform unaccustomed offices for each other, and awkwardly exchange consolations, as children in happier households never dream of doing. Perhaps Mr. Caird could tell me whether there was any religious content in this faith to each other, this fidelity of fellow wanderers in a desert place. But when tea was over and my opportunity came for a talk with my host, I suddenly remembered, to the exclusion of all other associations, only Mr. Caird's fine analysis of Abraham Lincoln, delivered in a lecture 2 years before. The memory of Lincoln, the mention of his name, came like a refreshing breeze from off the prairie, blowing aside all the scholarly implications in which I had become so reluctantly involved, and as the philosopher spoke of the great American, who was content merely to dig the channels through which the moral life of his countrymen might flow, I was gradually able to make a natural connection between this intellectual penetration at Oxford and the moral perception which is always necessary for the discovery of new methods by which to minister to human needs. In the unceasing ebb and flow of justice and oppression, we must all dig channels as best we may, that at the propitious moment somewhat of the swelling tide may be conducted to the barren places of life. Gradually a healing sense of well-being enveloped me, and a quick remorse for my blindness, as I realized that no one among his own countrymen had been able to interpret Lincoln's greatness more nobly than this Oxford scholar had done, and that vision and wisdom as well as high motives must lie behind every effective stroke in the continuous labor for human equality. I remembered that another master of Balliol, Jowett himself, had said that it was fortunate for society that every age possessed at least a few minds which, like Arnold Toynbee's, were perpetually disturbed over the apparent inequalities of mankind. Certainly both the English and American settlements could unite in confessing to that disturbance of mind. Traces of this Oxford visit are curiously reflected in a paper I wrote soon after my return at the request of the American Academy of Political and Social Science. It begins as follows: "The word settlement, which we have borrowed from London, is apt to grate a little upon American ears. It is not, after all, so long ago that Americans who settled were those who had adventured into a new country, where they were pioneers in the midst of difficult surroundings. The word still implies migrating from one condition of life to another totally unlike it, and against this implication the resident of an American settlement takes alarm. We do not like to acknowledge that Americans are divided into two nations, as her Prime Minister once admitted of England. We are not willing, openly and professedly, to assume that American citizens are broken up into classes, even if we make that assumption the preface to a plea that the superior class has duties to the inferior. Our democracy is still our most precious possession, and we do well to resent any inroads upon it, even though they may be made in the name of philanthropy. Is it not Abraham Lincoln who has cleared the title to our democracy? He made plain, once for all, that democratic government, associated as it is with the mistakes and the shortcomings of the common people, still remains the most valuable contribution America has made to the moral life of the world." End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of 20 Years at Hull House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. 20 Years at Hull House by Jane Addams. Chapter 3. Boarding School Ideals. As my 3 older sisters had already attended the seminary at Rockford of which my father was trustee, without any question I entered there at 17, with such meagre preparation in Latin and algebra as the village school had afforded. I was very ambitious to go to Smith College, although I well knew that my father's theory in regard to the education of his daughters implied a school as near at home as possible, to be followed by travel abroad in lieu of the wider advantages which the Eastern College is supposed to afford. I was much impressed by the recent return of my sister from a year in Europe, yet I was greatly disappointed at the moment of starting to humdrum Rockford. After the first weeks of homesickness were over, however, I became very much absorbed in the little world which the boarding school in any form always offers to its students. The school at Rockford in 1877 had not changed its name from seminary to college, although it numbered, on its faculty and amongst its alumnae, college women who were most eager that this should be done, and who really accomplished it during the next 5 years. The school was one of the earliest efforts for women's higher education in the Mississippi Valley, and from the beginning was called the Mount Holyoke of the West. It reflected much of the missionary spirit of that pioneer institution, and the proportion of missionaries among its early graduates was almost as large as Mount Holyoke's own. In addition, there had been thrown about the founders of the early Western school the glamour of frontier privations, and the first students, conscious of the heroic self-sacrifice made in their behalf, felt that each minute of the time thus dearly bought must be conscientiously used. This inevitably fostered an atmosphere of intensity, a fever of preparation which continued long after the direct making of it had ceased, and which the later girls accepted, as they did the campus and the buildings, without knowing that it could have been otherwise. There was moreover always present in the school a larger or smaller group of girls who consciously accepted this heritage and persistently endeavored to fulfill its obligation. We worked in those early years as if we really believed the portentous statement from Aristotle which we found quoted in Boswell's Johnson, and with which we illuminated the wall of the room occupied by our chess club. It remained there for months, solely out of reverence, let us hope, for the two ponderous names associated with it. At least I have enough confidence in human nature to assert that we never really believed that there is the same difference between the learned and the unlearned as there is between the living and the dead. We were also too fond of quoting Carlyle to the effect, "'Tis not to taste sweet things, but to do noble and true things that the poorest son of Adam dimly longs." As I attempt to reconstruct the spirit of my contemporary group by looking over many documents, I find nothing more amusing than a plaint registered against life's indistinctness, which I imagine more or less reflected the sentiments of all of us. At any rate, here it is for the entertainment of the reader, if not for his edification. So much of our time is spent in preparation, so much in routine, and so much in sleep, we find it difficult to have any experience at all. We did not, however, tamely accept such a state of affairs, for we made various and restless attempts to break through this dull obtuseness. At one time 5 of us tried to understand De Quincey's marvellous dreams more sympathetically by drugging ourselves with opium. We solemnly consumed small white powders at intervals during an entire long holiday, but no mental reorientation took place, and the suspense and excitement did not even permit us to grow sleepy. About 4 o'clock on the weird afternoon, the young teacher whom we had been obliged to take into our confidence grew alarmed over the whole performance, took away our De Quincey and all the remaining powders, administrated an emetic to each of the 5 aspirants for sympathetic understanding of all human experience, and sent us to our separate rooms with a stern command to appear at family worship after supper, whether we were able to or not. Whenever we had a chance to write, we took, of course, large themes, usually from the Greek because they were the most stirring to the imagination. The Greek oration I gave at our junior exhibition was written with infinite pains and taken to the Greek professor in Beloit College that there might be no mistakes, even after the Rockford College teacher and the most scholarly clergyman in town had both passed upon it. The oration upon Bellerophon in his successful fight with the Chimera contended that social evils could only be overcome by him who soared above them into idealism, as Bellerophon mounted upon the winged horse Pegasus had slain the earthly dragon. There were practically no economics taught in women's colleges, at least in the freshwater ones, 30 years ago, although we painstakingly studied mental and moral philosophy, which, though far from dry in the classroom, became the subject of more spirited discussion outside, and gave us a clue for animated rummaging in the little college library. Of course, we read a great deal of Ruskin and Browning, and I liked the more abstruse parts the best. But like the famous gentleman who talked prose without knowing it, we never dreamed of connecting them with our philosophy. My genuine interest was history, partly because of a superior teacher, and partly because my father had always insisted upon a certain amount of historic reading ever since he had paid me, as a little girl, 5 cents a life for each Plutarch hero I could intelligently report to him, and 25 cents for every volume of Irving's Life of Washington. When we started for the long vacations, a little group of 5 would vow that during the summer we would read all of Motley's Dutch Republic, or, more ambitious still, all of Gibbon's Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. When we returned at the opening of school and 3 of us announced we had finished the latter, each became skeptical of the other 2. We fell upon each other in a sort of rough and tumble examination, in which no quarter was given or received, but the suspicion was finally removed that anyone had skipped. We took for a class motto the early Saxon word for lady, translated into bread-giver, and we took for our class color the poppy, because poppies grow among the wheat, as if nature knew that wherever there was hunger that needed food, there would be pain that needed relief. We must have found the sentiment in a book somewhere, but we used it so much that finally it seemed like an idea of our own, although of course none of us had ever seen a European field, the only page upon which nature has written this particular message. That this group of ardent girls, who discussed everything under the sun with unabated interest, did not take it all out in talk, may be demonstrated by the fact that one of the class who married a missionary founded a very successful school in Japan for the children of the English and Americans living there. Another of the class became a medical missionary to Korea, and because of her successful treatment of the Queen, was made court physician at a time when the opening was considered of importance in the diplomatic as well as in the missionary world. Still another became an unusually skilled teacher of the blind, and one of them a pioneer librarian in that early effort to bring books to the people. Perhaps this early companionship showed me how essentially similar are the various forms of social effort, and curiously enough, the actual activities of a missionary school are not unlike many that are carried on in a settlement situated in a foreign quarter. Certainly the most sympathetic and comprehending visitors we have ever had at Hull House have been returned missionaries, among them two elderly ladies who had lived for years in India, who had been homesick and bewildered since their return, declared that the fortnight at Hull House had been the happiest and most familiar they had had in America. Of course, in such an atmosphere a girl like myself, of serious, not to say priggish tendency, did not escape a concerted pressure to push her into the missionary field. During the 4 years it was inevitable that every sort of evangelical appeal should have been made to reach the comparatively few unconverted girls in the school. We were the subject of prayer at the daily chapel exercise and the weekly prayer meeting, attendance upon which was obligatory. I was singularly unresponsive to all these forms of emotional appeal, although I became unspeakably embarrassed when they were presented to me at close range by a teacher during the silent hour which we were all required to observe every evening, and which was never broken into, even by a member of the faculty, unless the errand was one of grave import. I found these occasional interviews on the part of one of the more serious young teachers, of whom I was extremely fond, hard to endure, as was a long series of conversations in my senior year conducted by one of the most enthusiastic members of the faculty, in which the desirability of Turkey as a field for missionary labor was enticingly put before me. I suppose I held myself aloof from all these influences, partly owing to the fact that my father was not a communicant of any church, and I tremendously admired his scrupulous morality and sense of honor in all matters of personal and public conduct, and also because the little group to which I have referred was much given to a sort of rationalism, doubtless founded upon an early reading of Emerson. In this connection, when Bronson Alcott came to lecture at the school, we all vied with each other for a chance to do him a personal service because he had been a friend of Emerson, and we were inexpressibly scornful of our younger fellow-students who cared for him merely on the basis of his grandfatherly relation to Little Women. I recall cleaning the clay of the unpaved streets off his heavy cloth overshoes in a state of ecstatic energy. But I think in my case there were other factors as well that contributed to my unresponsiveness to the evangelical appeal. A curious course of reading I had marked out for myself in medieval history seems to have left me fascinated by an ideal of mingled learning, piety, and physical labor, more nearly exemplified by the Port Royalists than by any others. The only moments in which I seem to have approximated in my own experience to a faint realization of the beauty of holiness, as I conceived it, was each Sunday morning between the hours of 9 and 10, when I went into the exquisitely neat room of the teacher of Greek, and read with her from a Greek Testament. We did this every Sunday morning for 2 years. It was not exactly a lesson, for I never prepared for it, and while I was held within reasonable bounds of syntax, I was allowed much more freedom in translation than was permitted the next morning when I read Homer. Neither did we discuss doctrines, for although it was with this same teacher that in our junior year we studied Paul's epistle to the Hebrews, committing all of it to memory and analyzing and reducing it to doctrines within an inch of our lives, we never allowed an echo of this exercise to appear at these blessed Sunday morning readings. It was as if the disputations of Paul had not yet been, for we always read from the Gospels. The regime of Rockford Seminary was still very simple in the 70s. Each student made her own fire and kept her own room in order. Sunday morning was a great clearing-up day, and the sense of having made immaculate my own immediate surroundings, the consciousness of clean linen, said to be close to the consciousness of a clean conscience, always mingles in my mind with these early readings. I certainly bore away with me a lifelong enthusiasm for reading the Gospels in bulk, a whole one at a time, and an insurmountable distaste for having them cut up into chapter and verse, or for hearing the incidents in that wonderful life thus referred to as if it were merely a record. My copy of the Greek Testament had been presented to me by the brother of our Greek teacher, Professor Blaisdell of Beloit College, a true scholar in Christian ethics, as his department was called. I recall that one day in the summer after I left college, one of the black days which followed the death of my father, this kindly scholar came to see me in order to bring such comfort as he might, and to inquire how far I had found solace in the little book he had given me so long before. When I suddenly recalled the village in which I was born, its steeples and roofs look as they did that day from the hilltop where we talked together, the familiar details smoothed out and merging, as it were, into that wide conception of the universe, which for the moment swallowed up my personal grief, or at least assuaged it with the realization that it was but a drop in that torrent of sorrow and anguish and terror which flows under all the footsteps of man. This realization of sorrow as the common lot, of death as the universal experience, was the first comfort which my bruised spirit had received. In reply to my impatience with the Christian doctrine of resignation, that it implied that you thought of your sorrow only in its effect upon you, and were disloyal to the affection itself, I remember how quietly the Christian scholar changed his phraseology, saying that sometimes consolation came to us better in the words of Plato, and as nearly as I can remember, that was the first time I had ever heard Plato's sonorous argument for the permanence of the excellent. When Professor Blaisdell returned to his college, he left in my hands a small copy of the Crito. The Greek was too hard for me, and I was speedily driven to Jowett's translation. That old-fashioned habit of presenting favorite books to eager young people, although it degenerated into the absurdity of "Friendship's Offerings," had much to be said for it, when it indicated the well-springs of literature from which the donor himself had drawn waters of healing and inspiration. Throughout our school years we were keenly conscious of the growing development of Rockford Seminary into a college. The opportunity of our alma mater to take her place in the new movement of full college education for women filled us with enthusiasm, and it became a driving ambition with the undergraduates to share in this new and glorious undertaking. We gravely decided that it was important that some of the students should be ready to receive the bachelor's degree the very first moment that the charter of the school should secure the right to confer it. 2 of us, therefore, took a course in mathematics, advancing beyond anything previously given in the school, from one of those early young women working for a Ph.D., who was temporarily teaching in Rockford that she might study more mathematics in Leipzig. My companion in all these arduous labors has since accomplished more than any of us in the effort to procure the franchise for women, for even then we all took for granted the righteousness of that cause, into which I at least had merely followed my father's conviction. In the old-fashioned spirit of that cause, I might cite the career of this companion as an illustration of the efficacy of higher mathematics for women, for she possesses singular ability to convince even the densest legislators of their legal right to define their own electorate, even when they quote against her the dustiest of state constitutions or city charters. In line with this policy of placing a woman's college on an equality with the other colleges of the state, we applied for an opportunity to compete in the intercollegiate oratorical contest of Illinois, and we succeeded in having Rockford admitted as the first woman's college. When I was finally selected as the orator, I was somewhat dismayed to find that, representing not only one school but college women in general, I could not resent the brutal frankness with which my oratorical possibilities were discussed by the enthusiastic group who would allow no personal feeling to stand in the way of progress, especially the progress of woman's cause. I was told, among other things, that I had an intolerable habit of dropping my voice at the end of a sentence in the most feminine, apologetic, and even deprecatory manner, which would probably lose woman the first place. Woman certainly did lose the first place, and stood 5th, exactly in the dreary middle, but the ignominious position may not have been solely due to bad mannerisms, for a prior place was easily accorded to William Jennings Bryan, who not only thrilled his auditors with an almost prophetic anticipation of the cross of gold, but with a moral earnestness which we had mistakenly assumed would be the unique possession of the feminine orator. I so heartily concurred with the decision of the judges of the contest that it was with a carefree mind that I induced my colleague and alternate to remain long enough in the Athens of Illinois, in which the successful college was situated, to visit the state institutions, one for the blind and one for the deaf and dumb. Dr. Gillette at that time was the head of the latter institution. His scholarly explanation of the method of teaching, his concern for his charges, this sudden demonstration of the care the state bestowed upon its most unfortunate children, filled me with grave speculations in which the 1st, the 5th, or the 9th place in the oratorical contest seemed of little moment. However, this brief delay between our field of Waterloo and our arrival at our aspiring college turned out to be most unfortunate, for we found the ardent group not only exhausted by the premature preparations for the return of a successful orator, but naturally much irritated as they contemplated their garlands drooping disconsolately in tubs and bowls of water. They did not fail to make me realize that I had dealt the cause of woman's advancement a staggering blow, and all my explanations of the 5th place were haughtily considered insufficient before that golden bar of youth, so absurdly inflexible. To return to my last year of school, It was inevitable that the pressure toward religious profession should increase as graduating day approached. So curious, however, are the paths of moral development that several times during subsequent experiences have I felt that this passive resistance of mine, this clinging to an individual conviction, was the best moral training I received at Rockford College. During the first decade at Hull House, it was felt by propagandists of diverse social theories that the new settlement would be a fine coign of vantage from which to propagate social faiths, and that a mere preliminary step would be the conversion of the founders. Hence I have been reasoned with hours at a time, and I recall at least 3 occasions when this was followed by actual prayer. In the first instance, the honest exhorter who fell upon his knees before my astonished eyes was an advocate of single tax upon land values. He begged, in that phraseology which is deemed appropriate for prayer, that the sister might see the beneficent results it would bring to the poor who live in the awful congested districts around this very house. The early socialists used every method of attack, a favorite one being the statement, doubtless sometimes honestly made, that I really was a socialist, but too much of a coward to say so. I remember one socialist who habitually opened a very telling address he was in the habit of giving upon the street corners by holding me up as an awful example to his fellow socialists, as one of their number who had been caught in the toils of capitalism. He always added as a final clinching of the statement that he knew what he was talking about because he was a member of the Hull House Men's Club. When I ventured to say to him that not all of the thousands of people who belonged to a class or club at Hull House could possibly know my personal opinions, and to mildly inquire upon what he founded his assertions, he triumphantly replied that I had once admitted to him that I had read Sombart and Loria, and that any one of sound mind must see the inevitable conclusions of such master reasonings. I could multiply these 2 instances 100-fold, and possibly nothing aided me to stand on my own feet and to select what seemed reasonable from this wilderness of dogma so much as my early encounter with genuine zeal and affectionate solicitude, associated with what I could not accept as the whole truth. I do not wish to take callow writing too seriously, but I reproduce from an oratorical contest the following bit of premature pragmatism, doubtless due much more to temperament than to perception, because I am still ready to subscribe to it, although the grandiloquent style is, I hope, a thing of the past. Those who believe that justice is but a poetical longing within us, the enthusiast who thinks it will come in the form of a millennium. Those who see it established by the strong arm of a hero are not those who have comprehended the vast truths of life. The actual justice must come by trained intelligence, by broadened sympathies toward the individual man or woman who crosses our path. One item added to another is the only method by which to build up a conception lofty enough to be of use in the world. This schoolgirl recipe has been tested in many later experiences, the most dramatic of which came when I was called upon by a manufacturing company to act as one of 3 arbitrators in a perplexing struggle between themselves, a group of trade unionists, and a non-union employee of their establishment. The non-union man who was the cause of the difficulty had 10 years before sided with his employers in a prolonged strike, and had bitterly fought the union. He had been so badly injured at that time that in spite of long months of hospital care he had never afterward been able to do a full day's work, although his employers had retained him for a decade at full pay in recognition of his loyalty. At the end of 10 years the once defeated union was strong enough to enforce its demands for a union shop, and in spite of the distaste of the firm for the arrangement, no obstacle to harmonious relations with the union remained but for the refusal of the trade unionists to receive as one of their members the old crippled employee, whose spirit was broken at last, and who was now willing to join the union and to stand with his old enemies for the sake of retaining his place. But the union men would not receive a traitor. The firm flatly refused to dismiss so faithful an employee, the busy season was upon them, and everyone concerned had finally agreed to abide without appeal by the decision of the arbitrators. The chairman of our little arbitration committee, a venerable judge, quickly demonstrated that it was impossible to collect trustworthy evidence in regards to the events already 10 years old which lay at the bottom of this bitterness, and we soon therefore ceased to interview the conflicting witnesses. The second member of the committee sternly bade the men remember that the most ancient Hebraic authority gave no sanction for holding even a just resentment for more than 7 years, and at last we all settled down to that wearisome effort to secure the inner consent of all concerned, upon which alone the mystery of justice, as Maeterlinck has told us, ultimately depends. I am not quite sure that in the end we administered justice, but certainly employers, trade unionists, and arbitrators were all convinced that justice will have to be established in industrial affairs with the same care and patience which has been necessary for centuries in order to institute it in men's civic relationships, although, as the judge remarked, the search must be conducted without much help from precedent. The conviction remained with me that however long a time might be required to establish justice in the new relationships of our raw industrialism, it would never be stable until it had received the sanction of those upon whom the present situation presses so harshly. Towards the end of our 4 years' course, we debated much as to what we were to be, and long before the end of my school days it was quite settled in my mind that I should study medicine and live with the poor. This conclusion, of course, was the result of many things, perhaps epitomized in my graduating essay on Cassandra and her tragic fate, always to be in the right and always to be disbelieved and rejected. This state of affairs, it may readily be guessed, the essay held to be an example of the feminine trait of mind called intuition, an accurate perception of truth and justice, which rests contented in itself and will make no effort to confirm itself or to organize through existing knowledge. The essay then proceeds, I am forced to admit with overmuch conviction, with the statement that women can only grow accurate and intelligible by the thorough study of at least one branch of physical science, for only with eyes thus accustomed to the search for truth can she detect at all self-deceit and fancy in herself, and learn to express herself without dogmatism. So much for the first part of my thesis. Having thus gained accuracy, would woman bring this force to bear throughout morals and justice, then she must find in active labor the promptings and inspirations that come from growing insight. I was quite certain that by following these directions carefully, in the end the contemporary woman would find her faculties clear and acute from the study of science, and her hand upon the magnetic chain of humanity. This veneration for science portrayed in my final essay was doubtless the result of the statements the textbooks were then making of what was called the theory of evolution, the acceptance of which even 30 years after the publication of Darwin's Origin of Species had about it a touch of intellectual adventure. We knew, for instance, that our science teacher had accepted this theory, but we had a strong suspicion that the teacher of Butler's Analogy had not. We chafed at the meagreness of the college library in this direction, and I used to bring back in my handbag books belonging to an advanced brother-in-law who had studied medicine in Germany, and who therefore was quite emancipated. The first gift I made when I came into possession of my small estate the year after I left school was $1,000 to the library of Rockford College, with the stipulation that it be spent for scientific books. In the long vacations I pressed plants, stuffed birds, and pounded rocks in some vague belief that I was approximating the new method, and yet when my step-brother, who was becoming a real scientist, tried to carry me along with him to the merest outskirts of the methods of research, it at once became evident that I had no aptitude and was unable to follow intelligently Darwin's careful observations on the earthworm. I made a heroic effort, though candour compels me to state that I never would have finished if I had not been pulled and pushed by my really ardent companion, who, in addition to a multitude of earthworms and a fine microscope, possessed untiring tact with one of flagging zeal. As our boarding-school days neared the end, in the consciousness of approaching separation, we vowed eternal allegiance to our early ideals, and promised each other we would never abandon them without conscious justification, and we often warned each other of the perils of self-tradition. We believed, in our sublime self-conceit, that the difficulty of life would lie solely in the direction of losing these precious ideals of ours, of failing to follow the way of martyrdom and high purpose we had marked out for ourselves, and we had no notion of the obscure paths of tolerance, just allowance, and self-blame, wherein, if we held our minds open, we might learn something of the mystery and complexity of life's purposes. The year after I had left college I came back, with a classmate, to receive the degree we had so eagerly anticipated. 2 of the graduating class were also ready, and 4 of us were dubbed B.A. on the very day that Rockford Seminary was declared a college, in the midst of tumultuous anticipations. Having had a year outside of college walls in that trying land between vague hope and definite attainment, I had become very much sobered in my desire for a degree, and was already beginning to emerge from that rose-colored mist with which the dream of youth so readily envelops the future. Whatever may have been the perils of self-tradition, I certainly did not escape them, for it required 8 years, from the time I left Rockford in the summer of 1881 until Hull House was opened in the autumn of 1889, to formulate my convictions even in the least satisfactory manner, much less to reduce them to a plan for action. During most of that time I was absolutely at sea so far as any moral purpose was concerned, clinging only to the desire to live in a really living world, and refusing to be content with a shadowy intellectual or aesthetic reflection of it. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of 20 Years at Hull House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. 20 Years at Hull House by Jane Addams. Chapter 4. The Snare of Preparation. The winter after I left school was spent in the Woman's Medical College of Philadelphia, but the development of the spinal difficulty which had shadowed me from childhood forced me into Dr. Weir Mitchell's hospital for the late spring, and the next winter I was literally bound to a bed in my sister's house for 6 months. In spite of its tedium, the long winter had its mitigations, for after the first few weeks I was able to read with a luxurious consciousness of leisure, and I remember opening the first volume of Carlyle's Frederick the Great with a lively sense of gratitude that it was not Gray's Anatomy, having found, like many another, that general culture is a much easier undertaking than professional study. The long illness inevitably put aside the immediate prosecution of a medical course, and although I had passed my examinations creditably enough in the required subjects for the first year, I was very glad to have a physician's sanction for giving up clinics and dissecting rooms, and to follow his prescription of spending the next 2 years in Europe. Before I returned to America I had discovered that there were other genuine reasons for living among the poor than that of practicing medicine upon them, and my brief foray into the profession was never resumed. The long illness left me in a state of nervous exhaustion with which I struggled for years, traces of it remaining long after Hull House was opened in 1889. At the best it allowed me but a limited amount of energy, so that doubtless there was much nervous depression at the foundation of the spiritual struggles with which this chapter is forced to record. However, it could not have been all due to my health, for as my wise little notebook sententiously remarked, in his own way each man must struggle, lest the moral law become a far-off abstraction utterly separated from his active life. It would of course be impossible to remember that some of these struggles ever took place at all, were it not for these self-same notebooks, in which, however, I no longer wrote in moments of high resolve, but judging from the internal evidence afforded by the books themselves, only in moments of deep depression when overwhelmed by a sense of failure. One of the most poignant of these experiences, which occurred during the first few months after our landing upon the other side of the Atlantic, was on a Saturday night, when I received an ineradicable impression of the wretchedness of East London, and also saw for the first time the overcrowded quarters of a great city at midnight. A small party of tourists were taken to the East End by a city missionary to witness the Saturday night sale of decaying vegetables and fruit, which owing to the Sunday laws in London could not be sold until Monday, and as they were beyond safe keeping, were disposed of at auction as late as possible on Saturday night. On Mile End Road, from the top of an omnibus which paused at the end of a dingy street lighted only by occasional flares of gas, we saw 2 huge masses of ill-clad people clamouring around 2 hucksters' carts. They were bidding their farthings and halfpennies for a vegetable held up by the auctioneer, which he at last scornfully flung, with a gibe for its cheapness, to the successful bidder. In the momentary pause only one man detached himself from the groups. He had bidden in a cabbage, and when it struck his hand, he instantly sat down on the curb, tore it with his teeth, and hastily devoured it, unwashed and uncooked as it was. He and his fellows were types of the submerged tenth, as our missionary guide told us, with some little satisfaction in the then new phrase, and he further added that so many of them could scarcely be seen in one spot, save at this Saturday night auction, the desire for cheap food being apparently the one thing which could move them simultaneously. They were huddled into ill-fitting, cast-off clothing, the ragged finery which one sees only in East London. Their pale faces were dominated by that most unlovely of human expressions, the cunning and shrewdness of the bargain hunter who starves if he cannot make a successful trade, and yet the final impression was not of ragged tawdry clothing, nor of pinched and sallow faces, but of myriads of hands, empty, pathetic, nerveless, and work-worn, showing white in the uncertain light of the street, and clutching forward for food which was already unfit to eat. Perhaps nothing is so fraught with significance as the human hand, this oldest tool with which man has dug his way from savagery, and with which he is constantly groping forward. I have never since been able to see a number of hands held upward, even when they are moving rhythmically in a calisthenic exercise, or when they belong to a class of chubby children who wave them in eager response to a teacher's query, without a certain revival of this memory, a clutching at the heart, reminiscent of the despair and resentment which seized me then. For the following weeks I went about London almost furtively, afraid to look down narrow streets and alleys lest they disclose again this hideous human need and suffering. I carried with me for days at a time that curious surprise we experience when we first come back to the streets after days given over to sorrow and death. We are bewildered that the world should be going on as usual, and unable to determine which is real, the inner pang or the outward seeming. In time all huge London came to seem unreal save the poverty in its East End. During the following 2 years on the Continent, while I was irresistibly drawn to the poorer quarters of each city, nothing among the beggars of South Italy, nor among the salt miners of Austria, carried with it the same conviction of human wretchedness which was conveyed by this momentary glimpse of an East London street. It was of course a most fragmentary and lurid view of the poverty of East London, and quite unfair. I should have been shown either less or more, for I went away with no notion of the hundreds of men and women who had gallantly identified their fortunes with these empty-handed people, and who in church and chapel, relief works and charities, were at least making an effort towards its mitigation. Our visit was made in November 1883, the very year when the Pall Mall Gazette exposure started the bitter cry of outcast London, and the conscience of England was stirred as never before over this joyless city in the East End of its capital. Even then vigorous and drastic plans were being discussed, and a splendid programme of municipal reforms was already dimly outlined. Of all these, however, I had heard nothing but the vaguest rumour. No comfort came to me then from any source, and the painful impression was increased because at the very moment of looking down the East London street from the top of the omnibus, I had been sharply and painfully reminded of the vision of sudden death which had confronted De Quincey one summer's night as he was being driven through rural England on a high mail-coach. 2 absorbed lovers suddenly appear between the narrow blossoming hedgerows, in the direct path of the huge vehicle which is sure to crush them to their death. De Quincey tries to send them a warning shout, but finds himself unable to make a sound, because his mind is hopelessly entangled in an endeavour to recall the exact lines from the Iliad which describe the great cry with which Achilles alarmed all Asia militant. Only after his memory responds is his will released from its momentary paralysis, and he rides on through the fragrant night with the horror of the escaped calamity thick upon him, but he also bears with him the consciousness that he had given himself over so many years to classic learning, that when suddenly called upon for a quick decision in the world of life and death, he had been able to act only through a literary suggestion. This is what we were all doing, lumbering our minds with literature that only served to cloud the really vital situation spread before our eyes. It seemed to me too preposterous that in my first view of the horror of East London I should have recalled De Quincey's literary description of the literary suggestion which had once paralyzed him. In my disgust it all appeared a hateful vicious circle which even the apostles of culture themselves admitted, for had not one of the greatest among the moderns plainly said that conduct and not culture is 3/4 of human life? For 2 years in the midst of my distress over the poverty which, thus suddenly driven into my consciousness, had become to me the Weltschmerz, there was mingled a sense of futility, of misdirected energy, the belief that the pursuit of cultivation would not in the end bring either solace or relief. I gradually reached a conviction that the first generation of college women had taken their learning too quickly, had departed too suddenly from the active emotional life led by their grandmothers and great-grandmothers, that the contemporary education of young women had developed too exclusively the power of acquiring knowledge and of merely receiving impressions, that somewhere in the process of being educated they had lost that simple and almost automatic response to the human appeal, that old healthful reaction resulting in activity from the mere presence of suffering or of helplessness, that they are so sheltered and pampered they have no chance even to make the great refusal. In the German and French pensions, which 25 years ago were crowded with American mothers and their daughters who had crossed the seas in search of culture, one often found the mother making real connection with the life about her, using her inadequate German with great fluency, gaily measuring the enormous sheets or exchanging recipes with the German Hausfrau, visiting impartially the nearest kindergarten and market, making an atmosphere of her own, hearty and genuine as far as it went, in the house and on the street. On the other hand, her daughter was critical and uncertain of her linguistic acquirements, and only at ease when in the familiar receptive attitude afforded by the art gallery and opera house. In the latter she was swayed and moved, appreciative of the power and charm of the music, intelligent as to the legend and poetry of the plot, finding use for her trained and developed powers as she sat being cultivated in the familiar atmosphere of the classroom, which had, as it were, become sublimated and romanticized. I remember a happy, busy mother, who, complacent with the knowledge that her daughter daily devoted 4 hours to her music, looked up from her knitting to say, "If I had had your opportunities when I was young, my dear, I should have been a very happy girl. I always had musical talent, but such training as I had, foolish little songs and waltzes, and not time for half an hour's practice a day." The mother did not dream of the sting her words left, and that the sensitive girl appreciated only too well that her opportunities were fine and unusual, but she also knew that in spite of some facility and much good teaching, she had no genuine talent and never would fulfill the expectations of her friends. She looked back upon her mother's girlhood with positive envy because it was so full of happy industry and extenuating obstacles, with undisturbed opportunity to believe that her talents were unusual. The girl looked wistfully at her mother, but had not the courage to cry out what was in her heart. "I might believe I had unusual talent if I did not know what good music was. I might enjoy half an hour's practice a day if I were busy and happy the rest of the time. You do not know what life means when all the difficulties are removed. I am simply smothered and sickened with advantages. It is like eating a sweet dessert the first thing in the morning." This, then, was the difficulty, this sweet dessert in the morning, and the assumption that the sheltered, educated girl has nothing to do with the bitter poverty and the social maladjustment which is all about her, and which, after all, cannot be concealed, for it breaks through poetry and literature in a burning tide which overwhelms her. It peers at her in the form of heavy-laden market-women and underpaid street-labourers, gibing her with a sense of her uselessness. I recall one snowy morning in Saxe-Coburg, looking from the window of our little hotel upon the town square, that we saw crossing and recrossing it a single file of women with semicircular, heavy wooden tanks fastened upon their backs. They were carrying in this primitive fashion to a remote cooling-room these tanks filled with a hot brew, incident to one stage of beer-making. The women were bent forward, not only under the weight which they were bearing, but because the tanks were so high that it would have been impossible for them to have lifted their heads. Their faces and hands, reddened in the cold morning air, showed clearly the white scars where they had previously been scalded by the hot stuff which splashed if they stumbled ever so little on their way. Stung into action by one of those sudden indignations against cruel conditions which at times fill the young with unexpected energy, I found myself across the square, in company with mine host, interviewing the phlegmatic owner of the brewery, who received us with exasperating indifference, or rather received me, for the innkeeper mysteriously slunk away as soon as the great magnate of the town began to speak. I went back to a breakfast for which I had lost my appetite, as I had for Gray's Life of Prince Albert and his wonderful tutor, Baron Stockmar, which I had been reading late the night before. The book had lost its fascination. How could a good man, feeling so keenly his obligation to make princely the mind of his prince, ignore such conditions of life for the multitude of humble hard-working folk? We were spending 2 months in Dresden that winter, given over to much reading of the history of art, and after such an experience I would invariably suffer a moral revulsion against this feverish search after culture. It was doubtless in such moods that I founded my admiration for Albrecht Dürer, taking his wonderful pictures, however, in the most unorthodox manner, merely as human documents. I was chiefly appealed to by his unwillingness to lend himself to a smooth and cultivated view of life, by his determination to record its frustrations, and even the hideous forms which darken the day for our human imagination, and to ignore no human complications. I believed that his canvases intimated the coming religious and social changes of the Reformation and the Peasants' Wars, that they were surcharged with pity for the downtrodden, that his sad knights, gravely standing guard, were longing to avert that shedding of blood which is sure to occur when men forget how complicated life is and insist upon reducing it to logical dogmas. The largest sum of money that I ever ventured to spend in Europe was for an engraving of his Saint Hubert, the background of which was said to be from an original Dürer plate. There is little doubt, I am afraid, that the background as well as the figures were put in at a later date, but the purchase at least registered the high-water mark of my enthusiasm. The wonder and beauty of Italy later brought healing and some relief to the paralyzing sense of the futility of all artistic and intellectual effort when disconnected from the ultimate test of the conduct it inspired. The serene and soothing touch of history also aroused old enthusiasms, although some of their manifestations were such as one smiles over more easily in retrospection than at the moment. I fancy that it was no smiling matter to several people in our party, whom I induced to walk for 3 miles in the hot sunshine beating down upon the Roman Campagna, that we might enter the Eternal City on foot through the Porta del Popolo, as pilgrims had done for centuries. To be sure, we had really entered Rome the night before, but the railroad station and the hotel might have been anywhere else, and we had been driven beyond the walls after breakfast and stranded at the very spot where the pilgrims always said "Ecco Roma," as they caught the first glimpse of St. Peter's dome. This melodramatic entrance into Rome, or rather pretended entrance, was the prelude to days of enchantment, and I returned to Europe 2 years later in order to spend a winter there, and to carry out a great desire to systematically study the catacombs. In spite of my distrust of advantages, I was apparently not yet so cured but that I wanted more of them. The 2 years which elapsed before I again found myself in Europe brought their inevitable changes. Family arrangements had so come about that I had spent 3 or 4 months of each of the intervening winters in Baltimore, where I seemed to have reached the nadir of my nervous depression and sense of maladjustment, in spite of my interest in the fascinating lectures given there by Lanciani of Rome, and a definite course of reading under the guidance of a Johns Hopkins lecturer upon the United Italy movement. In the latter I naturally encountered the influence of Mazzini, which was a source of great comfort to me, although perhaps I went too suddenly from a contemplation of his wonderful ethical and philosophical appeal to the working men of Italy, directly to the lecture rooms at Johns Hopkins University, for I was certainly much disillusioned at this time as to the effect of intellectual pursuits upon moral development. The summers were spent in the old home in northern Illinois, and one Sunday morning I received the rite of baptism and became a member of the Presbyterian church in the village. At this time there was certainly no outside pressure pushing me toward such a decision, and at 25 one does not ordinarily take such a step from a mere desire to conform. While I was not conscious of any emotional conversion, I took upon myself the outward expression of the religious life with all humility and sincerity. It was doubtless true that I was weary of myself and sick of asking what I am and what I ought to be, and that various cherished safeguards and claims to self-dependence had been broken into by my many piteous failures. But certainly I had been brought to the conclusion that sincerely to give up one's conceit or hope of being good in one's own right is the only door to the universe's deeper reaches. Perhaps the young clergyman recognized this as the test of the Christian temper. At any rate he required little assent to dogma or miracle, and assured me that while both the ministry and the officers of his church were obliged to subscribe to doctrines of well-known severity, the faith required to the laity was almost early Christian in its simplicity. I was conscious of no change from my childish acceptance of the teachings of the Gospels, but at this moment something persuasive within me made me long for an outward symbol of fellowship, some bond of peace, some blessed spot where unity of spirit might claim right of way over all differences. There was also growing within me an almost passionate devotion to the ideals of democracy, and when in all history had these ideals been so thrillingly expressed as when the faith of the fisherman and the slave had been boldly opposed to the accepted moral belief that the well-being of a privileged few might justly be built upon the ignorance and sacrifice of the many? Who was I, with my dreams of universal fellowship, that I did not identify myself with the institutional statement of this belief, as it stood in the little village in which I was born, and without which testimony in each remote hamlet of Christendom it would be so easy for the world to slip back into the doctrines of selection and aristocracy. In one of the intervening summers between these European journeys, I visited a western state where I had formerly invested a sum of money in mortgages. I was much horrified by the wretched conditions among the farmers, which had resulted from a long period of drought, and one forlorn picture was fairly burned into my mind. A number of starved hogs, collateral for a promissory note, were huddled into an open pen. Their backs were humped in a curious camel-like fashion, and they were devouring one of their own number, the latest victim of absolute starvation, or possibly merely the one least able to defend himself against their voracious hunger. The farmer's wife looked on indifferently, a picture of despair as she stood in the door of the bare, crude house, and the two children behind her, whom she vainly tried to keep out of sight, continually thrust forward their faces almost covered by masses of coarse sunburnt hair, and their little bare feet so black, so hard, the great cracks so filled with dust that they looked like flattened hoofs. The children could not be compared to anything so joyous as satyrs, although they appeared but half human. It seemed to me quite impossible to receive interest from mortgages placed upon farms which might at any season be reduced to such conditions, and with great inconvenience to my agent, and doubtless with hardship to the farmers, as speedily as possible I withdrew all my investment. But something had to be done with the money, and in my reaction against unseen horrors I bought a farm near my native village and also a flock of innocent-looking sheep. My partner in the enterprise had not chosen the shepherd's lot as a permanent occupation, but hoped to speedily finish his college course upon half the proceeds of our venture. This pastoral enterprise still seems to me to have been essentially sound, both economically and morally, but perhaps one partner depended too much upon the impeccability of her motives, and the other found himself too preoccupied with study to know that it is not a real kindness to bed a sheepfold with straw, for certainly the venture ended in a spectacle scarcely less harrowing than the memory it was designed to obliterate. At least the sight of 200 sheep with 4 rotting hooves each was not reassuring to one whose conscience craved economic peace. A fortunate series of sales of mutton, wool, and farm enabled the partners to end the enterprise without loss, and they passed on, one to college and the other to Europe, if not wiser, certainly sadder for the experience. It was during this second journey to Europe that I attended a meeting of the London match girls who were on strike, and who met daily under the leadership of well-known labour men of London. The low wages that were reported at the meetings, the phossy jaw which was described and occasionally exhibited, the appearance of the girls themselves I did not, curiously enough, in any wise connect with what was called the labour movement, nor did I understand the efforts of the London trades unionists, concerning whom I held the vaguest notions. But of course this impression of human misery was added to the others which were already making me so wretched. I think that up to this time I was still filled with the sense which Wells describes in one of his young characters, that somewhere in church or state are a body of authoritative people who will put things to rights as soon as they really know what is wrong. Such a young person persistently believes that behind all suffering, behind sin and want, must lie redeeming magnanimity. He may imagine the world to be tragic and terrible, but it never for an instant occurs to him that it may be contemptible or squalid or self-seeking. Apparently I looked upon the efforts of the trades unionists as I did upon those of Frederick Harrison and the Positivists, whom I heard the next Sunday in Newton Hall, as a manifestation of loyalty to humanity and an attempt to aid in its progress. I was enormously interested in the Positivists during those European years. I imagined that their philosophical conception of man's religious development might include all expressions of that for which so many ages of man have struggled and aspired. I vaguely hoped for this universal comity when I stood in Stonehenge, or on the Acropolis in Athens, or in the Sistine Chapel in the Vatican. But never did I so desire it as in the cathedrals of Winchester, Notre Dame, Amiens. One winter's day I travelled from Munich to Ulm, because I imagined from what the art books said that the cathedral hoarded a medieval statement of the Positivists' final synthesis, prefiguring their conception of a supreme humanity. In this I was not altogether disappointed. The religious history carved on the choir stalls at Ulm contained Greek philosophers as well as Hebrew prophets, and among the disciples and saints stood the discoverer of music and a builder of pagan temples. Even then I was startled, forgetting for the moment the religious revolutions of South Germany, to catch sight of a window showing Luther as he affixed his thesis on the door at Wittenberg, the picture shining clear in the midst of the older glass of saint and symbol. My smug notebook states that all this was an admission that the saints but embodied fine action, and it proceeds at some length to set forth my hope for a cathedral of humanity, which should be capacious enough to house a fellowship of common purpose, and which should be beautiful enough to persuade men to hold fast to the vision of human solidarity. It is quite impossible for me to reproduce this experience at Ulm unless I quote pages more from the notebook in which I seem to have written half the night, in a fever of composition cast in ill-digested phrases from Comte. It doubtless reflected also something of the faith of the old Catholics, a charming group of whom I had recently met in Stuttgart, and the same mood is easily traced in my early hopes for the settlement, that it should unite in the fellowship of the deed those of widely differing religious beliefs. The beginning of 1887 found our little party of 3 in very picturesque lodgings in Rome, and settled into a certain student's routine. But my study of the catacombs was brought to an abrupt end in a fortnight by a severe attack of sciatic rheumatism, which kept me in Rome with a trained nurse during many weeks, and later sent me to the Riviera to lead an invalid's life once more. Although my catacomb lore thus remained hopelessly superficial, it seemed to me a sufficient basis for a course of 6 lectures, which I timidly offered to a deaconess's training school during my first winter in Chicago, upon the simple ground that this early interpretation of Christianity is the one which should be presented to the poor, urging that the primitive church was composed of the poor, and that it was they who took the wonderful news to the more prosperous Romans. The open-minded head of the school gladly accepted the lectures, arranging that the course should be given each spring to her graduating class of home and foreign missionaries, and at the end of the 3rd year she invited me to become one of the trustees of the school. I accepted, and attended one meeting of the board, but never another, because some of the older members objected to my membership on the ground that no religious instruction was given at Hull House. I remember my sympathy for the embarrassment in which the head of the school was placed, but if I needed comfort, a bit of it came to me on my way home from the trustees' meeting, when an Italian labourer paid my street-car fare, according to the custom of our simpler neighbours. Upon my inquiry of the conductor as to whom I was indebted for the little courtesy, he replied roughly enough, "I cannot tell one dago from another when they are in a gang, but sure any one of 'em would do it for you as quick as they would for the sisters." It is hard to tell just when the very simple plan which afterward developed into the settlement began to form itself in my mind. It may have been even before I went to Europe for the second time, but I gradually became convinced that it would be a good thing to rent a house in a part of the city where many primitive and actual needs are found, in which young women who had been given over too exclusively to study might restore a balance of activity along traditional lines and learn of life from life itself, where they might try out some of the things they had been taught and put truth to the ultimate test of the conduct it dictates or inspires. I do not remember to have mentioned this plan to anyone until we reached Madrid in April 1888. We had been to see a bullfight rendered in the most magnificent Spanish style, where greatly to my surprise and horror I found that I had seen, with comparative indifference, 5 bulls and many more horses killed. The sense that this was the last survival of all the glories of the amphitheatre, the illusion that the riders on the caparisoned horses might have been knights of a tournament, or the matador a slightly armed gladiator facing his martyrdom, and all the rest of the obscure yet vivid associations of an historic survival, had carried me beyond the endurance of any of the rest of the party. I finally met them in the foyer, stern and pale with disapproval of my brutal endurance, but partially recovered from the faintness and disgust which the spectacle itself had produced upon them. I had no defence to offer to their reproaches, save that I had not thought much about the bloodshed, but in the evening the natural and inevitable reaction came, and in deep chagrin I felt myself tried and condemned, not only by this disgusting experience, but by the entire moral situation which it revealed. It was suddenly made quite clear to me that I was lulling my conscience by a dreamer's scheme, that a mere paper reform had become a defence for continued idleness, and that I was making it a raison d'être for going on indefinitely with study and travel. It is easy to become the dupe of a deferred purpose, of the promise the future can never keep, and I had fallen into the meanest type of self-deception in making myself believe that all this was in preparation for great things to come. Nothing less than the moral reaction following the experience at a bullfight had been able to reveal to me that so far from following in the wake of a chariot of philanthropic fire, I had been tied to the tail of the veriest ox-cart of self-seeking. I had made up my mind that next day, whatever happened, I would begin to carry out the plan, if only by talking about it. I can well recall the stumbling and uncertainty with which I finally set it forth to Miss Starr, my old-time school-friend, who was one of our party. I even dared to hope that she might join in carrying out the plan, but nevertheless I told it in the fear of that disheartening experience which is so apt to afflict our most cherished plans when they are at last divulged, when we suddenly feel that there is nothing there to talk about, and as the golden dream slips through our fingers, we are left to wonder at our own fatuous belief. But gradually the comfort of Miss Starr's companionship, the vigour and enthusiasm which she brought to bear upon it, told both in the growth of the plan and upon the sense of its validity, so that by the time we had reached the enchantment of the Alhambra, the scheme had become convincing and tangible, although still most hazy in detail. A month later we parted in Paris, Miss Starr to go back to Italy, and I to journey on to London to secure as many suggestions as possible from those wonderful places of which we had heard, Toynbee Hall and the People's Palace, so that it finally came about that in June 1888, 5 years after my first visit in East London, I found myself at Toynbee Hall, equipped not only with a letter of introduction from Canon Fremantle, but with high expectations and a certain belief that whatever perplexities and discouragements concerning the life of the poor were in store for me, I should at least know something at first hand, and have the solace of daily activity. I had confidence that although life itself might contain many difficulties, the period of mere passive receptivity had come to an end, and I had at last finished with the everlasting preparation for life, however ill-prepared I might be. It was not until years afterwards that I came upon Tolstoy's phrase, the snare of preparation, which he insists be spread before the feet of young people, hopelessly entangling them in a curious inactivity at the very period of life when they are longing to construct the world anew and to conform it to their own ideals. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of 20 Years at Hull House. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. 20 Years at Hull House by Jane Addams. Chapter 5. First Days at Hull House. The next January found Miss Starr and myself in Chicago, searching for a neighborhood in which we might put our plans into execution. In our eagerness to win friends for the new undertaking, we utilized every opportunity to set forth the meaning of the settlement as it had been embodied at Toynbee Hall, although in those days we made no appeal for money, meaning to start with our own slender resources. From the very first the plan received courteous attention, and the discussion, while often sceptical, was always friendly. Professor Swing wrote a commendatory column in the Evening Journal, and our early speeches were reported quite out of proportion to their worth. I recall a spirited evening at the home of Mrs. Wilmarth, which was attended by that renowned scholar Thomas Davidson, and by a young Englishman who was a member of the then new Fabian Society, and to whom a peculiar glamour was attached because he had scoured knives all summer in a camp of high-minded philosophers in the Adirondacks. Our new little plan met with criticism, not to say disapproval, from Mr. Davidson, who, as nearly as I can remember, called it one of those unnatural attempts to understand life through cooperative living. It was in vain we asserted that the collective living was not an essential part of the plan, that we would always scrupulously pay our own expenses, and that at any moment we might decide to scatter through the neighborhood and to live in separate tenements. He still contended that the fascination for most of those volunteering residents would lie in the collective living aspect of the settlement. His contention was, of course, essentially sound. There is a constant tendency for the residents to lose themselves in the cave of their own companionship, as the Toynbee Hall phrase goes, but on the other hand, it is doubtless true that the very companionship, the give and take of colleagues, is what tends to keep the settlement normal and in touch with the world of things as they are. I am happy to say that we never resented this nor any other difference of opinion, and that 15 years later Professor Davidson handsomely acknowledged that the advantages of a group far outweighed the weaknesses he had early pointed out. He was at that later moment sharing with a group of young men on the East Side of New York his ripest conclusions in philosophy, and was much touched by their intelligent interest and absorbed devotion. I think that time has also justified our early contention that the mere foothold of a house, easily accessible, ample in space, hospitable and tolerant in spirit, situated in the midst of the large foreign colonies which so easily isolate themselves in American cities, would be in itself a serviceable thing for Chicago. I am not so sure that we succeeded in our endeavours to make social intercourse express the growing sense of the economic unity of society and to add the social function to democracy. But Hull House was soberly opened on the theory that the dependence of classes on each other is reciprocal, and that, as the social relation is essentially a reciprocal relation, it gives a form of expression that has peculiar value. In our search for a vicinity in which to settle, we went about with the officers of the compulsory education department, with city missionaries, and with the newspaper reporters, whom I recall as a much older set of men than one ordinarily associates with that profession. Or perhaps I was only sent out with the older ones on what they must all have considered a quixotic mission. One Sunday afternoon in the late winter, a reporter took me to visit a so-called anarchist Sunday school, several of which were to be found on the northwest side of the city. The young man in charge was of the German student type, and his face flushed with enthusiasm as he led the children singing one of Körner's poems. The newspaper man, who did not understand German, asked me what abominable stuff they were singing, but he seemed dissatisfied with my translation of the simple words, and darkly intimated that they were deep ones, and had probably fooled me. When I replied that Körner was an ardent German poet whose songs inspired his countrymen to resist the aggressions of Napoleon, and that his bound poems were found in the most respectable libraries, he looked at me rather askance, and I then and there had my first intimation that to treat a Chicago man, who is called an anarchist, as you would treat any other citizen, is to lay yourself open to deep suspicion. Another Sunday afternoon in the early spring, on the way to a Bohemian mission in the carriage of one of its founders, we passed a fine old house standing well back from the street, surrounded on three sides by a broad piazza, which was supported by wooden pillars of exceptionally pure Corinthian design and proportion. I was so attracted by the house that I set forth to visit it the very next day, but though I searched for it then and for several days after, I could not find it, and at length I most reluctantly gave up the search. 3 weeks later, with the advice of several of the oldest residents of Chicago, including the ex-mayor of the city, Colonel Mason, who had from the first been a warm friend to our plans, we decided upon a location somewhere near the junction of Blue Island Avenue, Halsted Street, and Harrison Street. I was surprised and overjoyed on the very first day of our search for quarters to come upon the hospitable old house, the quest for which I had so recently abandoned. The house was of course rented, the lower part of it used for offices and store-rooms, in connection with a factory that stood back of it. However, after some difficulties were overcome, it proved to be possible to sublet the second floor, and what had been a large drawing-room on the first floor. The house had passed through many changes since it had been built in 1856 for the homestead of one of Chicago's pioneer citizens, Mr. Charles J. Hull, and though battered by its vicissitudes, was essentially sound. Before it had been occupied by the factory, it had sheltered a second-hand furniture store, and at one time the Little Sisters of the Poor had used it for a home for the aged. It had a half-skeptical reputation for a haunted attic, so far respected by the tenants living on the second floor that they always kept a large pitcher full of water on the attic stairs. Their explanation of this custom was so incoherent that I was sure it was a survival of the beliefs that a ghost could not cross running water, but perhaps that interpretation was only my eagerness for finding folklore. The fine old house responded kindly to repairs, its wide hall and open fireplace always ensuring it a gracious aspect. Its generous owner, Miss Helen Culver, in the following spring gave us a free leasehold of the entire house. Her kindness has continued through the years until the group of 13 buildings, which at present comprises our equipment, is built largely upon land which Miss Culver has put at the service of the settlement which bears Mr. Hull's name. In those days the house stood between an undertaking establishment and a saloon. Night, Death, and the Devil, the three were called by a Chicago wit, and yet any mock heroics which might be implied by the comparing of a settlement to a knight quickly dropped away under the genuine kindness and hearty welcome extended to us by the families living up and down the street. We furnished the house as we would have furnished it were it in another part of the city, with the photographs and other impedimenta we had collected in Europe, and with a few bits of family mahogany. While all the new furniture which was bought was enduring in quality, we were careful to keep it in character with the fine old residence. Probably no young matron ever placed her own things in her own house with more pleasure than that with which we first furnished Hull House. We believed that the settlement may logically bring to its aid all those adjuncts which the cultivated man regards as good and suggestive of the best of the life of the past. On the 18th of September, 1889, Miss Starr and I moved into it, with Miss Mary Kaiser, who began performing the housework, but who quickly developed into a very important factor in the life of the vicinity as well as that of the household, and whose death 5 years later was most sincerely mourned by hundreds of our neighbors. In our enthusiasm over settling, the first night we forgot not only to lock but to close a side door opening on Polk Street, and we were much pleased in the morning to find that we possessed a fine illustration of the honesty and kindliness of our new neighbors. Our first guest was an interesting young woman who lived in a neighboring tenement, whose widowed mother aided her in the support of the family by scrubbing a downtown theater every night. The mother, of English birth, was well bred and carefully educated, but was in the midst of that bitter struggle which awaits so many strangers in American cities, who find that their social position tends to be measured solely by the standards of living they are able to maintain. Our guest has long since married the struggling young lawyer to whom she was then engaged, and he is now leading his profession in an Eastern city. She recalls that month's experience always with a sense of amusement over the fact that the succession of visitors who came to see the new settlement invariably questioned her most minutely concerning "these people," without once suspecting that they were talking to one who had been identified with the neighborhood from childhood. I at least was able to draw a lesson from the incident, and I never addressed a Chicago audience on the subject of the settlement in its vicinity without inviting a neighbor to go with me, that I might curb any hasty generalization by the consciousness that I had an auditor who knew the conditions more intimately than I could hope to do. Halsted Street has grown so familiar during 20 years of residence that it is difficult to recall its gradual changes, the withdrawal of the more prosperous Irish and Germans, and the slow substitution of Russian Jews, Italians, and Greeks. A description of the street such as I gave in those early addresses still stands in my mind as sympathetic and correct. Halsted Street is 32 miles long, and one of the great thoroughfares of Chicago. Polk Street crosses it midway between the stockyards to the south and the shipbuilding yards on the north branch of the Chicago River. For the 6 miles between these two industries the street is lined with shops of butchers and grocers, with dingy and gorgeous saloons, and pretentious establishments for the sale of ready-made clothing. Polk Street, running west from Halsted Street, grows rapidly more prosperous. Running a mile east to State Street, it grows steadily worse, and crosses a network of vice on the corners of Clark Street and Fifth Avenue. Hull House once stood in the suburbs, but the city has steadily grown up around it, and its site now has corners on 3 or 4 foreign colonies. Between Halsted Street and the river live about 10,000 Italians, Neapolitans, Sicilians, and Calabrians, with an occasional Lombard or Venetian. To the south, on 12th Street, are many Germans, and side streets are given over almost entirely to Polish and Russian Jews. Still farther south, these Jewish colonies merge into a huge Bohemian colony, so vast that Chicago ranks as the 3rd Bohemian city in the world. To the northwest are many Canadian French, clannish in spite of their long residence in America, and to the north are Irish and first-generation Americans. On the streets directly west and farther north are well-to-do English-speaking families, many of whom own their own houses and have lived in the neighborhood for years. One man is still living in his old farmhouse. The policy of the public authorities of never taking an initiative, and always waiting to be urged to do their duty, is obviously fatal in a neighborhood where there is little initiative among the citizens. The idea underlying our self-government breaks down in such a ward. The streets are inexpressibly dirty, the number of schools inadequate, sanitary legislation unenforced, the street lighting bad, the paving miserable and altogether lacking in the alleys and smaller streets, and the stables foul beyond description. Hundreds of houses are unconnected with the street sewer. The older and richer inhabitants seem anxious to move away as rapidly as they can afford it. They make room for newly arrived immigrants who are densely ignorant of civic duties. This substitution of the older inhabitants is accomplished industrially also, in the south and east quarters of the ward. The Jews and Italians do the finishing for the great clothing manufacturers, formerly done by Americans, Irish, and Germans, who refuse to submit to the extremely low prices to which the sweating system has reduced their successors. As the design of the sweating system is the elimination of rent from the manufacture of clothing, the outside work is begun after the clothing leaves the cutter.
An unscrupulous contractor regards no basement as too dark, no stable loft too foul, no rear shanty too provisional, no tenement room too small for his workroom, as these conditions imply low rental. Hence these shops abound in the worst of the foreign districts where the sweater easily finds his cheap basement and his home finishers. The houses of the ward, for the most part wooden, were originally built for one family and are now occupied by several. They are after the type of the inconvenient frame cottages found in the poor suburbs 20 years ago. Many of them were built where they now stand, others were brought thither on rollers, because their previous sites had been taken by factories. The fewer brick tenement buildings, which are 3 or 4 stories high, are comparatively new, and there are few large tenements. The little wooden houses have a temporary aspect, and for this reason, perhaps, the tenement house legislation in Chicago is totally inadequate. Rear tenements flourish. Many houses have no water supply save the faucet in the back yard. There are no fire escapes. The garbage and ashes are placed in wooden boxes, which are fastened to the street pavements. One of the most discouraging features about the present system of tenement houses is that many are owned by sordid and ignorant immigrants. The theory that wealth brings responsibility, that possession entails at length education and refinement, in these cases fails utterly. The children of an Italian immigrant owner may shine shoes in the street, and his wife may pick rags from the street gutter, laboriously sorting them in a dingy court. Wealth may do something for her self-complacency and feeling of consequence; it certainly does nothing for her comfort or her children's improvement, nor for the cleanliness of anyone concerned. Another thing that prevents better houses in Chicago is the tentative attitude of the real estate men. Many unsavory conditions are allowed to continue which would be regarded with horror if they were considered permanent. Meanwhile, the wretched conditions persist until at least 2 generations of children have been born and reared in them. In every neighborhood where poor people live, because rents are supposed to be cheaper there, is an element which, although uncertain in the individual, in the aggregate can be counted upon. It is composed of people of former education and opportunity who have cherished ambitions and prospects, but who are caricatures of what they meant to be, hollow ghosts which blame the living men. There are times in many lives when there is a cessation of energy and loss of power. Men and women of education and refinement come to live in a cheaper neighborhood because they lack the ability to make money, because of ill health, because of an unfortunate marriage, or for other reasons which do not imply criminality or stupidity. Among them are those who, in spite of untoward circumstances, keep up some sort of an intellectual life, those who are "great for books," as their neighbors say. To such the settlement may be a genuine refuge. In the very first weeks of our residence, Miss Starr started a reading party in George Eliot's Romola, which was attended by a group of young women who followed the wonderful tale with unflagging interest. The weekly reading was held in our little upstairs dining room, and 2 members of the club came to dinner each week, not only that they might be received as guests, but that they might help us wash the dishes afterwards, and so make the table ready for the stacks of Florentine photographs. Our first resident, as she gaily designated herself, was a charming old lady who gave 5 consecutive readings from Hawthorne to a most appreciative audience, interspersing the magic tales most delightfully with recollections of the elusive and fascinating author. Years before she had lived at Brook Farm as a pupil of the Ripleys, and she came to us for 10 days because she wished to live once more in an atmosphere where idealism ran high. We thus early found the type of class which through all the years has remained most popular, a combination of a social atmosphere with serious study. Volunteers to the new undertaking came quickly. A charming young girl conducted a kindergarten in the drawing-room, coming regularly every morning from her home in a distant part of the north side of the city. Although a tablet to her memory has stood upon a mantel-shelf in Hull House for 5 years, we still associate her most vividly with the play of little children, first in her kindergarten, and then in her own nursery, which furnished a veritable illustration of Victor Hugo's definition of heaven, a place where parents are always young and children always little. Her daily presence for the first 2 years made it quite impossible for us to become too solemn and self-conscious in our strenuous routine, for her mirth and buoyancy were irresistible, and her eager desire to share the life of the neighborhood never failed, although it was often put to a severe test. One day at luncheon she gaily recited her futile attempt to impress temperance principles upon the mind of an Italian mother, to whom she had returned a small daughter of 5 sent to the kindergarten, in quite a horrid state of intoxication, from the wine-soaked bread upon which she had breakfasted. The mother, with the gentle courtesy of a South Italian, listened politely to her graphic portrayal of the untimely end awaited so immature a wine-bibber, but long before the lecture was finished, quite unconscious of the incongruity, she hospitably set forth her best wines, and when her baffled guest refused one after the other, she disappeared, only to quickly return with a small dark glass of whiskey, saying reassuringly, "See, I have brought you the true American drink." The recital ended in serio-comic despair, with the rueful statement that "the impression I probably made on her darkened mind was, that it was the American custom to breakfast children on bread soaked in whiskey instead of light Italian wine." That first kindergarten was a constant source of education to us. We were much surprised to find social distinctions even among its lambs, although greatly amused with the neat formulation made by the superior little Italian boy who refused to sit beside uncouth little Angelina because "we eat our macaroni this way," imitating the movement of a fork from a plate to his mouth, "and she eat her macaroni this way," holding his hand high in the air and throwing back his head that his wide-open mouth might receive an imaginary cascade. Angelina gravely nodded her little head in approval of this distinction between gentry and peasant. "But isn't it astonishing that merely table manners are made such a test all the way along?" was the comment of their democratic teacher. Another memory which refuses to be associated with death, which came to her all too soon, is that of the young girl who organized our first really successful club of boys, holding their fascinated interest by the old chivalric tales, set forth so dramatically and vividly that checkers and jackstraws were abandoned by all the other clubs on Boys' Day, that their members might form a listening fringe to "the young heroes." I met a member of the latter club one day as he flung himself out of the house in the rage by which an emotional boy hopes to keep from shedding tears. "There is no use coming here any more. Prince Roland is dead," he gruffly explained as we passed. We encouraged the younger boys in tournaments and dramatics of all sorts, and we somewhat fatuously believed that boys who were early interested in adventurers or explorers might later want to know the lives of living statesmen and inventors. It is needless to add that the boys quickly responded to such a programme, and that the only difficulty lay in finding leaders who were able to carry it out. This difficulty has been with us through all the years of growth and development in boys' clubs, until now, with its 5-story building, its splendid equipment of shops, of recreation and study rooms. That group alone is successful which commands the services of a resourceful and devoted leader. The dozens of younger children who from the first came to Hull House were organized into groups which were not quite classes and not quite clubs. The value of these groups consisted almost entirely in arousing a higher imagination and giving the children the opportunity which they could not have had in the crowded schools, for initiative and for independent social relationships. The public schools then contained little handwork of any sort, so that naturally any instruction which we provided for the children took the direction of this supplementary work. But it required a constant effort that the pressure of poverty itself should not defeat the educational aim. The Italian girls in the sewing classes would count the day lost when they could not carry home a garment, and the insistence that it should be neatly made seemed a super-refinement to those in dire need of clothing. As these clubs have been continued during the 20 years, they have developed classes in the many forms of handicraft which the newer education is so rapidly adapting for the delight of children, but they still keep their essentially social character, and still minister to that large number of children who leave school the very week they are 14 years old, only too eager to close the schoolroom door forever on a tiresome task that is at last well over. It seems to us important that these children shall find themselves permanently attached to a house that offers them evening clubs and classes with their old companions, that merges as easily as possible the school life into the working life, and does what it can to find places for the bewildered young things looking for work. A large proportion of the delinquent boys brought into the juvenile court in Chicago are the oldest sons in large families whose wages are needed at home. The grades from which many of them leave school, as the records show, are piteously far from the 7th and 8th, where the very first introduction in manual training is given, nor have they been caught by any other abiding interest. In spite of these flourishing clubs for children early established at Hull House, and the fact that our first organized undertaking was a kindergarten, we were very insistent that the settlement should not be primarily for the children, and that it was absurd to suppose that grown people would not respond to opportunities for education and social life. Our enthusiastic kindergartner herself demonstrated this with an old woman of 90, who, because she was left alone all day while her daughter cooked in a restaurant, had formed such a persistent habit of picking the plaster off the walls that one landlord after another refused to have her for a tenant. It required but a few weeks' time to teach her to make large paper chains, and gradually she was content to do it all day long, and in the end took quite as much pleasure in adorning the walls as she had formerly taken in demolishing them. Fortunately, the landlord had never heard the aesthetic principle that exposure of basic construction is more desirable than gaudy decoration. In course of time it was discovered that the old woman could speak Gaelic, and when one or two grave professors came to see her, the neighbourhood was filled with pride that such a wonder lived in their midst. To mitigate life for a woman of 90 was an unfailing refutation of the statement that the settlement was designed for the young. On our first New Year's Day at Hull House we invited the older people in the vicinity, sending a carriage for the most feeble, and announcing to all of them that we were going to organize an old settlers' party. Every New Year's Day since, older people in varying numbers have come together at Hull House to relate early hardships, and to take for the moment the place in the community to which their pioneer life entitles them. Many people who were formerly residents of the vicinity, but whom prosperity has carried into more desirable neighbourhoods, come back to these meetings and often confess to each other that they have never since found such kindness as in early Chicago, when all its citizens came together in mutual enterprises. Many of these pioneers, so like the men and women of my earliest childhood that I always felt comforted by their presence in the house, were very much opposed to foreigners, whom they held responsible for a depreciation of property and a general lowering of the tone of the neighbourhood. Sometimes we had a chance for companionship. I recall one old man, fiercely American, who had reproached me because we had so many "foreign views" on our walls, to whom I endeavoured to set forth our hope that the pictures might afford a familiar island to the immigrants in a sea of new and strange impressions. The old settler guest, taken off his guard, replied, "I see. They feel as we did when we saw a Yankee notion from down east," thereby formulating the dim kinship between the pioneer and the immigrant, both buffeting the waves of a new development. The older settlers as well as their children throughout the years have given genuine help to our various enterprises for neighbourhood improvement, and from their own memories of early hardships have made many shrewd suggestions for alleviating the difficulties of that first sharp struggle with untoward conditions. In those early days we were often asked why we had come to live on Halsted Street when we could afford to live somewhere else. I remember one man who used to shake his head and say it was the strangest thing he had met in his experience, but who was finally convinced that it was not strange but natural. In time it came to seem natural to all of us that the settlement should be there. If it is natural to feed the hungry and care for the sick, it is certainly natural to give pleasure to the young, comfort to the aged, and to minister to the deep-seated craving for social intercourse that all men feel. Whoever does it is rewarded by something which, if not gratitude, is at least spontaneous and vital, and lacks that irksome sense of obligation with which a substantial benefit is all too often acknowledged. In addition to the neighbours who responded to the receptions and classes, we found those who were too battered and oppressed to care for them. To these, however, was left that susceptibility to the bare offices of humanity which raises such offices into a bond of fellowship. From the first it seemed understood that we were ready to perform the humblest neighbourhood services. We were asked to wash the newborn babies, and to prepare the dead for burial, to nurse the sick, and to mind the children. Occasionally these neighbourly offices unexpectedly uncovered ugly human traits. For 6 weeks after an operation we kept in one of our 3 bedrooms a forlorn little baby, who, because he was born with a cleft palate, was most unwelcome even to his mother, and we were horrified when he died of neglect a week after he was returned to his home. A little Italian bride of 15 sought shelter with us one November evening to escape her husband who had beaten her every night for a week when he returned home from work, because she had lost her wedding ring. 2 of us officiated quite alone at the birth of an illegitimate child because the doctor was late in arriving, and none of the honest Irish matrons would "touch the likes of her." We ministered at the death-bed of a young man who, during a long illness of tuberculosis, had received so many bottles of whiskey through the mistaken kindness of his friends that the cumulative effect produced wild periods of exaltation, in one of which he died. We were also early impressed with the curious isolation of many of the immigrants, An Italian woman once expressed her pleasure in the red roses that she saw at one of our receptions, in surprise that they had been brought so fresh all the way from Italy. She would not believe for an instant that they had been grown in America. She said that she had lived in Chicago for 6 years and had never seen any roses, whereas in Italy she had seen them every summer in great profusion. During all that time, of course, the woman had lived within 10 blocks of a florist's window. She had not been more than a 5-cent car ride away from the public parks, but she had never dreamed of faring forth for herself, and no one had taken her. Her conception of America had been the untidy street in which she lived, and had made her long struggle to adapt herself to American ways. But in spite of some untoward experiences, we were constantly impressed with the uniform kindness and courtesy we received. Perhaps these first days laid the simple human foundations which are certainly essential for continuous living among the poor. First, genuine preference for residence in an industrial quarter to any other part of the city, because it is interesting and makes the human appeal. Then the second, the conviction in the words of Canon Barnett that the things that make men alike are finer and better than the things that keep them apart, and that these basic likenesses, if they are properly accentuated, easily transcend the less essential differences of race, language, creed, and tradition. Perhaps even in those first days we made a beginning toward that object which was afterwards stated in our charter: to provide a centre for higher civic and social life, to institute and maintain educational and philanthropic enterprises, and to investigate and improve the conditions in the industrial districts of Chicago. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of 20 Years at Hull House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Veronica Jenkins. 20 Years at Hull House by Jane Addams. Chapter 6. Subjective Necessity for Social Settlements. The Ethical Culture Societies held a summer school at Plymouth, Massachusetts, in 1892, to which they invited several people representing the then New Settlement movement, that they might discuss with others the general theme of philanthropy and social progress. I venture to produce here parts of a lecture I delivered in Plymouth, both because I have found it impossible to formulate with the same freshness those early motives and strivings, and because, when published with other papers given that summer, it was received by the settlement people themselves as a satisfactory statement. I remember one golden summer afternoon, during the sessions of the summer school, that several of us met on the shores of a pond in a pine wood a few miles from Plymouth to discuss our new movement. The natural leader of the group was Robert A. Woods. He had recently returned from a residence in Toynbee Hall, London, to open Andover House in Boston, and had just issued a book, English Social Movements, in which he had gathered together and focused the many forms of social endeavor preceding and contemporaneous with the English settlements. There were Miss Vida D. Scudder and Miss Helena Dudley from the College Settlement Association, Miss Julia C. Lathrop, and myself from Hull House. Some of us had numbered our years as far as 30, and we all carefully avoided the extravagance of statement which characterizes youth, and yet I doubt if anywhere on the continent that summer could have been found a group of people more genuinely interested in social development, or more sincerely convinced that they had found a clue by which the conditions in crowded cities might be understood and the agencies for social betterment developed. We were all careful to avoid saying that we had found a life work, perhaps with an instinctive dread of expending all our energy in vows of constancy, as so often happens, and yet it is interesting to note that all the people whom I have recalled as the enthusiasts at that little conference have remained attached to settlements in actual residence for longer or shorter periods each year during the 18 years that have elapsed since then, although they have also been closely identified as publicists or governmental officials with movements outside. It is as if they had discovered that the settlement was too valuable as a method, as a way of approach to the social question, to be abandoned, although they had long since discovered that it was not a social movement in itself. This, however, is anticipating the future, whereas the following paper on the subjective necessity for social settlements should have a chance to speak for itself. It is perhaps too late in the day to express regret for its stilted title. This paper is an attempt to analyze the motives which underlie a movement based not only upon conviction, but upon genuine emotion, wherever educated young people are seeking an outlet for that sentiment for universal brotherhood which the best spirit of our times is forcing from an emotion into a motive. These young people accomplish little toward the solution of this social problem and bear the brunt of being cultivated into unnourished, oversensitive lives. They have been shut off from the common labor by which they live, which is a great source of moral and physical health. They feel a fatal want of harmony between their theory and their lives, a lack of coordination between thought and action. I think it is hard for us to realize how seriously many of them are taking to the notion of human brotherhood, how eagerly they long to give tangible expression to the democratic ideal. These young men and women, longing to socialize their democracy, are animated by certain hopes which may be thus loosely formulated, that if in a democratic country nothing can be permanently achieved save through the masses of the people, it will be impossible to establish a higher political life than the people themselves crave, that it is difficult to see how the notion of a higher civic life can be fostered save through common intercourse, that the blessings which we associate with a life of refinement and cultivation can be made universal and must be made universal if they are to be permanent, that the good we secure for ourselves is precarious and uncertain, is floating in mid-air, until it is secured for all of us and incorporated into our common life. It is easier to state these hopes than to formulate the lines of motives which I believe to constitute the trend of the subjective pressure toward the settlement. There is something primordial about these motives, but I am perhaps overbold in designating them as a great desire to share the race life. We all bear traces of the starvation struggle which for so long made up the life of the race. Our very organism holds memories and glimpses of that long life of our ancestors, which still goes on among so many of our contemporaries. Nothing so deadens the sympathies and shrivels the power of enjoyment as the persistent keeping away from the great opportunities for helpfulness and a continual ignoring of the starvation struggle which makes up the life of at least half the race. To shut oneself away from that half of the race life is to shut oneself away from the most vital part of it. It is to live out but half the humanity to which we have been born heir, and to use but half our faculties. We have all had longings for a fuller life which should include the use of these faculties. These longings are the physical complement of the intimations of immortality on which no ode has yet been written. To portray these would be the work of a poet, and it is hazardous for any but a poet to attempt it. And you may remember the forlorn feeling which occasionally seizes you when you arrive early in the morning, a stranger in a great city. The stream of laboring people goes past you as you gaze through the plate glass window of your hotel. You see hard-working men lifting great burdens. You hear the driving and jostling of huge carts, and your heart sinks with a sudden sense of futility. The door opens behind you, and you turn to the man who brings you in your breakfast with a quick sense of human fellowship. You find yourself praying that you may never lose your hold on it all. A more poetic prayer would be that the great mother breasts of our common humanity, with its labor and suffering and its homely comforts, may never be withheld from you. You turn helplessly to the waiter and feel that it would be almost grotesque to claim from him the sympathy you crave, because civilization has placed you apart, but you resent your position with a sudden sense of snobbery. Literature is full of portrayals of these glimpses. They come to shipwrecked men on rafts. They overcome the differences of an incongruous multitude when in the presence of a great danger or when moved by a common enthusiasm. They are not, however, confined to such moments, and if we were in the habit of telling them to each other, the recital would be as long as the tales of children are, when they sit down on the green grass and confide to each other how many times they have remembered that they lived once before. If these childish tales are the stirring of inherited impressions, just so surely is the other the striving of inherited powers. It is true that there is nothing after disease, indigence, and a sense of guilt so fatal to health and to life itself as the want of a proper outlet for active faculties. I have seen young girls suffer and grow sensibly lowered in vitality in the first years after they leave school. In our attempt, then, to give a girl pleasure and freedom from care, we succeed for the most part in making her pitifully miserable. She finds life so different from what she expected it to be. She is besotted with innocent little ambitions, and does not understand this disparate waste of herself, this elaborate preparation, if no work is provided for her. There is a heritage of noble obligation which young people accept and long to perpetuate. The desire for action, the wish to right wrong and alleviate suffering haunts them daily. Society smiles at it indulgently instead of making it of value to itself. The wrong to them begins even farther back, when we restrain the first childish desires for doing good, and tell them that they must wait until they are older and better fitted. We intimate that social obligation begins at a fixed date, forgetting that it begins at birth itself. We treat them as children who, with strong growing limbs, are allowed to use their legs but not their arms, or whose legs are daily carefully exercised, that after a while their arms may be put to high use. We do this in spite of the protest of the best educators, Locke and Pestalozzi. We are fortunate in the meantime if their unused members do not weaken and disappear. They do sometimes. There are a few girls who, by the time they are educated, forget their old childish desires to help the world and to play with poor little girls who haven't playthings. Parents are often inconsistent. They deliberately expose their daughters to knowledge of distress in the world. They send them to hear missionary addresses on famines in India and China. They accompany them to lectures on the suffering in Siberia. They agitate together over the forgotten region of East London. In addition to this, from babyhood, the altruistic tendencies of these daughters are persistently cultivated. They are taught to be self-forgetting and self-sacrificing, to consider the good of the whole before the good of the ego. But when all this information and culture show results, when the daughter comes back from college and begins to recognize her social claim to the submerged tenth, and to evince a disposition to fulfill it, the family claim is strenuously asserted. She is told that she is unjustified, ill-advised in her efforts. If she persists, the family too often are injured and unhappy unless the efforts are called missionary and the religious zeal of the family carry them over their sense of abuse. When this zeal does not exist, the result is perplexing. It is a curious violation of what we would fain believe a fundamental law, that the final return of the deed is upon the head of the doer. The deed is that of exclusiveness and caution, but the return, instead of falling upon the head of the exclusive and cautious, falls upon a young head full of generous and unselfish plans. The girl loses something vital out of her life to which she is entitled. She is restricted and unhappy. Her elders, meanwhile, are unconscious of the situation, and we have all the elements of a tragedy. We have in America a fast-growing number of cultivated young people who have no recognized outlet for their active faculties. They hear constantly of the great social maladjustment, but no way is provided for them to change it, and their uselessness hangs about them heavily. Huxley declares that the sense of uselessness is the severest shock which the human system can sustain, and that if persistently sustained, it results in atrophy of function. These young people have had advantages of college, of European travel, and of economic study, but they are sustaining this shock of inaction. They have pet phrases, and they tell you that the things that make us all alike are stronger than the things that make us different. They say that all men are united by needs and sympathies, far more permanent and radical than anything that temporarily divides them and sets them in opposition to each other. If they affect art, they say that the decay in artistic expression is due to the decay in ethics, that art, when shut away from the human interests and from the great mass of humanity, is self-destructive. They tell their elders, with all the bitterness of youth, that if they expect success from them in business or politics or in whatever lines their ambition for them has run, they must let them consult all of humanity, that they must let them find out what the people want and how they want it. It is only the stronger young people, however, who formulate this. Many of them dissipate their energies in so-called enjoyment. Others, not content with that, go on studying and go back to college for their second degrees. Not that they are especially fond of study, but because they want something definite to do, and their powers have been trained in the direction of mental accumulation. Many are buried beneath this mental accumulation with lowered vitality and discontent. Walter Besant says they have the vision that Peter had when he saw the great sheet let down from heaven, wherein was neither clean nor unclean. He calls it the sense of humanity. It is not philanthropy nor benevolence, but a thing fuller and wider than either of these. This young life, so sincere in its emotion and good phrases, and yet so undirected, seems to me as pitiful as the other great mass of destitute lives. One is supplementary to the other, and some method of communication can surely be devised. Mr. Barnett, who urged the first settlement, Toynbee Hall, in East London, recognized this need of outlet for the young men of Oxford and Cambridge, and hoped that the settlement would supply the communication. It is easy to see why the settlement movement originated in England, where the years of education are more constrained and definite than they are here, where class distinctions are more rigid. The necessity of it was greater there, but we are fast feeling the pressure of the need and meeting the necessity for settlements in America. Our young people feel nervously the need of putting theory into action and respond quickly to the settlement form of activity. Other motives which I believe make toward the settlement are the result of a certain renaissance going forward in Christianity. The impulse to share the lives of the poor, the desire to make social service, irrespective of propaganda, express the spirit of Christ, is as old as Christianity itself. We have no proof from the records themselves that the early Roman Christians, who strained their simple art to the point of grotesqueness in their eagerness to record a "good news" on the walls of the catacombs, considered this good news a religion. Jesus had no set of truths labeled religious. On the contrary, his doctrine was that all truth is one, that the appropriation of it is freedom. His teaching had no dogma to mark it off from truth and action in general. He himself called it a revelation, a life. These early Roman Christians received the gospel message, a command to love all men, with a certain joyous simplicity. The image of the Good Shepherd is blithe and gay beyond the gentlest shepherd of Greek mythology. The heart no longer pants, but rushes to the water brooks. The Christians looked for the continuous revelation, but believed what Jesus said, that this revelation, to be retained and made manifest, must be put into terms of action, that action is the only medium man has for receiving and appropriating truth, that the doctrine must be known through the will. That Christianity has to be revealed and embodied in the line of social progress is a corollary to the simple proposition that man's action is found in his social relationships, in the way in which he connects with his fellows, that his motives for action are the zeal and affection with which he regards his fellows. By this simple process was created a deep enthusiasm for humanity, which regarded man as at once the organ and the object of revelation, and by this process came about the wonderful fellowship, the true democracy of the early church, that so captivates the imagination. The early Christians were preeminently non-resistant. They believed in love as a cosmic force. There was no iconoclasm during the minor peace of the church. They did not yet denounce nor tear down temples, nor preach the end of the world. They grew to a mighty number, but it never occurred to them, either in their weakness or in their strength, to regard other men for an instant as their foes or as aliens. The spectacle of the Christians loving all men was the most astounding Rome had ever seen. They were eager to sacrifice themselves for the weak, for children, and for the aged. They identified themselves with slaves and did not avoid the plague. They longed to share the common lot that they might receive the constant revelation. It was a new treasure which the early Christians added to the sum of all treasures, a joy hitherto unknown in the world, the joy of finding the Christ which lieth in each man, but which no man can unfold save in fellowship. A happiness ranging from the heroic to the pastoral enveloped them. They were to possess a revelation as long as life had new meaning to unfold, new action to propose. I believe that there is a distinct turning among many young men and women toward this simple acceptance of Christ's message. They resent the assumption that Christianity is a set of ideas which belong to the religious consciousness, whatever that may be. They insist that it cannot be proclaimed and instituted apart from the social life of the community, and that it must seek a simple and natural expression in the social organism itself. The settlement movement is only one manifestation of that wider humanitarian movement which throughout Christendom, but preeminently in England, is endeavoring to embody itself not in a sect, but in society itself. I believe that this turning, this renaissance of the early Christian humanitarianism, is going on in America, in Chicago, if you please, without leaders who write or philosophize, without much speaking, but with a bent to express in social service and in terms of action the spirit of Christ. Certain it is that spiritual force is found in the settlement movement, and it is also true that this force must be evoked and must be called into play before the success of any settlement is assured. There must be the overmastering belief that all that is noblest in life is common to men as men, in order to accentuate the likenesses and ignore the differences which are found among the people whom the settlement constantly brings into juxtaposition. It may be true, as the positivists insist, that the very religious fervor of man can be turned into love for his race and his desire for a future life into content to live in the echo of his deeds. Paul's formula of seeking for the Christ which lieth in each man and founding our likenesses on him seems a simpler formula to many of us. In 1,000 voices singing the Alleluia chorus in Handel's Messiah, it is possible to distinguish the leading voices, but the differences of training and cultivation between them and the voices in the chorus are lost in the unity of purpose and in the fact that they are all human voices lifted by a high motive. This is a weak illustration of what a settlement attempts to do. It aims, in a measure, to develop whatever of social life its neighborhood may afford, to focus and give form to that life, to bring to bear upon it the results of cultivation and training. But it receives in exchange for the music of isolated voices the volume and strength of the chorus. It is quite impossible for me to say in what proportion or degree the subjective necessity which led to the opening of Hull House combined the three trends. First, the desire to interpret democracy in social terms. Secondly, the impulse beating at the very source of our lives, urging us to aid in the race progress. And thirdly, the Christian movement toward humanitarianism. It is difficult to analyze a living thing. The analysis is at best imperfect. Many more motives may blend with the three trends, possibly the desire for a new form of social success, due to the nicety of imagination, which refuses worldly pleasures unmixed with the joys of self-sacrifice; possibly a love of approbation, so vast that it is not content with the treble clapping of delicate hands, but wishes also to hear the bass notes from the toughened palms, may mingle with these. The settlement, then, is an experimental effort to aid in the solution of the social and industrial problems which are engendered by the modern conditions of life in a great city. It insists that these problems are not confined to any one portion of a city. It is an attempt to relieve at the same time the overaccumulation at one end of society and the destitution at the other. But it assumes that this overaccumulation and destitution is most sorely felt in the things that pertain to social and educational privileges. From its very nature it can stand for no political or social propaganda. It must, in a sense, give the warm welcome of an inn to all such propaganda, if perchance one of them be found an angel. The only thing to be dreaded in the settlement is that it lose its flexibility, its power of quick adaptation, its readiness to change its methods as its environment may demand. It must be open to conviction, and must have a deep and abiding sense of tolerance. It must be hospitable and ready for experiment. It should demand from its residents a scientific patience in the accumulation of facts, and the steady holding of their sympathies as one of the best instruments for that accumulation. It must be grounded in a philosophy whose foundation is on the solidarity of the human race, a philosophy which will not waver when the race happens to be represented by a drunken woman or an idiot boy. Its residents must be emptied of all conceit of opinion and all self-assertion, and ready to arouse and interpret the public opinion of their neighborhood. They must be content to live quietly side by side with their neighbors until they grow into a sense of relationship and mutual interests. Their neighbors are held apart by differences of race and language which the residents can more easily overcome. They are bound to see the needs of their neighborhood as a whole, to furnish data for legislation, and to use their influence to secure it. In short, residents are pledged to devote themselves to the duties of good citizenship and to a rousing of the social energies which too largely lie dormant in every neighborhood given over to industrialism. They are bound to regard the entire life of their city as organic, to make an effort to unify it, and to protest against its over-differentiation. It is always easy to make all philosophy point one particular moral and all history adorn one particular tale, but I may be forgiven the reminder that the best speculative philosophy sets forth the solidarity of the human race, that the highest moralists have taught that without the advance and improvement of the whole, no man can hope for any lasting improvement in his own moral or material individual condition, and that the subjective necessity for social settlements is therefore identical with that necessity which urges us on towards social and individual salvation. End of chapter 6. Read by Veronica Jenkins in Ottawa, Illinois.
Chapter 7 of 20 Years at Hull House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. 20 Years at Hull House by Jane Addams. Chapter 7. Some Early Undertakings at Hull House. If the early American settlements stood for a more exigent standard in philanthropic activities, insisting that each new undertaking should be preceded by carefully ascertained facts, then certainly Hull House held to this standard in the opening of our new coffee house, first started as a public kitchen. An investigation of the sweatshops had disclosed the fact that sewing women during the busy season paid little attention to the feeding of their families, for it was only by working steadily through the long day that the scanty pay of 5, 7, or 9 cents for finishing a dozen pairs of trousers could be made into a day's wage, and they bought from the nearest grocery the canned goods that could be most quickly heated, or gave a few pennies to the children with which they might secure a lunch from a neighboring candy shop. One of the residents made an investigation, at the insistence of the United States Department of Agriculture, into the food values of the dietaries of the various immigrants, and this was followed by an investigation made by another resident for the United States Department of Labor into the foods of the Italian colony, on the supposition that the constant use of imported products bore a distinct relation to the cost of living. I recall an Italian who, coming into Hull House one day as we were sitting at the dinner table, expressed great surprise that Americans ate a variety of food, because he believed that they partook only of potatoes and beer. A little inquiry showed that this conclusion was drawn from the fact that he lived next door to an Irish saloon, and had never seen anything but potatoes going in and beer coming out. At that time the New England kitchen was comparatively new in Boston, and Mrs. Richards, who was largely responsible for its foundation, hoped that cheaper cuts of meat and simpler vegetables, if they were subjected to slow and thorough processes of cooking, might be made attractive, and their nutritive value secured for the people who so sadly needed more nutritious food. It was felt that this could be best accomplished in public kitchens, where the advantage of scientific training and careful supervision could be secured. One of the residents went to Boston for a training under Mrs. Richards, and when the Hull House kitchen was fitted under her guidance and direction, our hopes ran high for some modification of the food of the neighborhood. We did not reckon, however, with the wide diversity in nationality and inherited tastes, and while we sold a certain amount of the carefully prepared soups and stews in the neighboring factories, a sale which has steadily increased throughout the years, and were also patronized by a few households, perhaps the neighborhood estimate was best summed up by the woman who frankly confessed that the food was certainly nutritious, but that she didn't like to eat what was nutritious, that she liked to eat what she'd ruther. If the dietetics were appreciated but slowly, the social value of the coffee-house and the gymnasium, which were in the same building, were quickly demonstrated. At that time the saloon halls were the only places in the neighborhood where the immigrant could hold his social gatherings, and where he could celebrate such innocent and legitimate occasions as weddings and christenings. These halls were rented very cheaply, with the understanding that various sums of money should be passed across the bar, and it was considered a mean host or guest who failed to live up to this implied bargain. The consequence was that many a reputable party ended with a certain amount of disorder, due solely to the fact that the social instinct was traded upon and used as a basis for money-making by an adroit host. From the beginning the young people's clubs had asked for dancing, and nothing was more popular than the increased space for parties offered by the gymnasium, with the chance to serve refreshments in the room below. We tried experiments with every known soft drink, from those extracted from an expensive soda-water fountain to slender glasses of grape juice, but so far as drinks were concerned, we never became a rival to the saloon, nor indeed did anyone imagine that we were trying to do so. I remember one man who looked about the cozy little room and said, "This would be a nice place to sit in all day if one could only have beer." But the coffee-house gradually performed a mission of its own, and became something of a social center to the neighborhood as well as a real convenience. Business men from the adjacent factories and school-teachers from the nearest public schools used it increasingly. The Hull House students and club members supped together in little groups, or held their reunions and social banquets, as to a certain extent did organizations from all parts of the town. The experience of the coffee-house taught us not to hold to preconceived ideas of what the neighborhood ought to have, but to keep ourselves in readiness to modify and adapt our undertakings as we discovered those things which the neighborhood was ready to accept. Better food was doubtless needed, but more attractive and safer places for social gatherings were also needed, and the neighborhood was ready for one and not for the other. We had no hint then in Chicago of the small parks which were to be established 15 years later, containing the halls for dancing, and their own restaurants in buildings where the natural desire of the young for gaiety and social organization could be safely indulged. Yet even in that early day a member of the Hull House Men's Club who had been appointed superintendent of Douglas Park had secured there the first public swimming pool, and his fellow club members were proud of the achievement. There was in the earliest undertakings at Hull House a touch of the artist's enthusiasm when he translates his inner vision through his chosen material into outward form. Keenly conscious of the social confusion all about us and the hard economic struggle, we at times believed that the very struggle itself might become a source of strength. The devotion of the mothers to their children, the dread of the men lest they fail to provide for the family dependent upon their daily exertions, at moments seemed to us the secret stores of strength from which society is fed, the invisible array of passion and feeling which are the surest protectors of the world. We fatuously hoped that we might pluck from the human tragedy itself a consciousness of a common destiny which should bring its own healing, that we might extract from life's very misfortunes a power of cooperation which should be effective against them. Of course there was always present the harrowing consciousness of the difference in economic condition between ourselves and our neighbors. Even if we had gone to live in the most wretched tenement, there would have always been an essential difference between them and ourselves, for we should have had a sense of security in regard to illness and old age, and the lack of these two securities are the spectres which most persistently haunt the poor. Could we, in spite of this, make their individual efforts more effective through organization, and possibly complement them by small efforts of our own? Some such vague hope was in our minds when we started the Hull House Cooperative Coal Association, which led a vigorous life for 3 years, and developed a large membership under the skillful advice of its one paid officer, an English working-man who had had experience in cooperative societies at Ohm. Some of the meetings of the association, in which people met to consider together their basic dependence upon fire and warmth, had a curious challenge of life about them. Because the cooperators knew what it meant to bring forth children in the midst of privation, and to see the tiny creatures struggle for life, their recitals cut a cross-section, as it were, in that world-old effort, the dying to live, which so inevitably triumphs over poverty and suffering. And yet their very familiarity with hardship may have been responsible for that sentiment which traditionally ruins businesses, for a vote of the cooperators that the basket-buyers be given 1 basket free out of every 6, that the presentation of 5 purchase tickets should entitle the holders to a profit in coal instead of stock, because it would be a shame to keep them waiting for the dividend, was always pointed to by the conservative 1/4 ton buyers as the beginning of the end. At any rate, at the close of the 3rd winter, although the association occupied an imposing coal-yard on the southeast corner of the Hull House block, and its gross receipts were between $300 and $400 a day, it became evident that the concern should not remain solvent if it continued its philanthropic policy, and the experiment was terminated by the cooperators taking up their stock in the remaining coal. Our next cooperative experiment was much more successful, perhaps because it was much more spontaneous. At a meeting of working girls held at Hull House during a strike in a large shoe factory, the discussions made it clear that the strikers who had been most easily frightened, and therefore first to capitulate, were naturally those girls who were paying board and were afraid of being put out if they fell too far behind. After a recital of a case of peculiar hardship, one of them exclaimed, "Wouldn't it be fine if we had a boarding club of our own, and then we could stand by each other in a time like this?" After that, events moved quickly. We read aloud together Beatrice Potter's little book on cooperation, and discussed all the difficulties and fascinations of such an undertaking, and on the 1st of May, 1891, 2 comfortable apartments near Hull House were rented and furnished. The settlement was responsible for the furniture and paid the first month's rent, but beyond that the members managed the club themselves. The undertaking "marched," as the French say, from the very first, and always on its own feet. Although there were difficulties, none of them proved insurmountable, which was a matter for great satisfaction in the face of a statement made by the head of the United States Department of Labor, who, on a visit to the club when it was but 2 years old, said that his department had investigated many cooperative undertakings, and that none founded and managed by women had ever succeeded. At the end of the 3rd year the club occupied all of the 6 apartments which the original building contained, and numbered 50 members. It was in connection with our efforts to secure a building for the Jane Club that we first found ourselves in the dilemma between the needs of our neighbors and the kind-hearted response upon which we had already come to rely for their relief. The adapted apartments in which the Jane Club was housed were inevitably more or less uncomfortable, and we felt that the success of the club justified the erection of a building for its sole use. Up to that time our history had been as the minor peace of the early church. We had had the most generous interpretation of our efforts. Of course, many people were indifferent to the idea of the settlement, others looked on with tolerant and sometimes cynical amusement, which we would often encounter in a good story related at our expense, but all this was remote and unreal to us, and we were sure that if the critics could but touch the life of the people, they would understand. The situation changed markedly after the Pullman strike, and our efforts to secure factory legislation later brought upon us a certain amount of distrust and suspicion. Until then we had been considered merely a kindly philanthropic undertaking whose new form gave us a certain idealistic glamour. But sterner tests were coming, and one of the first was in connection with the new building for the Jane Club. A trustee of Hull House came to see us one day with the good news that a friend of his was ready to give $20,000 with which to build the desired new clubhouse. When, however, he divulged the name of his generous friend, it proved to be that of a man who was notorious for underpaying the girls in his establishment, and concerning whom there were even darker stories. It seemed clearly impossible to erect a clubhouse for working girls with such money, and we said at once that we must decline the offer. The trustee of Hull House was put in the most embarrassing situation. He had, of course, induced the man to give the money, and had had no thought but that it would be eagerly received. He would now be obliged to return with the astonishing, not to say insulting news that the money was considered unfit. In the long discussion which followed, it gradually became clear to all of us that such a refusal could be valuable only as it might reveal to the man himself and to others public opinion in regard to certain methods of money-making. but that from the very nature of the case our refusal of this money could not be made public because a representative of Hull House had asked for it. However, the basic fact remained that we could not accept the money, and of this the trustee himself was fully convinced. This incident occurred during a period of much discussion concerning tainted money, and is perhaps typical of the difficulty of dealing with it. It is impossible to know how far we may blame the individual for doing that which all of his competitors and his associates consider legitimate. At the same time, social changes can only be inaugurated by those who feel the unrighteousness of contemporary conditions, and the expression of their scruples may be the one opportunity for pushing forward moral tests into that dubious area wherein wealth is accumulated. In the course of time a new clubhouse was built by an old friend of Hull House much interested in working girls, and this has been occupied for 12 years by the very successful cooperating Jane Club. The incident of the early refusal is associated in my mind with a long talk upon the subject of questionable money I held with the warden of Toynbee Hall, whom I visited at Bristol, where he was then canon in the cathedral. By way of illustration he showed me a beautiful little church which had been built by the last slave-trading merchant in Bristol, who had been much disapproved of by his fellow townsmen, and had hoped by this transmutation of ill-gotten money into exquisite Gothic architecture to reconcile himself both to God and man. His impulse to build may have been born from his own scruples or from the quickened consciences of his neighbors, who saw that the world-old iniquity of enslaving men must at length come to an end. The abolitionists may have regarded this beautiful building as the fruit of a contrite heart, or they may have scorned it as an attempt to magnify the goodness of a slave-trader, and thus perplex the doubting citizens of Bristol in regard to the entire moral issue. Canon Barnett did not pronounce judgment on the Bristol merchant. He was, however, quite clear upon the point that a higher moral standard for industrial life must be embodied in legislation as rapidly as possible, that it may bear equally upon all, and that an individual endeavoring to secure this legislation must forbear harsh judgment. This was doubtless a sound position, but during all the period of hot discussion concerning tainted money I never felt clear enough on the general principle involved to accept the many invitations to write and speak upon the subject, although I received much instruction in the many letters of disapproval sent to me by radicals of various schools, because I was a member of the University Extension staff of the then new University of Chicago, the righteousness of whose foundation they challenged. A little incident of this time illustrated to me the confusion in the minds of at least many older men between religious teaching and advancing morality. One morning I received a letter from the head of a settlement in New York, expressing his perplexity over the fact that his board of trustees had asked money from a man notorious for his unscrupulous business methods. My correspondent had placed his resignation in the hands of his board, that they might accept it at any time when they felt his utterances on the subject of tainted money were offensive, for he wished to be free to openly discuss a subject of such grave moral import. The very morning when my mind was full of the questions raised by this letter, I received a call from the daughter of the same business man whom my friend considered so unscrupulous. She was passing through Chicago, and came to ask me to give her some arguments which she might later use with her father to confute the charge that settlements were irreligious. She said, "You see, he has been asked to give money to our settlement, and would like to do it, if his conscience was only clear. He disapproves of settlements because they give no religious instruction. He has always been a very devout man." I remember later discussing the incident with Washington Gladden, who was able to parallel it from his own experience. Now that this discussion upon tainted money has subsided, it is easy to view it with a certain detachment impossible at the moment, and it is even difficult to understand why the feeling should have been so intense, although it doubtless registered genuine moral concern. There was room for discouragement in the many unsuccessful experiments in cooperation which were carried on in Chicago during the early 90s. A carpenter shop on Van Buren Street near Halsted, a labor exchange started by the unemployed, not so paradoxical an arrangement as it seems, and a very ambitious plan for a country colony which was finally carried out at Ruskin, Tennessee. In spite of failures, cooperative schemes went on, some of the same men appearing in one after another with irrepressible optimism. I remember during a cooperative congress, which met at Hull House in the World's Fair summer, that Mr. Henry D. Lloyd, who collected records of cooperative experiments with the enthusiasm with which other men collect coins or pictures, put before the Congress some of the remarkable successes in Ireland and North England, which he later embodied in his book on Co-Partnership. One of the old-time cooperators denounced the modern method as too much like cut-throat business, and declared himself in favor of
principles which may have failed over and over again, but are nevertheless as sound as the law of gravitation. Mr. Lloyd and I agreed that the fiery old man presented as fine a spectacle of devotion to a lost cause as either of us had ever seen, although we both possessed memories well stored with such romantic attachments. And yet this dream that men shall cease to waste strength in competition and shall come to pool their powers of production is coming to pass all over the face of the earth. 5 years later, in the same Hull House hall in which cooperative Congress was held, an Italian senator told a large audience of his fellow countrymen of the successful system of cooperative banks in North Italy and of their cooperative methods of selling produce to the value of millions of francs annually. Still later, Sir Horace Plunkett related the remarkable successes in cooperation in Ireland. I have seldom been more infected by enthusiasm than I once was in Dulwich, at a meeting of English cooperators, where I was fairly overwhelmed by the fervour underlying the business-like proceedings of the Congress, and certainly when I served as a juror in the Paris Exposition of 1900, nothing in the entire display in the Department of Social Economy was so imposing as the building housing the exhibit, which had been erected by cooperative trades unions without the assistance of a single contractor. And so one's faith is kept alive as one occasionally meets a realized ideal of better human relations. At least traces of successful cooperation are found even in individualistic America. I recall my enthusiasm on the day when I set forth to lecture at New Harmony, Indiana, for I had been early thrilled by the tale of Robert Owen, as every young person must be who is interested in social reform. I was delighted to find so much of his spirit still clinging to the little town which had long ago held one of his ardent experiments, although the poor old cooperators, who for many years claimed friendship at Hull House because they heard that we had once tried a cooperative coal association, might well have convinced me of the persistency of the cooperative ideal. Many experiences in those early years, although vivid, seemed to contain no illumination. Nevertheless, they doubtless permanently affected our judgments concerning what is called crime and vice. I recall a series of striking episodes on the day when I took the wife and child, as well as the old godfather, of an Italian convict to visit him in the state penitentiary. When we approached the prison, the sight of its heavy stone walls and armed sentries threw the godfather into a paroxysm of rage. He cast his hat upon the ground and stamped upon it, tore his hair, and loudly fulminated in weird Italian oaths, until one of the guards, seeing his strange actions, came to inquire if the gentleman was having a fit. When we finally saw the convict, his wife, to my extreme distress, talked of nothing but his striped clothing, until the poor man wept with chagrin. Upon our return journey to Chicago, the little son, aged 8, presented me with 2 oranges, so affectionately and gaily that I was filled with reflections upon the advantage of each generation making a fresh start. But when the train boy, finding the stolen fruit in my lap, violently threatened to arrest the child. But stranger than any episode was the fact that neither the convict, his wife, nor his godfather for a moment considered him a criminal. He had merely gotten excited over cards, and had stabbed his adversary with a knife. Why should a man who took his luck badly be kept forever from the sun? Was their reiterated inquiry. I recall our perplexity over the first girls who had gone astray, the poor little forlorn objects, 15 and 16 years old, with their moral natures apparently untouched and unawakened. One of them whom the police had found in a professional house, and asked us to shelter for a few days until she could be used as a witness, was clutching a battered doll which she had kept with her during her 6 months of an evil life. 2 of these prematurely aged children came to us one day directly from the maternity ward of the Cook County Hospital, each with a baby in her arms, asking for protection, because they did not want to go home for fear of being licked. For them were no jewels nor idle living such as the story-books portrayed. The first of the older women who I knew came to Hull House to ask that her younger sister, who was about to arrive from Germany, might live near us. She wished to find her respectable work, and wanted her to have the decent pleasures that Hull House afforded. After the arrangement had been completed, and I had in a measure recovered from my astonishment at the business-like way in which she spoke of her own life, I ventured to ask her history. In very few words she told me that she had come from Germany as a music teacher to an American family. At the end of 2 years, in order to avoid a scandal involving the head of the house, she had come to Chicago where her child was born, but when the remittances ceased after its death, finding herself without home and resources, she had gradually become involved in her present mode of life. by dint of utilizing her family solicitude, we finally induced her to move into decent lodgings before her sister arrived, and for a difficult year she supported herself by her exquisite embroidery. At the end of that time she gave up the struggle, the more easily as her young sister, well established in the dressmaking department of a large shop, had begun to suspect her past life. But discouraging as these and other similar efforts often were, nevertheless the difficulties were infinitely less in those days when we dealt with fallen girls than in the years following, when the white slave traffic became gradually established, and when agonized parents, as well as the victims themselves, were totally unable to account for the situation. In the light of recent disclosures, it seems as if we were unaccountably dull not to have seen what was happening, especially to the Jewish girls among whom the home trade of the white slave traffic was first carried on, and who were thus made to break through countless generations of chastity. We early encountered the difficulties of that old problem of restoring the woman, or even the child, into the society she has once outraged. I well remember our perplexity when we attempted to help two girls straight from a Virginia tobacco factory, who had been decoyed into a disreputable house when innocently seeking a lodging on the late evening of their arrival. Although they had been rescued promptly, the stigma remained, and we found it impossible to permit them to join any of the social clubs connected with Hull House, not so much because there was danger of contamination, as because the parents of the club members would have resented their presence most hotly. One of our trustees succeeded in persuading a repentant girl, 14 years old, whom we tried to give a fresh start in another part of the city, to attend a Sunday school class of a large Chicago church. The trustee hoped that the contact with nice girls, as well as the moral training, would help the poor child on her hard road. But unfortunately tales of her shortcomings reached the superintendent, who felt obliged, in order to protect the other girls, to forbid her the school. She came back to tell us about it, defiant as well as discouraged, and had it not been for the experience with our own clubs, we could easily have joined her indignation over a church which acted as if its Sunday school was a show window for candy kids. In spite of poignant experiences, or perhaps because of them, the memory of the first years at Hull House is more or less blurred with fatigue, for we could of course become accustomed only gradually to the unending activity and to the confusion of a house constantly filling and refilling with groups of people. The little children who came to the kindergarten in the morning were followed by the afternoon clubs of older children, and those in turn made way for the educational and social organizations of adults, occupying every room in the house every evening. All one's habits of living had to be readjusted, and any student's tendency to sit with a book by the fire was of necessity definitely abandoned. To thus renounce the luxury of personal preference was, however, a mere trifle compared to our perplexity over the problems of an industrial neighborhood situated in an unorganized city. Life pressed hard in many directions, and yet it has always seemed to me rather interesting that when we were so distressed over its stern aspects, and so impressed with the lack of municipal regulations, the first building erected for Hull House should have been designed for an art gallery. For although it contained a reading room on the first floor and a studio above, the largest space on the second floor was carefully designed and lighted for art exhibits, which had to do only with the cultivation of that which appealed to the powers of enjoyment, as over against a wage-earning capacity. It was also significant that a Chicago businessman, fond of pictures himself, responded to this first appeal of the new and certainly puzzling undertaking called a settlement. The situation was somewhat complicated by the fact that at the time the building was erected in 1891, our free lease of the land upon which Hull House stood expired in 1895. The donor of the building, however, overcame the difficulty by simply calling his gift a donation of $1,000 a year. This restriction, of course, necessitated the simplest sort of a structure, although I remember on the exciting day when the new building was promised to us that I looked up my European notebook which contained the record of my experience in Ulm, hoping that I might find a description of what I then thought a cathedral of humanity ought to be. The description was low and wide-spreading as to include all men in fellowship and mutual responsibility, even as the older pinnacles and spires indicated communion with God. The description did not prove of value as an architectural motive, I'm afraid, although the architects, who have remained our friends through all the years, performed marvels with a combination of complicated demands and little money. At the moment when I read this girlish outbreak it gave me much comfort, for in those days, in addition to our other perplexities, Hull House was often called irreligious. These first buildings were very precious to us, and it afforded us the greatest pride and pleasure as one building after another was added to the Hull House group. They clothed in brick and mortar and made visible to the world that which we were trying to do. They stated to Chicago that education and recreation ought to be extended to the immigrants. The boys came in great numbers to our provisional gymnasium fitted up in a former saloon, and it seemed to us quite as natural that a Chicago man, fond of athletics, should erect a building for them, as that the boys should clamor for more room. I do not wish to give a false impression, for we were often bitterly pressed for money, and worried by the prospect of unpaid bills, and we gave up one golden scheme after another because we could not afford it. We cooked the meals and kept the books and washed the windows without a thought of hardship if we thereby saved money for the consummation of some ardently desired undertaking. But in spite of our financial stringency, I always believed that money would be given when we had once clearly reduced the settlement idea to the actual deed. This chapter, therefore, would be incomplete if it did not record a certain theory of non-resistance, or rather universal goodwill, which I had worked out in connection with the settlement idea, and which was later so often and so rudely disturbed. At that time I had come to believe that if the activities of Hull House were ever misunderstood, it would be either because there was not time to fully explain, or because our motives had become mixed, for I was convinced that disinterested action was like truth or beauty in its lucidity and power of appeal. But more gratifying than any understanding or response from without could possibly be, was the consciousness that a growing group of residents was gathering at Hull House, held together in that soundest of all social bonds, the companionship of mutual interests. These residents came primarily because they were genuinely interested in the social situation, and believed that the settlement was valuable as a method of approach to it. A house in which the men residents lived was opened across the street, and at the end of the first 5 years the Hull House residential force numbered 15, a majority of whom still remained identified with the settlement. Even in those early years we caught glimpses of the fact that certain social settlements, which are the difficult and cumulating product of human growth, and which, like all higher aims, live only by communion and fellowship, are cultivated most easily in the fostering soil of community life. Occasionally I obscurely felt as if a demand were being made upon us for a ritual which should express and carry forward the hope of the social movement. I was constantly bewildered by the number of requests I received to officiate at funeral services, and by the curious confessions made to me by total strangers. For a time I accepted the former, and on one awful occasion furnished the poetic part of a wedding ceremony really performed by a justice of the peace, but I soon learned to steadfastly refuse such offices, although I saw that for many people without church affiliations the vague humanitarianism the settlement represented was the nearest approach they could find to an expression of their religious sentiments. These hints of what the settlement might mean to at least a few spirits among its contemporaries became clear to me for the first time one summer's day in rural England, when I discussed with John Trevor his attempts to found a labour church, and his desire to turn the toil and danger attached to the life of the working man into the means of a universal fellowship. That very year a papyrus leaf brought to the British Museum from Egypt, containing among other sayings of Jesus, "Raise the stone, and there thou shalt find me. Cleave the wood, and I am there," was a powerful reminder to all England of the basic relations between daily labour and Christian teaching. In those early years at Hull House we were, however, in no danger of losing ourselves in mazes of speculation or mysticism, and there was shrewd penetration in a compliment I received from one of our Scotch neighbours. He came down Polk Street as I was standing near the foundations of our new gymnasium, and in response to his friendly remark that Hull House was spreading out, I replied that perhaps we were spreading out too fast. "Oh no," he rejoined, "you can afford to spread out wide, you are so well planted in the mud," giving the compliment, however, a practical turn, as he glanced at the deep mire upon the then unpaved street. It was this same condition of Polk Street which had caused the Crown Prince of Belgium, when he was brought upon a visit to Hull House, to shake his head and meditatively remark, "There is not such a street, no, not one, in all the territory of Belgium." At the end of 5 years the residents of Hull House published some first found facts and our reflections thereon in a book called Hull House Maps and Papers. The maps were taken from information collected by one of the residents for the United States Bureau of Labor in the investigation into the slums of great cities, and the papers treated of various neighborhood matters with candor and genuine concern, if not with skill. The first edition became exhausted in 2 years, and apparently the Boston publisher did not consider the book worthy of a second. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of 20 Years at Hull House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Floyd Wilde. 20 Years at Hull House by Jane Addams. Chapter 8. Problems of Poverty. That neglected and forlorn old age is daily brought to the attention of a settlement which undertakes to bear its share of the neighborhood burden imposed by poverty, was pathetically clear to us during our first months of residence at Hull House. One day a boy of 10 led a tottering old lady into the house, saying that she had slept for 6 weeks in their kitchen on a bed made up next to the stove, that she had come when her son died, although none of them had ever seen her before. But because her son had once worked in the same shop with Pa, she thought of him when she had nowhere to go. The little fellow concluded by saying that our house was so much bigger than theirs that he thought we would have more room for beds. The old woman herself said absolutely nothing, but looking on with that gripping fear of the poorhouse in her eyes, she was a living embodiment of the dread which is so heartbreaking that the occupants of the county infirmary themselves seem scarcely less wretched than those who are making their last stand against it. This look was almost more than I could bear, for only a few days before some frightened woman had bidden me come quickly to the house of an old German woman, whom 2 men from the county agent's office were attempting to remove to the county infirmary. The poor old creature had thrown herself bodily upon a small and battered chest of drawers, and clung there, clutching it so firmly that it would have been impossible to remove her without also taking the piece of furniture. She did not weep nor moan, nor indeed make any human sound, but between her broken gasps for breath she squealed shrilly, like a frightened animal caught in a trap. The little group of women and children gathered at her door stood aghast at this realization of the black dread which always clouds the lives of the very poor when work is slack, but which constantly grows more imminent and threatening as old age approaches. The neighborhood women and I hastened to make all sorts of promises as to the support of the old woman, and the county officials, only too glad to be rid of their unhappy duty, left her to our ministrations. This dread of the poorhouse, the result of centuries of deterrent poor law administration, seemed to me not without some justification one summer when I found myself perpetually distressed by the unnecessary idleness and forlornness of the old women in the Cook County Infirmary, many of whom I had known in the years when activity was still a necessity, and when they yet felt bustlingly important. To take away from an old woman whose life has been spent in household cares all the foolish little belongings to which her affections cling, and to which her very fingers have become accustomed, is to take away her last incentive to activity, almost to life itself. To give an old woman only a chair and a bed, to leave her no cupboard in which her treasures may be stowed, not only that she may take them out when she desires occupation, but that their mind may dwell upon them in moments of reverie, is to reduce living almost beyond the limit of human endurance. The poor creature who clung so desperately to her chest of drawers was really clinging to the last remnant of normal living, a symbol of all she was asked to renounce. For several years after this summer I invited 5 or 6 old women to take a 2 weeks' vacation from the poorhouse, which was eagerly and even gaily accepted. Almost all the old men in the county infirmary wander away each summer, taking their chances for finding food or shelter, and return much refreshed by the little tramp. But the old women cannot do this unless they have some help from the outside, and yet the expenditure of very little money secures for them the coveted vacation. I found that a few pennies paid their car fare into town. $1 a week procured lodging with an old acquaintance. Assured of 2 good meals a day in the Hull House coffee house, they could count upon numerous cups of tea among old friends, to whom they would airily state that they had come out for a little change, and hadn't yet made up their minds about going in again for the winter. They thus enjoyed a 2 weeks' vacation to the top of their bent, and returned with wondrous tales of their adventures, with which they regaled the other paupers during the long winter. The reminiscences of these old women, their shrewd comments upon life, their sense of having reached a point where they may at last speak freely with nothing to lose because of their frankness, makes them often the most delightful of companions. I recall one of my guests, the mother of many scattered children, whose one bright spot through all the dreary years had been the wedding feast of her son Mike, a feast which had become transformed through long meditation into the nectar and ambrosia of the very gods. As a farewell fling before she went in again, we dined together upon chicken pie, but it did not taste like the chicken pie at Mike's wedding, and she was disappointed after all. Even death itself sometimes fails to bring the dignity and serenity which one would fain associate with old age. I recall the dying hour of one old Scotchwoman whose long struggle to keep respectable had so embittered her that her last words were gibes and taunts for those who were trying to minister to her. "So you came in yourself this morning, did you? You only sent things yesterday. I guess you knew when the doctor was coming. Don't try to warm my feet with anything but that old jacket that I've got there. It belonged to my boy who was drowned at sea nigh 30 years ago, but it's warmer yet with human feelings than any of your damned charity hot water bottles." Suddenly the harsh gasping voice was stilled in death, and I awaited the doctor's coming, shaken and horrified. The lack of municipal regulation already referred to was, in the early days of Hull House, paralleled by the inadequacy of the charitable efforts of the city, and an unfounded optimism that there was no real poverty among us. 20 years ago there was no charity organization society in Chicago, and the Visiting Nurse Association had not yet begun its beneficial work, while the relief societies, although conscientiously administered, were inadequate in extent and antiquated in method. As social reformers gave themselves over to discussion of general principles, so the poor invariably accused poverty itself of their destruction. I recall a certain Mrs. Moran, who was returning one rainy day from the office of the county agent with her arms full of paper bags containing beans and flour, which alone lay between her children and starvation. Although she had no money, she boarded a streetcar in order to save her booty from complete destruction by the rain, and as the burst bags dropped flour on the ladies' dresses and beans all over the place, she was sharply reprimanded by the conductor, who was the further exasperated when he discovered she had no fare. He put her off, as she had hoped he would, almost in front of Hull House. She related to us her state of mind as she stepped off the car and saw the last of her wares disappearing. She admitted she forgot the proprietaries and cursed a little, but curiously enough she pronounced her malediction not against the rain nor the conductor, nor yet against the worthless husband who had been set up to the city prison, but, true to the Chicago spirit of the moment, went to the root of the matter and roundly cursed poverty. This spirit of generalization and lack of organization among the charitable forces of the city was painfully revealed in that terrible winter after the World's Fair, when the general financial depression throughout the country was much intensified in Chicago by the numbers of unemployed stranded at the close of the Exposition. When the first cold weather came, the police stations in the very corridors of the City Hall were crowded by men who could afford no other lodging. They made huge demonstrations on the lakefront, reminding one of the London gatherings in Trafalgar Square. It was the winter in which Mr. Steed wrote his indictment of Chicago. I can vividly recall his visits to Hull House, some of them between 11 and 12 o'clock at night, when he would come in wet and hungry from an investigation of the Levee district, and while he was drinking hot chocolate before an open fire, would relate in one of his curious monologues his experience as an out-of-door laborer, standing in line without an overcoat for 2 hours in the sleet, that he might have a chance to sweep the streets, or his adventures with a crook who mistook him for one of his own kind and offered him a place as an agent for a gambling house, which he promptly accepted. Mr. Steed was much impressed with the mixed goodness in Chicago, the lack of rectitude in many high places, the simple kindness of the most wretched to each other. Before he published If Christ Came to Chicago, he made his attempt to rally the diverse moral forces of the city in a huge mass meeting, which resulted in a temporary organization, later developing into the Civic Federation. I was a member of the committee of 5 appointed to carry out the suggestions made in this remarkable meeting, and our first concern was to appoint a committee to deal with the unemployed. But when has a committee ever dealt satisfactorily with the unemployed? Relief stations were opened in various parts of the city, temporary lodging houses were established, Hull House undertaking to lodge the homeless women who could be received nowhere else. Employment stations were opened, giving sewing to the women, and street sweeping for the men was organized. It was in connection with the latter that the perplexing question of the danger of permanently lowering wages at such a crisis, in the praiseworthy effort to bring speedy relief, was brought home to me. I insisted that it was better to have the men work half a day for 75 cents than a whole day for $1. Better that they should earn $3 in 2 days than in 3 days. I resigned from the street cleaning committee in despair of making the rest of the committee understand that, as our real object was not street cleaning, but the help of the unemployed, we must treat the situation in such wise that the men would not be worse off when they returned to their normal occupations. The discussion opened up situations new to me and carried me far afield, in perhaps the most serious economic reading I have ever done. A beginning also was then made toward a Bureau of Organized Charities, the main office being put in charge of a young man recently come from Boston who lived at Hull House. But to employ scientific methods for the first time at such a moment involved difficulties, and the most painful episode of the winter came for me from an attempt on my part to conform to carefully received instructions. A shipping clerk who I had known for a long time had lost his place, as so many people had that year, and came to the relief station established at Hull House 4 or 5 times to secure help for his family. I told him one day of the opportunity for work on the drainage canal, and intimated that if any employment were obtainable, he ought to exhaust that possibility before asking for help. The man replied that he had always worked indoors, and that he could not endure outside work in winter. I am grateful to remember that I was too uncertain to be severe, although I held to my instructions. He did not come back again for relief, but worked for 2 days digging on the canal, where he contracted pneumonia and died a week later. I have never lost trace of the 2 little children he left behind him, although I cannot see them without a bitter consciousness that it was at their expense I learned that life cannot be administered by definite rules and regulations, that wisdom to deal with a man's difficulties comes only through some knowledge of his life and habits as a whole, and that to treat an isolated episode is almost sure to invite blundering. It was also during this winter that I became permanently impressed with the kindness of the poor to each other. The woman who lives upstairs will willingly share her breakfast with the family below because she knows they are hard up. The man who boarded with them last winter will give a month's rent because he knows the father of the family is out of work. The baker across the street, who is fast being pushed to the wall by his downtown competitors, will send across 3 loaves of stale bread because he has seen the children looking longingly into his window and suspects they are hungry. There are also families who, during times of business depression, are obliged to seek help from the county or some benevolent society, but who are themselves most anxious not to be confounded with the pauper class, with whom, indeed, they do not in the least belong. Charles Booth, in his brilliant chapter on the unemployed, expresses regret that the problems of the working class are so often confounded with the problems of the inefficient and the idle, that although working people live in the same street with those in need of charity, to thus confound 2 problems is to render the solution of both impossible. I remember one family in which the father had been out of work for this same winter. Most of the furniture had been pawned, and as the worn-out shoes could not be replaced, the children could not go to school. The mother was ill and barely able to come for the supplies and medicines. 2 years later she invited me to supper one Sunday evening in the little home which had been completely restored, and she gave as a reason for the invitation that she couldn't bear to have me remember them as they had been during that one winter, which she insisted had been unique in her 12 years of married life. She said that it was as if she had met me, not as I am ordinarily, but as I should appear misshapen with rheumatism, or with a face distorted by neuralgic pain. That it was not fair to judge poor people that way. She perhaps unconsciously illustrated the difference between the relief station relation to the poor and the settlement relation to its neighbors, the latter wishing to know them through all the varying conditions of life, to stand by when they are in distress, but by no means to drop intercourse with them when normal prosperity has returned, enabling the relation to become more social and free from economic disturbance. Possibly something of the same effort has to be made with the settlement itself to keep its own sense of proportion in regard to the relation of the crowded city quarter to the rest of the country. It was in the spring following this terrible winter, during a journey to meet lecture engagements in California, that I found myself amazed at the large stretches of open country and prosperous towns through which we passed day by day, whose existence I had quite forgotten. In the latter part of the summer of 1895, I served as a member on a commission appointed by the mayor of Chicago to investigate conditions in the county poorhouse, public attention having become centered on it through one of those distressing stories, which exaggerates the wrong in a public institution, while at the same time it reveals conditions which need to be rectified. However necessary publicity is for securing reformed administration, however useful such exposures may be for political purposes, the whole is attended by such a waste of the most precious human emotions, by such a tearing of living tissue, that it can scarcely be endured. Every time I entered Hull House during the days of the investigation, I would find waiting for me from 20 to 30 people whose friends and relatives were in the suspected institution, all in such acute distress of mind that to see them was to look upon the victims of a deliberate torture. In most cases my visitor would state that it seemed impossible to put their invalids in any other place, but if these stories were true, something must be done. Many of the patients were taken out only to be returned after a few days or weeks, to meet the sullen hostility of their attendants, and with their own attitude changed from confidence to timidity and alarm. This piteous dependence of the poor upon the goodwill of public officials was made clear to us in an early experience with a peasant woman straight from the fields of Germany, whom we met during our first 6 months at Hull House. Her 4 years in America had been spent in patiently carrying water up and down 2 flights of stairs, and in washing the heavy flannel suits of iron foundry workers. For this her pay had averaged 35 cents a day. 3 of her daughters had fallen victims to the vice of the city. The mother was bewildered and distressed, but understood nothing. We were able to induce the betrayer of one daughter to marry her. The second, after a tedious lawsuit, supported his child. With the third we were able to do nothing. This woman is now living with her family in a little house 17 miles from the city. She has made 2 payments on her land, and is a lesson to all beholders as she pastures her cow up and down the railroad tracks and makes money from her 10 acres. She did not need charity, for she had an immense capacity for hard work, but she sadly needed the service of the state's attorney office, enforcing the law designed for the protection of such girls as her daughters. We early found ourselves spending many hours in efforts to secure support for deserted women, insurance for bewildered widows, damages for injured operators, furniture from the clutches of the installment store. The settlement is valuable as an information and interpretation bureau. It constantly acts between the various institutions of the city and the people for whose benefit these institutions were erected. The hospitals, the county agencies, and state asylums are often but vague rumors to the people who need them most. Another function of the settlement to its neighborhood resembles that of the big brother, whose mere presence on the playground protects the little ones from bullies. We early learned to know the children of hard-driven mothers who went out to work all day, sometimes leaving the little things in the casual care of a neighbor, but often locking them into their tenement rooms. The first 3 crippled children we encountered in the neighborhood had all been injured while their mothers were at work. One had fallen out of a 3rd-story window. Another had been burned, and the third had a curved spine due to the fact that for 3 years he had been tied all day long to the leg of the kitchen table, only released at noon by his older brother, who hastily ran in from the neighboring factory to share his lunch with him. When the hot weather came, the restless children could not brook the confinement of the stuffy rooms, and, as it was not considered safe to leave the doors open because of sneak thieves, many of the children were locked out. During our first summer, an increasing number of these poor little mites would wander into the cool hallway of Hull House. We kept them there and fed them at noon, in return for which we were sometimes offered a hot penny, which had been held in a tight little fist ever since Mother left this morning to buy something to eat with. Out of kindergarten hours, our little guests noisily enjoyed the hospitality of our bedrooms, under the so-called care of any resident who volunteered to keep an eye on them. But later they were moved into a neighboring apartment under more systematic supervision. Hull House was thus committed to a day nursery, which we sustained for 16 years, first in a little cottage on a side street, and then in a building designed for its use called the Children's House. It is now carried on by the United Charities of Chicago in a finely equipped building on our block, where the immigrant mothers are cared for as well as the children, and where they are taught the things which will make life in America more possible. Our early day nursery brought us into natural relations with the poorest women of the neighborhood, many of whom were bearing the burden of dissolute and incompetent husbands, in addition to the support of their children. Some of them presented an impressive manifestation of that miracle of affection which outlives abuse, neglect, and crime, the affection which cannot be plucked from the heart where it has lived, although it may serve only to torture and torment. "Has your husband come back?" you inquire of Mrs. S., whom you have known for 8 years as an overworked woman, bringing her 3 delicate children every morning to the nursery. She is bent under the double burden of earning the money which supports them, and giving them the tender care which alone keeps them alive. The oldest 2 children have at last gone to work, and Mrs. S. has allowed herself the luxury of staying at home 2 days a week, and now the worthless husband is back again, the gentlemanly gambler type who, through all vicissitudes, manages to present a white shirt front and a gold watch to the world, but who is dissolute, idle, and extravagant. You dread to think how much his presence will increase the drain upon the family exchequer, and you know that he has stayed away until he was certain that the children were old enough to earn money for his luxuries. Mrs. S. does not pretend to take his return lightly, but she replies in all seriousness and simplicity, "You know my feeling for him has never changed. You may think me foolish, but I was always proud of his good looks and educated appearance. I was lonely and homesick during those 8 years when the children were little and needed so much doctoring, but I could never bring myself to feel hard toward him, and I used to pray the good Lord to keep him from harm and bring him back to us. So, of course, I'm thankful now." She passes on with a dignity which gives one a new sense of the security of affection. I recall a similar case of a woman who had supported her 3 children for 5 years, during which time her dissolute husband constantly demanded money for drink and kept her perpetually worried and intimidated. One Saturday, before the blessed Easter, he came back from a long debauch, ragged and filthy, but in a state of lachrymose repentance. The poor wife received him as a returned prodigal, believed that his remorse would prove lasting, and felt sure that if she and the children went to church with him on Easter Sunday, and he could be induced to take the pledge before the priest, all their troubles would be ended. After hours of vigorous effort, and the expenditure of all her savings, he finally sat on the front doorstep the morning of Easter Sunday, bathed, shaved, and arrayed in a fine new suit of clothes. She left him sitting there in the reluctant spring sunshine, while she finished washing and dressing the children. When she finally opened the front door, with the 3 shining children, that they might all set forth together, the returned prodigal had disappeared, and was not seen again until midnight, when he came back in a glorious state of intoxication from the proceeds of his pawned clothes, and clad once more in the dingiest attire. She took him in without comment, only to begin again the wretched cycle. There were, of course, instances of the criminal husband as well as of the merely vicious. I recall one woman who, during the 7 years, never missed a visiting day at the penitentiary when she might see her husband, and whose little children in the nursery proudly reported the messages from father, with no notion that he was in disgrace. So absolutely did they reflect the gallant spirit of their mother. While one was filled with admiration for these heroic women, something was also to be said for some of the husbands, for the sorry men who, for one reason or another, had failed in the struggle of life. Sometimes this failure was purely economic, and the men were competent to give the children, whom they were not able to support, the care and guidance and even education which were of the highest value. Only a few months ago I met upon the street one of the early nursery mothers, who for 5 years had been living in another part of the city, and in response to my query as to the welfare of her 5 children, she bitterly replied, "All of them except Mary have been arrested at one time or another, thank you." In reply to my remark that I thought her husband had always had such admirable control over them, she burst out, "That has been the whole trouble. I got tired taking care of him, and didn't believe that his laziness was all due to his health, as he said, so I left him and said that I would support the children but not him. From that minute the trouble with the 4 boys began. I never knew what they were doing, and after every sort of scrape I finally put Jack and the twins into institutions where I pay for them. Joe has gone to work at last, but with a disgraceful record behind him. I tell you, I ain't so sure that because a woman can make big money, that she can be both father and mother to her children. As I walked on, I could but wonder in which particular we are most stupid. To judge a man's worth so solely by his wage-earning capacity that a good wife feels justified in leaving him, or in holding fast to that wretched delusion that a woman can both support and nurture her children. One of the most piteous revelations of the futility of the latter attempt came to me through the mother of Goosey, as the children for years called a little boy who, because he was brought to the nursery wrapped up in his mother's shawl, always had his hair filled with the down and small feathers from the feather-brush factory where she worked. One March morning, Goosey's mother was hanging out the washing on a shed roof before she left for the factory. 5-year-old Goosey was trotting at her heels, handing her clothespins, when he was suddenly blown off the roof by the high wind into the alley below. His neck was broken by the fall, and as he lay piteous and limp on a pile of frozen refuse, his mother cheerily called him to climb up again. So confident do overworked mothers become that their children cannot get hurt. After the funeral, as the poor mother sat in the nursery, postponing the moment when she must go back to her empty rooms, I asked her, in a futile effort to be of comfort, if there was anything more we could do for her. The overworked, sorrow-stricken woman looked up and replied, "If you could give me my wages for tomorrow, I would not go to work in the factory at all. I would like to stay at home all day and hold the baby. Goosey was always asking me to take him, and I never had any time." This statement revealed the condition of many nursery mothers, who are obliged to forego the joys and solaces which belong to even the most poverty-stricken. The long hours of factory labor, necessary for earning the support of a child, leave no time for the tender care and caressing which may enrich the life of the most piteous baby. With all the efforts made by modern society to nurture and educate the young, how stupid is it to permit the mothers of young children to spend themselves in the coarser work of the world. It is curiously inconsistent that with the emphasis which this generation has placed upon the mother and upon the prolongation of infancy, we constantly allow the waste of the most precious material. I cannot recall, without indignation, a recent experience. I was detained late one evening in an office building by a prolonged committee meeting of the Board of Education. As I came out at 11 o'clock, I met in the corridor of the 14th floor a woman whom I knew, on her knees scrubbing the marble tiling. As she straightened up to greet me, she seemed so wet from her feet up to her chin that I hastily inquired the cause. Her reply was that she left home at 5 o'clock every night and had no opportunity for 6 hours to nurse her baby. Her mother's milk mingled with the very water with which she scrubbed the floors, until she should return at midnight, heated and exhausted, to feed her screaming child with what remained within her breasts. These are only a few of the problems connected with the lives of the poorest people with whom the residents in a settlement are constantly brought in contact. I cannot close this chapter without a reference to the gallant company of men and women among whom my acquaintance is so large, who are fairly indifferent to starvation itself, because of their preoccupation with higher ends. Among them are visionaries and enthusiasts, unsuccessful artists, writers, and reformers. For many years at Hull House we knew a well-bred German woman who was completely absorbed in the experiment of expressing musical phrases and melodies by means of colors. Because she was small and deformed, she stowed herself into her trunk every night, where she slept on a canvas stretched hammock-wise from the four corners, and her food was of the meagerest. Nevertheless, if a visitor left an offering upon her table, it was largely spent for apparatus or delicately colored silk floss with which to pursue the fascinating experiment. Another sadly crippled old woman, the widow of a sea captain, although living almost exclusively upon malted milk tablets as affording a cheap form of prepared food, was always eager to talk of the beautiful illuminated manuscripts she had sought out in her travels, and to show specimens of her own work as an illuminator. Still another of these impressive old women was an inveterate inventor. Although she had seen prosperous days in England, when we knew her, she subsisted largely upon the samples given away at the demonstration counters of the department stores, and on bits of food which she cooked on a coal shovel in the furnace of the apartment house whose basement back room she occupied. Although her inventions were not practicable, Various experts to whom they were submitted always pronounced them suggestive and ingenious. I once saw her receive this complimentary verdict, this ribbon to stick in her coat, with such dignity and gravity that the words of condolence for her financial disappointment died upon my lips. These indomitable souls are but 3 out of many who I might instance to prove that those who are handicapped in the race for life's goods sometimes play a magnificent trick upon the jade, life herself, by ceasing to know whether or not they possess any of her tawdry goods and chattels. End of Chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of 20 Years at Hull House. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. 20 Years at Hull House by Jane Addams. Chapter 9. A Decade of Economic Discussion. The Hull House residents were often bewildered by the desire for constant discussion which characterized Chicago 20 years ago. For although the residents in the early settlements were in many cases young persons who had sought relief from the consciousness of social maladjustment in the anodyne of work afforded by philanthropic and civic activities, their former experiences had not thrown them into company with radicals. The decade between 1890 to 1900 was, in Chicago, a period of propaganda as over against constructive social effort. The moment for marching and carrying banners, for stating general principles and making a demonstration, rather than the time for uncovering the situation and for providing the legal measures and civic organization through which new social hopes might make themselves felt. When Hull House was established in 1889, the events of the Haymarket riot were already 2 years old, but during that time Chicago had apparently gone through the first period of repressive measures, and in the winter of 1889 to 1890, by the advice and with the active participation of its leading citizens, the city had reached the conclusion that the only cure for the acts of anarchy was free speech and an open discussion of the ills of which the opponents of government complained. Great open meetings were held every Sunday evening in the recital hall of the then new auditorium, presided over by such representative citizens as Lyman Gage, and every possible shade of opinion was freely expressed. A man who spoke constantly at these meetings used to be pointed out to the visiting stranger as one who had been involved with the group of convicted anarchists, and who doubtless would have been arrested and tried but for the accident of his having been in Milwaukee when the explosion occurred. One cannot imagine such meetings being held in Chicago today, nor that such a man should be encouraged to raise his voice in a public assemblage presided over by a leading banker. It is hard to tell just what change has come over our philosophy or over the minds of those citizens who were then convinced that if these conferences had been established earlier, the Haymarket riot and all its sensational results might have been avoided. At any rate, there seemed a further need for smaller clubs, where men who differed widely in their social theories might meet for discussion, where representatives of the various economic schools might modify each other, and at least learn tolerance and the futility of endeavoring to convince all the world of the truth of one position. Fanaticism is engendered only when men, finding no contradiction to their theories, at last believe that the very universe lends itself as an exemplification of one point of view. The Working People's Social Science Club was organized at Hull House in the spring of 1890 by an English working-man, and for 7 years it held a weekly meeting. At 8 o'clock every Wednesday night the secretary called to order from 40 to 100 people, a chairman for the evening was elected, a speaker was introduced who was allowed to talk till 9 o'clock, his subject was then thrown open to discussion, and a lively debate ensued until 10 o'clock, at which hour the meeting was declared adjourned. The enthusiasm of this club seldom lagged. Its zest for discussion was unceasing, and any attempt to turn it into a study or reading club always met with the strong disapprobation of the members. In these weekly discussions in the Hull House drawing-room everything was thrown back upon general principles, and all discussion save that which went to the root of things was impatiently discarded as an unworthy half-way measure.
I recall one evening in this club when an exasperated member had thrown out the statement that Mr. B. believes that socialism will cure the toothache. Mr. B. promptly rose to his feet and said that it certainly would, that when every child's teeth were systematically cared for from the beginning, toothaches would disappear from the face of the earth, belonging, as it did, to the extinct competitive order, as the Black Plague had disappeared from the earth with the ill-regulated feudal regime of the Middle Ages. "But," he added, "why do we spend time discussing trifles like the toothache, when great social changes are to be considered which will of themselves reform these minor ills?" Even the man who had been humorous fell into the solemn tone of the gathering. It was, perhaps, here that the socialist surpassed everyone else in the fervour of economic discussion. He was usually a German or a Russian, with a turn for logical presentation, who saw in the concentration of capital and the growth of monopolies an inevitable transition to the socialist state. He pointed out that the concentration of capital in fewer hands but increased the mass of those whose interests were opposed to a maintenance of its power, and vastly simplified its final absorption by the community, that monopoly, when it is finished, doth bring forth socialism. Opposite to him, springing up in every discussion, was the individualist, or, as the socialist called him, the anarchist, who insisted that we shall never secure just human relations until we have equality of opportunity, that the sole function of the state is to maintain the freedom of each, guarded by the like freedom of all, in order that each man may be able to work out the problems of his own existence. That first winter was within 3 years of the Henry George campaign in New York, when his adherents all over the country were carrying on a successful and effective propaganda. When Henry George himself came to Hull House one Sunday afternoon, the gymnasium, which was already crowded with men to hear Father Huntington's address on "Why Should a Free Thinker Believe in Christ?", fairly rocked on its foundations under the enthusiastic and prolonged applause which greeted this great leader, and constantly interrupted his stirring address, filled, as all of his speeches were, with high moral enthusiasm and humanitarian fervour. Of the remarkable congresses held in connection with the World's Fair, perhaps those inaugurated by the advocates of a single tax exceeded all others in vital enthusiasm. It was possibly significant that all discussions in the Department of Social Science had to be organized by partisans in separate groups. The very committee itself on social science, composed of Chicago citizens, of whom I was one, changed from week to week, as partisan members had their feelings hurt because their cause did not receive due recognition. And yet in the same building adherents of the most diverse religious creeds, Eastern and Western, met in amity and good fellowship. Did it perhaps indicate that their presentation of the eternal problems of life were cast in an older and less sensitive mould than this presentation in terms of social experience, or was it rather that the new social science was not yet a science at all, but merely a name under cover of which we might discuss the perplexing problems of the industrial situation? Certainly the difficulties of our committee were not minimized by the fact that the then new science of sociology had not yet defined its own field. The University of Chicago, opened only the year before the World's Fair, was the first great institution of learning to institute a department of sociology. In the meantime, the Hull House Social Science Club grew in numbers and fervour as various distinguished people who were visiting the World's Fair came to address it. I recall a brilliant Frenchwoman who was filled with amazement because one of the shabbiest men reflected a reading of Schopenhauer. She considered the statement of another member most remarkable, that when he saw a carriage driving through the streets occupied by a capitalist who was no longer even an entrepreneur, he felt quite as sure that his days were numbered, and that his very lack of function to society would speedily bring him to extinction, as he did when he saw a drunkard reeling along the same street. The club, at any rate, convinced the residents that no one so poignantly realizes the failures in the social structure as the man at the bottom, who has been most directly in contact with those failures and has suffered most. I recall the shrewd comments of a certain sailor who had known the disinherited in every country, of a Russian who had served his term in Siberia, of an old Irishman who called himself an atheist, but who in moments of excitement always blamed the good Lord for setting supinely when the world was so horribly out of joint. It was doubtless owing largely to this club that Hull House contracted its early reputation for radicalism. Visitors refused to distinguish between the sentiments expressed by its members in the heat of discussion and the opinions held by the residents themselves. At that moment in Chicago the radical of every shade of opinion was vigorous and dogmatic, of the sort that could not resign himself to the slow march of human improvement, of the type who knew exactly in what part of the world Utopia standeth. During this decade Chicago seemed divided into two classes: those who held that business is business, and who were therefore annoyed at the very notion of social control, and the radicals, who claimed that nothing could be done to really moralize the industrial situation until society should be reorganized. A settlement is above all a place for enthusiasms, a spot to which those who have a passion for the equalization of human joys and opportunities are early attracted. It is this type of mind which is in itself so often obnoxious to the man of conquering business faculty, to whom the practical world of affairs seems so supremely rational that he would never vote to change the type of it, even if he could. The man of social enthusiasm is to him an annoyance and an affront. He does not like to hear him talk, and considers him per se unsafe. Such a business man would admit, as an abstract proposition, that society is susceptible of modification, and would even agree that all human institutions imply progressive development, but at the same time he deeply distrusts those who seek to reform existing conditions. There is a certain common-sense foundation for this distrust, for too often the reformer is the rebel who defies things as they are, because of the restraints which they impose upon his individual desires, rather than because of the general defects of the system. When such a rebel poses for a reformer, his shortcomings are heralded to the world, and his downfall is cherished as an awful warning to those who refuse to worship the God of things as they are. And yet, as I recall the members of this early club, even those who talked the most and the least rationally, seem to me to have been particularly kindly and safe. The most pronounced anarchist among them has long since become a convert to a religious sect, holding Buddhistic tenets which apply little food and distrust of all action. He has become a wraith of his former self, but he still retains his kindly smile. In the discussion of these themes, Hull House was of course quite as much under the suspicion of one side as the other. I remember one night when I addressed a club of secularists, which met at the corner of South Halsted and Madison streets, a rough-looking man called out, "You are all right now, but mark my words, when you are subsidized by the millionaires, you will be afraid to talk like this." The defense of free speech was a sensitive point with me, and I quickly replied that while I did not intend to be subsidized by millionaires, neither did I propose to be bullied by working men, and that I should state my honest opinion without consulting either of them. To my surprise the audience of radicals broke into applause, and the discussion turned upon the need of resisting tyranny whenever found, if democratic institutions were to endure. This desire to bear independent witness to social righteousness often resulted in a sense of compromise difficult to endure, and at many times it seemed to me that we were destined to alienate everybody. I should have been most grateful at that time to accept the tenets of socialism, and I conscientiously made my effort, both by reading and by many discussions with the comrades. I found that I could easily give an affirmative answer to the heated question, "Don't you see that just as the hand-mill created a society with a feudal lord, so the steam-mill creates a society with an industrial capitalist?" But it was a little harder to give an affirmative reply to the proposition that the social relation thus established proceeds to create principles, ideas, and categories as merely historical and transitory products. Of course, I use the term socialism technically, and do not wish to confuse it with the growing sensitiveness which recognizes that no personal comfort nor individual development can compensate a man for the misery of his neighbors, nor with the increasing conviction that social arrangements can be transformed through man's conscious and deliberate effort. Such a definition would not have been accepted for a moment by the Russians, who then dominated the Socialist party in Chicago, and among whom a crude interpretation of the class conflict was the test of faith. During those first years on Halsted Street, nothing was more painfully clear than the fact that pliable human nature is relentlessly pressed upon by its physical environment. I saw nowhere a more devoted effort to understand and relieve that heavy pressure than the Socialists were making, and I should have been glad to have had the comradeship of that gallant company, had they not firmly insisted that fellowship depends upon identity of creed. They repudiated similarity of aim and social sympathy as tests which were much too loose and wavering, as they did that vague socialism which for thousands has come to be a philosophy, or rather religion, embodying the hope of the world and the protection of all who suffer. I also longed for the comfort of a definite social creed, which should afford at one and the same time an explanation of the social chaos and the logical steps toward its better ordering. I came to have an exaggerated sense of responsibility for the poverty in the midst of which I was living, and which the Socialists constantly forced me to defend. My plight was not unlike that which might have resulted in my old days of scepticism regarding foreordination, had I then been compelled to defend the confusion arising from the clashing of free wills as an alternative to an acceptance of the doctrine. Another difficulty in the way of accepting this economic determinism, so baldly dependent upon the theory of class consciousness, constantly arose when I lectured in country towns, and there had opportunities to read human documents of prosperous people as well as those of my neighbors who were crowded into the city. The former were stoutly unconscious of any classes in America, and the class consciousness of the immigrants was fast being broken into by the necessity for making new and unprecedented connections in the industrial life all about them. In the meantime, although many men of many minds met constantly at our conferences, it was amazing to find the incorrigible good nature which prevailed. Radicals are accustomed to hot discussion and sharp differences of opinion, and take it all in the day's work. I recall that the secretary of the Hull House Social Science Club, at the anniversary of the 7th year of its existence, read a report in which he stated that, so far as he could remember, but twice during that time had a speaker lost his temper, and in each case it had been a college professor who wasn't accustomed to being talked back to. He also added that but once had all the club members united in applauding the same speaker. Only Samuel Jones, who afterwards became the Golden Rule Mayor of Toledo, had been able to overcome all their dogmatic differences, when he had set forth a plan of endowing a group of working-men with a factory plant and a working capital for experimentation in hours and wages, quite as groups of scholars are endowed for research. Chicago continued to devote much time to economic discussion, and remained in a state of youthful glamour throughout the 90s. I recall a young Methodist minister, who, in order to free his denomination from any entanglement in his discussion of the economic and social situation, moved from his church building into a neighboring hall. The congregation and many other people followed him there, and he later took to the street corners because he found that the shabbiest men liked that best. Professor Heron filled to overflowing a downtown hall every noon with a series of talks entitled Between Caesar and Jesus, an attempt to apply the teachings of the gospel to the situations of modern commerce. A half-dozen publications edited with some ability and much moral enthusiasm have passed away, perhaps because they represented pamphleteering rather than journalism, and came to a natural end when the situation changed. Certainly their editors suffered criticism and poverty on behalf of the causes which they represented. Trades unionists, unless they were also socialists, were not prominent in those economic discussions, although they were steadily making an effort to bring order into the unnecessary industrial confusion. They belonged to the second of the two classes into which Mill divides all those who are dissatisfied with human life as it is, and whose feelings are wholly identified with its radical amendment. He states that the thoughts of one class are in the region of ultimate aims, of the highest ideals of human life, while the thoughts of the other are in the region of the immediately useful and practically attainable. The meetings of our Social Science Club were carried on by men of the former class, many of them with a strong religious bias, who constantly challenged the Church to assuage the human spirit thus torn and bruised in the tumult of a time disconsolate. These men were so serious in their demand for religious fellowship, and several young clergymen were so ready to respond to the appeal, that various meetings were arranged at Hull House, in which a group of people met together to consider the social question, not in a spirit of discussion, but in prayer and meditation. These clergymen were making heroic efforts to induce their churches to formally consider the labor situation, and during the years which have elapsed since then, many denominations of the Christian Church have organized labor committees. But at that time there was nothing of the sort beyond the society in the established Church of England to consider the conditions of labor. During that decade even the most devoted of that pioneer church society failed to formulate the fervid desire for juster social conditions into anything more convincing than a literary statement, and the Christian Socialists, at least when the American branch held its annual meeting at Hull House, afforded but a striking portrayal of that between-age mood in which so many of our religious contemporaries are forced to live. I remember that I received the same impression when I attended a meeting called by the canon of an English cathedral to discuss the relation of the Church to labor. The men quickly indicted the cathedral for its uselessness, and the canon asked them what in their minds should be its future. The men promptly replied that any new social order would wish, of course, to preserve the beautiful historic buildings, that although they would dismiss the bishop and all the clergy, they would want to retain one or two scholars as custodians and interpreters. "And what next?" the imperturbable ecclesiastic asked. "We would democratize it," replied the men. But when it came to a more detailed description of such an undertaking, the discussion broke down into a dozen bits, although illuminated by much shrewd wisdom and affording a clue, perhaps, as to the destruction of the bishop's palace by the citizens of this same town, who had attacked it as a symbol of swollen prosperity during the bread riots of the earlier part of the century. On the other hand, the working men who continue to demand help from the Church thereby acknowledge their kinship, as does the son who continues to ask bread from the father who gives him a stone. I recall an incident connected with a prolonged strike in Chicago on the part of the typographical unions for an 8-hour day. The strike had been conducted in a most orderly manner, and the union men, convinced of the justice of their cause, had felt aggrieved because one of the religious publishing houses in Chicago had constantly opposed them. Some of the younger clergymen of the denominations who were friendly to the strikers' cause came to a luncheon at Hull House, where the situation was discussed by the representatives of all sides. The clergyman, becoming much interested in the idealism with which an officer of the State Federation of Labor presented the cause, drew from him the story of his search for fraternal relation. He said that at 14 years of age he had joined a church, hoping to find it there. He had later become a member of many fraternal organizations and mutual benefit societies, and although much impressed by their rituals, he was disappointed in the actual fraternity. He had finally found, so it seemed to him, in the cause of organized labor, what these other organizations had failed to give him, an opportunity for sacrificial effort. Chicago thus took a decade to discuss the problems inherent in the present industrial organization and to consider what might be done, not so much against deliberate aggression as against brutal confusion and neglect, quite as the youth of promise passed through a mist of rose-colored hope before he settles in the land of achievement where he becomes all too dull and literal-minded. And yet, as I hastily review the decade in Chicago which followed this one given over to discussion, the actual attainment of these early hopes, so far as they have been realized at all, seem to have come from men of affairs rather than from those given to speculation. Was the whole decade of discussion an illustration of that striking fact which has been likened to the changing of swords in Hamlet, that the abstract minds at length yield to the inevitable or at least grow less ardent in their propaganda, while the concrete minds, dealing constantly with daily affairs, in the end demonstrate the reality of abstract notions? I remember when Frederick Harrison visited Hull House that I was much disappointed to find that the positivists had not made their ardor for humanity a more potent factor in the English social movement, as I was surprised during a visit from John Morley to find that he, representing perhaps the type of man whom political life seems to have pulled away from the ideals of his youth, had yet been such a champion of democracy in the full tide of reaction. My observations were much too superficial to be of value, and certainly both men were well grounded in philosophy and theory of social reform, and had long before carefully formulated their principles, as the new English Labour Party, which is destined to break up the reactionary period, is now being created by another set of theorists. There were certainly moments during the heated discussions of this decade when nothing seemed so important as right theory. This was borne in upon me one brilliant evening at Hull House when Benjamin Kidd, author of the much-read Social Evolution, was pitted against Victor Berger of Milwaukee, even then considered a rising man in the Socialist Party. At any rate, the residents of Hull House discovered that while their first impact with city poverty allied them to groups given over to discussion of social theories, their sober efforts to heal neighborhood ills allied them to general public movements which were without challenging creeds. But while we discovered that we most easily secured the smallest of much-needed improvements by attaching our efforts to those of organized bodies, nevertheless these very organizations would have been impossible had not the public conscience been aroused and the community's sensibility quickened by these same ardent theorists. As I review these very first impressions of the workers in unskilled industries living in a depressed quarter of the city, I realize how hard it was for us to see exceptional cases of hardship as typical of the average lot, and yet in spite of alleviating philanthropy and labor legislation, the indictment of Tolstoy applied to Moscow 30 years ago still fits every American city. Wherever we may live, if we draw a circle around us of 100,000, or 1,000, or even of 10 miles circumference, and look at the lives of those men and women who are inside our circle, we shall find half-starved children, old people, pregnant women, sick and weak persons, working beyond their strength, who have neither food nor rest enough to support them, and who for this reason die before their time. We shall see others, full-grown, who are injured and needlessly killed by dangerous and hurtful tasks. As the American city is awakening to self-consciousness, it slowly perceives the civic significance of these industrial conditions, and perhaps Chicago has been foremost in the effort to connect the unregulated overgrowth of the huge centers of population with the astoundingly rapid development of industrial enterprises, quite as Chicago was foremost to carry on the preliminary discussion through which a basis was laid for like-mindedness and the coordination of diverse wills. I remember an astute English visitor, who had been a guest in a score of American cities, observed that it was hard to understand the local pride he constantly encountered. For in spite of the boasting on the part of leading citizens in the western, eastern, and southern towns, all American cities seemed to him essentially alike, and all equally the results of an industry totally unregulated by well-considered legislation. I am inclined to think that perhaps all this general discussion was inevitable in connection with the early settlements, as they in turn were the inevitable result of theories of social reform, which in their full enthusiasm reached America by way of England, only in the last decade of the century. There must have been tough fibre somewhere, for although the residents of Hull House were often baffled by the radicalism within the Social Science Club and harassed by the criticism from outside, we still continue to believe that such discussion should be carried on. For if the settlement seeks its expression through social activity, it must learn the difference between mere social unrest and spiritual impulse. The group of Hull House residents, which by the end of the decade comprised 25, differed widely in social beliefs, from the girl direct from the country who looked upon all social unrest as mere anarchy, to the resident who had become a socialist when a student in Zurich, and who had long before translated from the German, Engels' Conditions of the Working Class in England, although at this time she had been read out of the Socialist Party because the Russian and German impossibilists suspected her fluent English, as she always lightly explained. Although thus diversified in social beliefs, the residents became solidly united through our mutual experience in an industrial quarter, and we became not only convinced of the need for social control and protective legislation, but also of the value of this preliminary argument. This decade of discussion between 1890 and 1900 already seems remote from the spirit of Chicago of today. So far as I have been able to reproduce this earlier period, it must reflect the essential provisionality of everything, the perpetual moving on to something future which shall supersede the present, that paramount impression of life itself, which affords us at one and the same time ground for despair and for endless and varied anticipation. End of Chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of 20 Years at Hull House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dianne Lanning. 20 Years at Hull House by Jane Addams. Chapter 10. Pioneer Labor Legislation in Illinois. Our very first Christmas at Hull House, when we as yet knew nothing of child labor, a number of little girls refused the candy which was offered them as part of the Christmas good cheer, saying simply that they worked in a candy factory and could not bear the sight of it. We discovered that for 6 weeks they had worked from 7 in the morning until 9 at night, and they were exhausted as well as satiated. The sharp consciousness of stern economic conditions was thus thrust upon us in the midst of the season of goodwill. During the same winter, 3 boys from a Hull House club were injured at one machine in a neighboring factory for lack of a guard which would have cost but a few dollars. When the injury of one of these boys resulted in his death, we felt quite sure that the owners of the factory would share our horror and remorse, and that they would do everything possible to prevent the recurrence of such a tragedy. To our surprise, they did nothing whatever, and I made my first acquaintance then with those pathetic documents signed by the parents of working children that they will make no claim for damages resulting from carelessness. The visits we made in the neighborhood constantly discovered women sewing upon sweatshop work, and often they were assisted by incredibly small children. I remember a little girl of 4 who pulled out basting threads hour after hour, sitting on a stool at the feet of her bohemian mother, a little bunch of human misery. But even for that there was no legal redress, for the only child labor law in Illinois, with any provision for enforcement, had been secured by the coal miners' unions and was confined to children employed in mines. We learned to know many families in which the working children contributed to the support of their parents, not only because they spoke English better than the older immigrants and were willing to take lower wages, but because their parents gradually found it easier to live upon their earnings. A South Italian peasant who has picked olives and packed oranges from his toddling babyhood cannot see at once the difference between the outdoor healthy work which he had performed in the varying seasons and the long hours of monotonous factory life which his child encounters when he goes to work in Chicago. An Italian father came to us in great grief over the death of his eldest child, a little girl of 12, who had brought the largest wages into the family fund. In the midst of his genuine sorrow, he said, "She was the oldest kid I had. Now I shall have to go back to work again until the next one is able to take care of me." The man was only 33, and had hoped to retire from work at least during the winters. No foreman cared to have him in a factory, untrained and unintelligent as he was. It was much easier for his bright, English-speaking little girl to get a chance to paste labels on a box than for him to secure an opportunity to carry pig iron. The effect on the child was what no one concerned thought about in the abnormal effort she made thus prematurely to bear the weight of life. Another little girl of 13, a Russian Jewish child employed in a laundry at a heavy task beyond her strength, committed suicide because she had borrowed $3 from a companion which she could not repay unless she confided the story to her parents and gave up an entire week's wages. But what could the family live upon that week in case she did? Her child mind, of course, had no sense of proportion, and carbolic acid appeared inevitable. While we found many pathetic cases of child labor and hard-driven victims of the sweating system who could not possibly earn enough in the short, busy season to support themselves during the rest of the year, it became evident that we must add carefully collected information to our general impression of neighborhood conditions if we would make it of any genuine value. There was at the time no statistical information on Chicago industrial conditions, and Mrs. Florence Kelly, an early resident of Hull House, suggested to the Illinois State Bureau of Labor that they investigate the sweating system in Chicago with its attendant child labor. The head of the Bureau adopted this suggestion and engaged Mrs. Kelly to make the investigation. When the report was presented to the Illinois legislature, a special committee was appointed to look into the Chicago conditions. I well recall that on the Sunday the members of this commission came to dine at Hull House, our hopes ran high, and we believed that at last some of the worst ills under which our neighbors were suffering would be brought to an end. As a result of its investigations, this committee recommended to the legislature the provisions which afterward became those of the first factory law in Illinois, regulating the sanitary conditions of the sweatshop and fixing 14 as the age of which a child might be employed. Before the passage of the law could be secured, it was necessary to appeal to all elements of the community, and a little group of us addressed the open meetings of trades unions and of benefit societies, church organizations, and social clubs, literally every evening for 3 months. Of course, the most energetic help as well as intelligent understanding came from the trades unions. The central labor body of Chicago, then called the Trades and Labor Assembly, had previously appointed a committee of investigation to inquire into the sweating system. This committee consisted of 5 delegates from the unions and 5 outside their membership. 2 of the latter were residents of Hull House, and continued with the unions in their well-conducted campaign until the passage of Illinois' first factory legislation was secured, a statute which has gradually been built upon by many public-spirited citizens until Illinois stands well among the states, at least in the matter of protecting her children. The Hull House residents that winter had their first experience in lobbying. I remember that I very much disliked the word, and still more the prospect of the lobbying itself, and we insisted that well-known Chicago women should accompany this first little group of settlement folk, who, with trades unionists, moved upon the state capitol in behalf of factory legislation. The National, or, to use its formal name, the General Federation of Women's Clubs, had been organized in Chicago only the year before this legislation was secured. The Federation was then timid in regard to all legislation, because it was anxious not to frighten its new membership, although its second president, Mrs. Henrotin, was most untiring in her efforts to secure this law. It was perhaps a premature effort, though certainly founded upon a genuine need, to urge that a clause limiting the hours of all women working in factories or workshops to 8 a day or 48 a week should be inserted in the first factory legislation of the state. Although we had lived at Hull House but 3 years when we urged this legislation, we had known a large number of girls who were constantly exhausted by night work. For whatever may be said in defense of night work for men, few women are able to endure it. A man who works by night sleeps regularly by day, but a woman finds it impossible to put aside the household duties which crowd upon her, and a conscientious girl finds it hard to sleep with her mother washing and scrubbing within a few feet of her bed. One of the most painful impressions of those first years is that of pale, listless girls who worked regularly in a factory of the vicinity, which was then running full night time. These girls also encountered a special danger in the early morning hours as they returned from work, debilitated and exhausted, and only too easily convinced that a drink and a little dancing at the end of the balls in the saloon dance halls was what they needed to brace them. One of the girls whom we then knew, whose name, Chloe, seemed to fit her delicate charm, craving a drink to dispel her lassitude before her tired feet should take the long walk home, had thus been decoyed into a saloon, where the soft drink was followed by an alcoholic one containing knockout drops, and she awoke in a disreputable rooming house, too frightened and disgraced to return to her mother. Thus confronted by that old conundrum of the interdependence of matter and spirit, the conviction was forced upon us that long and exhausting hours of work are almost sure to be followed by lurid and exciting pleasures, that the power to overcome temptation reaches its limit almost automatically with that of physical resistance. The 8-hour clause in this first factory law met with much less opposition in the legislature than was anticipated, and was enforced for a year before it was pronounced unconstitutional by the Supreme Court of Illinois. During the halcyon months when it was a law, a large and enthusiastic 8-hour club of working women met at Hull House to read the literature on the subject and in every way to prepare themselves to make public sentiment in favor of the measure which meant so much to them. The adverse decision in the test case, the progress of which they had most intelligently followed, was a matter of great disappointment. The entire experience left on my mind a mistrust of all legislation which was not preceded by full discussion and understanding. A premature measure may be carried through a legislature by perfectly legitimate means, and still fail to possess vitality and a sense of maturity. On the other hand, the administration of an advanced law acts somewhat as a referendum. the people have an opportunity for 2 years to see the effects of its operation. If they choose to reopen the matter at the next General Assembly, it can be discussed with experience and conviction. The very operation of the law has performed the function of the referendum in a limited use of the term. Founded upon some such compunction, the sense that the passage of the child labor law would in many cases work hardship was never absent from my mind during the earliest years of its operation. I addressed as many mothers' meetings and clubs among working women as I could, in order to make clear the object of the law and the ultimate benefit to themselves as well as to their children. I am happy to remember that I never met with lack of understanding among the hard-working widows, in whose behalf many prosperous people were so eloquent. These widowed mothers would say, "Why, of course, that is what I am working for, to give the children a chance. I want them to have more education than I had." Or another, "That is why we came to America, and I don't want to spoil his start, even although his father is dead." Or, "It's different in America. A boy gets left if he isn't educated." There was always a willingness, even among the poorest women, to keep on with the hard night scrubbing or the long days of washing for the children's sake. The bitterest opposition to the law came from the large glass companies, who were so accustomed to use the labor of children that they were convinced the manufacturing of glass could not be carried on without it. 15 years ago, the state of Illinois, as well as Chicago, exhibited many characteristics of the pioneer country in which untrammeled energy and an early start were still the most highly prized generators of success. Although this first labor legislation was but bringing Illinois into line with the nations in the modern industrial world, which have long been obliged for their own sakes to come to the aid of the workers by which they live, that the child, the young person, and the woman may be protected from their own weakness and necessity. Nevertheless, from the first it ran counter to the instinct and tradition, almost the very religion of the manufacturers of the state, who were for the most part self-made men. The first attempt in Illinois for adequate factory legislation also was associated in the minds of businessmen with radicalism, because the law was secured during the term of Governor Altgeld, and was first enforced during his administration. While nothing in its genesis or spirit could be further from anarchy than factory legislation, and while the first law in Illinois was still far behind Massachusetts and New York, the fact that Governor Altgeld pardoned from the state's prison the anarchists who had been sentenced there after the Haymarket riot gave the opponents of this most reasonable legislation a quickly utilized opportunity to couple it with that detested word. The state document which accompanied Governor Altgeld's pardon gave these ungenerous critics a further opportunity, because a magnanimous action was marred by personal rancor, betraying for the moment the infirmity of a noble mind. For all of these reasons, this first modification of the undisturbed control of the aggressive captains of industry could not be enforced without resistance marked by dramatic episodes and revolts. The inception of the law had already become associated with Hull House, and when its ministration was also centered there, we inevitably received all the odium which these first efforts entailed. Mrs. Kelly was appointed the first factory inspector with a deputy and a force of 12 inspectors to enforce the law. Both Mrs. Kelly and her assistant, Mrs. Stevens, lived at Hull House. The office was on Polk Street, directly opposite, and one of the most vigorous deputies was the president of the Jane Club. In addition, one of the early men residents, since dean of a state law school, acted as prosecutor in the cases brought against the violators of the law. Chicago had for years been notoriously lax in the administration of law, and the enforcement of an unpopular measure was resented equally by the president of a large manufacturing concern and by the former victim of a sweatshop who had started a place of his own. Whatever the sentiments toward the new law on the part of the employers, there was no doubt of its enthusiastic reception by the trades unions, as the securing of the law had already come from them, and through the years which have elapsed since, the experience of the Hull House residents would coincide with that of an English statesman who said that a common rule for the standard of life and the condition of labor may be secured by legislation, but it must be maintained by trades unionism. This special value of the trades unions first became clear to the residents of Hull House in connection with the sweating system. We early found that the women in the sewing trades were sorely in need of help. The trade was thoroughly disorganized, Russian and Polish tailors competing against English-speaking tailors, unskilled Bohemian and Italian women competing against both. These women seem to have been best helped through the use of the label when unions of specialized workers in the trade are strong enough to insist that the manufacturers shall give out work only to those holding union cards. It was certainly impressive when the garment makers themselves in this way finally succeeded in organizing 600 of the Italian women in our immediate vicinity who had finished garments at home for the most wretched and precarious wages. To be sure, the most ignorant women only knew that you couldn't get clothes to sew from the places where they paid the best, unless you had a card. But through the veins of most of them there pulsed a quickened blood of a new fellowship, a sense of comfort and aid which had been laid out to them by their fellow workers. During the 4th year of our residence at Hull House, we found ourselves in a large mass meeting ardently advocating the passage of a federal measure called the Sulzer Bill. Even in our short struggle with the evils of the sweating system, it did not seem strange that the center of the effort had shifted to Washington, for by that time we had realized that the sanitary regulation of sweatshops by city officials and a careful enforcement of factory legislation by state factory inspectors will not avail, unless each city and state shall be able to pass and enforce a code of comparatively uniform legislation. Although the Sulzer Act failed to utilize the interstate commerce legislation for its purpose, many of the national representatives realized for the first time that only by federal legislation could their constituents in remote country places be protected from contagious diseases raging in New York or Chicago. For many country doctors testify as to the outbreak of scarlet fever in rural neighborhoods after the children have begun to wear the winter overcoats and cloaks which have been sent from infected city sweatshops. Through our effort to modify the sweating system, the Hull House residents gradually became committed to the fortunes of the Consumers' League, an organization which for years has been approaching the question of the underpaid sewing women from the point of view of the ultimate responsibility lodged in the consumer. It becomes more reasonable to make the presentation of the sweatshop situation through this league, as it is more effectual to work with them for the extension of legal provisions in the slow upbuilding of that code of legislation, which is alone sufficient to protect the home from the dangers incident to the sweating system. The Consumers' League seems to afford the best method of approach for the protection of girls in department stores. I recall a group of girls from a neighboring emporium who applied to Hull House for dancing parties on alternate Sunday afternoons. In reply to our protest, they told us they not only worked late every evening, in spite of the fact that each was supposed to have 2 nights a week off, and every Sunday morning, but that on alternate Sunday afternoons they were required to sort the stock. Over and over again, meetings called by the Clerks' Union and others have been held at Hull House protesting against these incredibly long hours. Little modification has come about, however, during our 20 years of residence. Although one large store in the Bohemian quarter closes all day on Sunday, and many of the others for 3 nights a week. In spite of the Sunday work, these girls prefer the outlying department stores to those downtown. There is more social intercourse with the customers, more kindliness and social equality between the saleswomen and the managers. And above all, the girls have the protection naturally afforded by friends and neighbors, and they are free from that suspicion which so often haunts the girls downtown, that their fellow workers may not be nice girls. In the first years of Hull House, we came across no trades unions among the women workers, and I think, perhaps, that only one union composed solely of women was to be found in Chicago then, that of the bookbinders. I easily recall that evening when the president of this pioneer organization accepted an invitation to take dinner at Hull House. She came in a rather recalcitrant mood, expecting to be patronized, and so suspicious of our motives that it was only after she had been persuaded to become a guest of the house for several weeks, in order to find out about us for herself, that she was convinced of our sincerity and of the ability of outsiders to be of any service to working women. She afterward became closely identified with Hull House, and her hearty cooperation was assured until she moved to Boston and became a general organizer for the American Federation of Labor. The women shirt makers and the women cloak makers were both organized at Hull House, as was also the Dorcas Federal Labor Union, which had been founded through the efforts of a working woman, then one of the residents. The latter union met once a month in our drawing room. It was composed of representatives from all the unions in the city, which included women in their membership, and also received other women in sympathy with unionism. It was accorded representation in the central labor body of the city, and later it joined its efforts with those of others to found the Women's Union Labor League. In what we consider a praiseworthy effort to unite it with other organizations, the president of a leading women's club applied for membership. We were so sure of her election that she stood just outside the drawing-room door, or, in trades union language, the wicket gate, while her name was voted upon. To our chagrin, she did not receive enough votes to secure her admission, not because the working girls, as they were careful to state, did not admire her, but because she seemed to belong to the other side. Fortunately, the big-minded woman so thoroughly understood the vote, and her interest in working women was so genuine, that it was less than a decade afterward when she was elected to the presidency of the National Women's Trades Union League. The incident and the sequel registers, perhaps, the change in Chicago toward the labor movement, the recognition of the fact that it is a general social movement concerning all members of society, and not merely a class struggle. Some such public estimate of the labor movement was brought home to Chicago during several conspicuous strikes. At least labor legislation has twice been inaugurated because its need was thus made clear. After the Pullman strike, various elements in the community were unexpectedly brought together that they might soberly consider and rectify the weakness in the legal structure which the strike had revealed. These citizens arranged for a large and representative convention to be held in Chicago on industrial conciliation and arbitration. I served as secretary of the committee from the new Civic Federation, having the matter in charge, and our hopes ran high when, as a result of the agitation, the Illinois legislature passed a law creating a state board of conciliation and arbitration. But even a state board cannot accomplish more than public sentiment authorizes and sustains. And we might easily have been discouraged in those early days could we have foreseen some of the industrial disturbances which have since disgraced Chicago. This law embodied the best provisions of the then existing laws for the arbitration of industrial disputes. At the time, the word arbitration was still a word to conjure with, and many Chicago citizens were convinced not only of the danger and futility involved in the open warfare of opposing social forces, but further believed that the search for justice and righteousness in industrial relations was made infinitely more difficult thereby. The Pullman strike afforded much illumination to many Chicago people. Before it, there had been nothing in my experience to reveal that distinct cleavage of society which a general strike at least momentarily affords. Certainly, during all those dark days of the Pullman strike, the growth of class bitterness was most obvious. The fact that the settlement maintained avenues of intercourse with both sides seemed to give it opportunity for nothing but a realization of the bitterness and division along class lines. I had known Mr. Pullman, and had seen his genuine pride and pleasure in the model town he had built with so much care, and I had an opportunity to talk to many of the Pullman employees during the strike, when I was sent from a so-called Citizens Arbitration Committee to their first meetings held in a hall in the neighboring village of Kensington, and when I was invited to the modest supper tables laid in the model houses. The employees then expected a speedy settlement, and no one doubted but that all the grievances connected with the straw bosses would be quickly remedied, and that the benevolence which had built the model town would not fail them. They were sure that the straw bosses had misrepresented the state of affairs, for this very first awakening to class consciousness bore many traces of the servility on one side and the arrogance on the other, which had so long prevailed in the model town. The entire strike demonstrated how often the outcome of far-reaching industrial disturbances is dependent upon the personal will of the employer or the temperament of a strike leader. Those familiar with strikes know only too well how much they are influenced by poignant domestic situations, by the troubled consciences of the minority directors, by the suffering women and children, by the keen excitement of the struggle, by the religious scruples sternly suppressed but occasionally asserting themselves, now on one side and now on the other, and by that undefined psychology of the crowd which we understand so little. All of these factors also influence the public and do much to determine popular sympathy and judgment. In the early days of the Pullman strike, as I was coming down in the elevator of the Auditorium Hotel from one of the futile meetings of the Arbitration Committee, I met an acquaintance who angrily said that the strikers ought all to be shot. As I had heard nothing so bloodthirsty as this, either from the most enraged capitalist or from the most desperate of the men, and was interested to find the cause of such a senseless outbreak, I finally discovered that the first $10,000 which my acquaintance had ever saved, requiring, he said, years of effort from the time he was 12 years old until he was 30, had been lost as a result of the strike. He clenched his argument that he knew what he was talking about, with the statement that no one need expect him to have any sympathy with strikers or with their affairs. A very intimate and personal experience revealed, at least to myself, my constant dread of the spreading ill will. At the height of the sympathetic strike, my oldest sister, who was convalescing from a long illness in a hospital near Chicago, became suddenly very much worse. While I was able to reach her at once, every possible obstacle of a delayed and blocked transportation system interrupted the journey of her husband and children, who were hurrying to her bedside from a distant state. As the end drew nearer, and I was obliged to reply to my sister's constant inquiries that her family had not yet come, I was filled with a profound apprehension lest her last hour should be touched with resentment toward those responsible for the delay, lest her unutterable longing should be at the very end be tinged with bitterness. She must have divined what was in my mind, for at last she said each time after the repetition of my sad news, "I don't blame anyone. I'm not judging them." My heart was comforted and heavy at the same time. But how many more such moments of sorrow and death were being made difficult and lonely throughout the land, And how much would these experiences add to the lasting bitterness, the touch of self-righteousness, which makes the spirit of forgiveness well nigh impossible? When I returned to Chicago from the quiet country, I saw the Federal troops encamped about the post office, almost everyone on Halsted Street wearing a white ribbon, the emblem of the strikers' side. The residents at Hull House divided in opinion as to the righteousness of this or that measure, and no one able to secure any real information as to which side was burning the cars. After the Pullman strike, I made an attempt to analyze in a paper which I called The Modern King Lear the inevitable revolt of human nature against the plans Mr. Pullman had made for his employees, the miscarriage of which appeared to him such black ingratitude. It seemed to me unendurable not to make some effort to gather together the social implications of the failure of this benevolent employer and its relation to the demand for a more democratic administration of industry. Doubtless the paper represented a certain excess of participation, to use a gentle phrase of Charles Lamb's, in preference to a more emphatic one used by Mr. Pullman himself. The last picture of the Pullman strike which I distinctly recall was 3 years later, when one of the strike leaders came to see me. Although out of work for most of the time since the strike, he had been undisturbed for 6 months in the repair shops of a streetcar company, under an assumed name. But he had at that moment been discovered and dismissed. He was a superior type of English working man, but as he stood there, broken and discouraged, believing himself so blacklisted that his skill could never be used again, filled with sorrow over the loss of his wife who had recently died after an illness with distressing mental symptoms, realizing keenly the lack of the respectable way of living he had always, until now, been able to maintain, he seemed to me an epitome of the wretched human waste such a strike implies. I fervently hoped that the new arbitration law would prohibit in Chicago forevermore such brutal and ineffective methods of settling industrial disputes. And yet, even as early as 1896, we found the greatest difficulty in applying the arbitration law to the garment workers' strike, although it was finally accomplished after various mass meetings had urged it. The cruelty and waste of the strike as an implement for securing the most reasonable demands came to me at another time, during the long strike of the clothing cutters. They had protested not only against various wrongs of their own, but against the fact that the tailors employed by the custom merchants were obliged to furnish their own workshops, and thus bore a burden of rent which belonged to the employer. One of the leaders in this strike, whom I had known for several years as a sober, industrious, and unusually intelligent man, I saw gradually break down during the many trying weeks, and at last suffer a complete moral collapse. He was a man of sensitive organization under the necessity, as is every leader during a strike, to address the same body of men day after day with an appeal sufficiently emotional to respond to their sense of injury, to receive callers at any hour of the day or night, to sympathize with all the distress of the strikers who see their families daily suffering. He must do it all with the sickening sense of the increasing privation in his own home, and in this case with the consciousness that failure was approaching nearer each day. This man, accustomed to the monotony of his workbench and suddenly thrown into a new situation, showed every sign of nervous fatigue before the final collapse came. He disappeared after the strike, and I did not see him for 10 years. But when he returned, he immediately began talking about the old grievances which he had repeated so often that he could talk of nothing else. It was easy to recognize the same nervous symptoms which the broken-down lecturer exhibits who has depended upon the exploitation of his own experiences to keep himself going. One of his stories was indeed pathetic. His employer, during the busy season, had met him one Sunday afternoon in Lincoln Park whither he had taken his 3 youngest children, one of whom had been ill. The employer scolded him for thus wasting his time, and roughly asked why he had not taken home enough work to keep himself busy through the day. The story was quite credible because the residents of Hull House have had many opportunities to see the worker driven ruthlessly during the season and left in idleness for long weeks afterward. We have slowly come to realize that periodical idleness, as well as the payment of wages insufficient for maintenance of the manual worker in full industrial and domestic efficiency, stand economically on the same footing with the sweated industries, the overwork of women, and employment of children. But of all the aspects of social misery, nothing is so heartbreaking as unemployment, and it was inevitable that we should see much of it in a neighborhood where low rents attracted the poorly paid worker and many newly arrived immigrants who were first employed in gangs upon railroad extensions and similar undertakings. The sturdy peasants eager for work were either the victims of the padrone, who fleeced them unmercifully, both in securing a place to work and then in supplying them with food, or they became the mere sport of unscrupulous employment agencies. Hull House made an investigation both of the padrone and of the agencies in our immediate vicinity, and the outcome confirming what we already suspected, we eagerly threw ourselves into a movement to procure free employment bureaus under state control until a law authorizing such bureaus and giving the officials entrusted with their management power to regulate private employment agencies passed the Illinois legislature in 1899. The history of these bureaus demonstrates the tendency we all have to consider a legal enactment in itself an achievement, and to grow careless in regard to its administration and actual results. For an investigation into the situation 10 years later discovered that immigrants were still shamefully imposed upon. A group of Bulgarians were found who had been sent to work in Arkansas, where their services were not needed. They walked back to Chicago, only to secure their next job in Oklahoma, and to pay another railroad fare as well as another commission to the agency. Not only was there no method by which the men not needed in Arkansas could know that there was work in Oklahoma unless they came back to Chicago to find it out, but there was no certainty that they might not be obliged to walk back from Oklahoma because the Chicago agency had already sent out too many men. This investigation of the Employment Bureau resources of Chicago was undertaken by the League for the Protection of Immigrants, with whom it is possible for Hull House to cooperate whenever an investigation of the immigrant colonies in our immediate neighborhood seems necessary, as was recently done in regard to the Greek colonies of Chicago. The superintendent of this league, Miss Grace Abbott, is a resident of Hull House, and all of our later attempts to secure justice and opportunity for immigrants are much more effective through the League, and when we speak before a congressional committee in Washington concerning the needs of Chicago immigrants, we represent the League as well as our own neighbors. It is in connection with the first factory employment of newly arrived immigrants and the innumerable difficulties attached to their first adjustment that some of the most profound industrial disturbances in Chicago have come about. Under any attempt at classification, these strikes belong more to the general social movement than to the industrial conflict, for the strike is an implement used most rashly by unorganized labor who, after they are in difficulties, call upon the trades unions for organization and direction. They are similar to those strikes which are inaugurated by the unions on behalf of unskilled labor. In neither case do the hastily organized unions usually hold after the excitement of the moment has subsided. The most valuable result of such strikes is the expanding consciousness of the solidarity of the workers. This was certainly the result of the Chicago stockyard strike in 1905, inaugurated on behalf of the immigrant laborers and so conspicuously carried on without violence that, Although 22,000 workers were idle during the entire summer, there were fewer arrests in the stockyards district than the average summer months afford. However, the story of this strike should not be told from Hull House, but from the University of Chicago settlement, where Miss Mary McDowell performed such signal public service during that trying summer. It would be interesting to trace how much of the subsequent exposure of conditions and attempts at government control of this huge industry had their genesis in this first attempt of the unskilled workers to secure a higher standard of living. Certainly the industrial conflict, when epitomized in a strike, centers public attention on conditions as nothing else can do. A strike is one of the most exciting episodes in modern life, and as it assumes the characteristics of a game, the entire population of a city becomes divided into two cheering sides. In such moments, the fair-minded public, who ought to be depended upon as a referee, practically disappears. Anyone who tries to keep the attitude of non-partisanship, which is perhaps an impossible one, is quickly under suspicion by both sides. At least that was the fate of a group of citizens appointed by the mayor of Chicago to arbitrate during the stormy Teamsters strike which occurred in 1905. We sat through a long Sunday afternoon in the mayor's office in the city hall, talking first with the labor men and then with the group of capitalists. The undertaking was the more futile in that we were all practically the dupes of a new type of industrial conspiracy, successfully inaugurated in Chicago by a close compact between the Coal Teamsters Union and the Coal Team Owners Association, who had formed a kind of monopoly hitherto new to a monopoly-ridden public. The stormy Teamsters strike, ostensibly undertaken in defense of the garment workers, but really arising from causes so obscure and dishonorable that they have never yet been made public, was the culmination of a type of trades unions which had developed in Chicago during the preceding decade, in which corruption had flourished almost as openly as it had previously done in the City Hall. This corruption sometimes took the form of grafting after the manner of Samuel Parks in New York, sometimes that of political deals in the delivery of the labor vote, and sometimes that of a combination between capital and labor hunting together. At various times during these years, the better type of trades unionists had made a firm stand against this corruption and a determined effort to eradicate it from the labor movement, not unlike the general reform effort of many American cities against political corruption. This reform movement in the Chicago Federation of Labor had its martyrs, and more than one man nearly lost his life through the slugging methods employed by the powerful corruptionists. And yet, even in the midst of these things, were found touching examples of fidelity to the earlier principles of brotherhood, totally untouched by the corruption. At one time, the scrub women in the downtown office buildings had a union of their own, affiliated with the elevator men and the janitors. Although the union was used merely as a weapon in the fight of the coal teamsters against the use of natural gas in downtown buildings, it did not prevent the women from getting their first glimpse into the fellowship and sense of protection which is the great gift of trades unionism to the unskilled, unbefriended worker. I remember in a meeting held at Hull House one Sunday afternoon that the president of a local of scrub women stood up to relate her experience. She told first of the long years in which the fear of losing her job and the fluctuating pay were harder to bear than the hard work itself, when she had regarded all the other women who scrubbed in the same building merely as rivals, and was most afraid of the most miserable, because they offered to work for less and less as they were pressed harder and harder by debt. Then she told of the change that had come when the elevator men and even the lordly janitors had talked to her about an organization and had said that they must all stand together. She told how gradually she came to feel sure of her job and of her regular pay, and she was even starting to buy a house now that she could calculate how much she could have for sure. Neither she nor any of the other members knew that the same combination which had organized the scrub women into a union later destroyed it during a strike inaugurated for their own purposes. That a settlement is drawn into the labor issues of its city can seem remote to its purpose only to those who fail to realize that so far as the present industrial system thwarts our ethical demands, not only for social righteousness but for social order, a settlement is committed to an effort to understand and, as far as possible, to alleviate it. That in this effort it should be drawn into fellowship with the local efforts of trades unions is most obvious. This identity of aim apparently commits the settlement in the public mind to all the faiths and works of actual trades unions. Fellowship has so long implied similarity of creed that the fact that the settlement often differs widely from the policy pursued by trades unionists and clearly expresses that difference does not in the least change public opinion in regard to its identification. This is especially true in periods of industrial disturbance, although it is exactly at such moments that the trades unionists themselves are suspicious of all but their own kind. It is during the much longer periods between strikes that the settlement's fellowship with the trades unions is most satisfactory in the agitation for labor legislation and similar undertakings. The first officers of the Chicago Women's Trades Union League were residents of settlements, although they can claim little share in the later record the League made in securing the passage of the Illinois 10-hour law for women and in its many other fine undertakings. Nevertheless, the reaction of strikes upon Chicago settlements affords an interesting study in social psychology. For whether Hull House is in any wise identified with the strike or not makes no difference. When labor is in disgrace, we are always regarded as belonging to it and share the opprobrium. In the public excitement following the Pullman strike, Hull House lost many friends. Later, the Teamsters strike caused another such defection, although my office in both cases had been solely that of a duly appointed arbitrator. There is, however, a certain comfort in the assumption I have often encountered that wherever one's judgment might place the justice of a given situation, it is understood that one's sympathy is not alienated by wrongdoing, and that through this sympathy one is still subject to vicarious suffering. I recall an incident during a turbulent Chicago strike which brought me much comfort. On the morning of the day of a luncheon to which I had accepted an invitation, the waitress, whom I did not know, said to my prospective hostess that she was sure I could not come. Upon being asked for her reason, she replied that she had seen in the morning paper that the strikers had killed a scab, and she was sure that I would feel quite too badly about such a thing to be able to keep a social engagement. In spite of the confused issues, she evidently realized my despair over the violence in a strike quite as definitely as if she had been told about it. Perhaps that sort of suffering and the attempt to interpret opposing forces to each other will long remain as function of the settlement, unsatisfactory and difficult as the role often becomes. There has gradually developed between the various settlements of Chicago a warm fellowship founded upon a like-mindedness resulting from similar experiences, quite as identity of interest and endeavor develop an enduring relation between the residents of the same settlement. This sense of comradeship is never stronger than during the hardships and perplexities of a strike of unskilled workers revolting against the conditions which drag them even below the level of their European life. At such times, the residents in various settlements are driven to a standard of life argument running somewhat in this wise, that as the very existence of the state depends upon the character of its citizens, therefore, if certain industrial conditions are forcing the workers below the standard of decency, it becomes possible to deduce the right of state regulation. Even as late as the stockyard strike, this line of argument was denounced as socialism, although it has since been confirmed as wise statesmanship by a decision of the Supreme Court of the United States, which was apparently secured through the masterly argument of the Brandeis brief in the Oregon 10-hour case. In such wise, the residents of an industrial neighborhood gradually comprehend the close connection of their own difficulties with national and even international movements. The residents of the Chicago settlements became pioneer members in the American branch of the International League for Labor Legislation, because their neighborhood experiences had made them only too conscious of the dire need for protective legislation. In such a league, with its ardent members in every industrial nation of Europe, with its encouraging reports of the abolition of all-night work for women in 6 European nations, with its careful observations on the results of employers' liability legislation and protection of machinery, one becomes identified with a movement of worldwide significance and manifold manifestation. End of Chapter 10. Recording by Dianne Lanning, Hayward, California. dianne-voicepainter.blogspot.com.
Chapter 11 of 20 Years at Hull House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dennis Sayers. 20 Years at Hull House by Jane Addams. Chapter 11. Immigrants and Their Children. From our very first months at Hull House, we found it much easier to deal with the first generation of crowded city life than with the second or third, because it was more natural and cast in a simpler mold. The Italian and Bohemian peasants who live in Chicago still put on their bright holiday clothes on a Sunday and go to visit their cousins. They tramp along with at least a suggestion of having once walked over plowed fields and breathed country air. The second generation of city poor too often have no holiday clothes and consider their relations a bad lot. I have heard a drunken man in a maudlin state babble of his good country mother and imagine he was driving the cows home, and I knew that his little son, who laughed loud at him, would be drunk earlier in life and would have no pastoral interlude to his ravings. Hospitality still survives among foreigners, although it is buried under false pride among the poorest Americans. One thing seemed clear in regard to entertaining immigrants: to preserve and keep whatever of value their past life contained, and to bring them in contact with a better type of Americans. For several years, every Saturday evening, the entire families of our Italian neighbors were our guests. These evenings were very popular during our first winters at Hull House. Many educated Italians helped us, and the house became known as a place where Italians were welcome and where national holidays were observed. They come to us with their petty lawsuits, sad relics of the vendetta, with their incorrigible boys, with their hospital cases, with their aspirations for American clothes, and with their needs for an interpreter. An editor of an Italian paper made a genuine connection between us and the Italian colony, not only with the Neapolitans and the Sicilians of the immediate neighborhood, but with the educated connazionali throughout the city, until he went south to start an agricultural colony in Alabama, in the establishment of which Hull House heartily cooperated. Possibly the South Italians, more than any other immigrants, represent the pathetic stupidity of agricultural people crowded into city tenements, and we were much gratified when 30 peasant families were induced to move upon the land which they knew so well how to cultivate. The starting of this colony, however, was a very expensive affair, in spite of the fact that the colonists purchased the land at $2 an acre. They needed much more than raw land, and although it was possible to collect the small sums necessary to sustain them during the hard time of the first 2 years, we were fully convinced that undertakings of this sort could be conducted properly only by colonization services such as England has established, or, better still, by enlarging the functions of the Federal Department of Immigration. An evening similar in purpose to the one devoted to the Italians was organized for the Germans in our first year. Owing to the superior education of our Teutonic guests and the clever leading of a cultivated German woman, these evenings reflected something of that cozy social intercourse which is found in its perfection in the fatherland. Our guests sang a great deal in the tender minor of the German folk song, or in the rousing spirit of the Rhine, and they slowly but persistently pursued a course in German history and literature, recovering something of that poetry and romance which they had long since resigned with other good things. We found strong family affection between them and their English-speaking children, but their pleasures were not in common, and they seldom went out together. Perhaps the greatest value of the settlement to them was in placing large and pleasant rooms with musical facilities at their disposal, and in reviving their almost forgotten enthusiasms. I have seen sons and daughters stand in complete surprise as their mother's knitting needles softly beat time to the song she was singing, or her worn face turned rosy under the hand-clapping as she made an old-fashioned curtsy at the end of a German poem. It was easy to fancy a growing touch of respect in her children's manner to her, and a rising enthusiasm for German literature and reminiscence on the part of all the family, an effort to bring together the old life and the new, a respect for the older cultivation, and not so much assurance that the new was the best. This tendency upon the part of the older immigrants to lose the amenities of European life without sharing those of America has often been deplored by keen observers from the home countries. When Professor Mazurek of Prague gave a course of lectures at the University of Chicago, he was much distressed over the materialism into which the Bohemians of Chicago had fallen. The early immigrants had been so stirred by the opportunity to own real estate, an appeal, perhaps, to the Slavic land hunger, and their energies had become so completely absorbed in money-making that all other interests had apparently dropped away. And yet I recall a very touching incident in connection with a lecture Professor Mazurek gave at Hull House, in which he had appealed to his countrymen to arouse themselves from this tendency, to fall below their home civilization, and to forget the great enthusiasm which had united them into the pan-Slavic movement. A Bohemian woman, who supported herself and her 2 children by scrubbing, hastily sent her youngest child to purchase, with the 25 cents which was to have supplied them with food the next day, a bunch of red roses, which she presented to the lecturer in appreciation of his testimony to the reality of the things of the spirit. An overmastering desire to reveal the humbler immigrant parents to their own children lay at the base of what has come to be called the Hull House Labor Museum. This was first suggested to my mind one early spring day when I saw an old Italian woman, her distaff against her homesick face, patiently spinning a thread by the simple stick spindle so reminiscent of all southern Europe. I was walking down Polk Street, perturbed in spirit, because it seemed so difficult to come into genuine relations with the Italian women, and because they themselves so often lost their hold upon their Americanized children. It seemed to me that Hull House ought to be able to devise some educational enterprise which should build a bridge between European and American experiences in such wise as to give them both more meaning and a sense of relation. I meditated that perhaps the power to see life as a whole is more needed in the immigrant quarter of a large city than anywhere else, and that the lack of this power is the most fruitful source of misunderstanding between European immigrants and their children, as it is between them and their American neighbors. And why should that chasm between fathers and sons, yawning at the feet of each generation, be made so unnecessarily cruel and impassable to these bewildered immigrants? Suddenly I looked up and saw the old woman with her distaff, sitting in the sun on the steps of a tenement house. She might have served as a model for one of Michelangelo's Fates, but her face brightened as I passed, and holding up her spindle for me to see, she called out that when she had spun a little more yarn she would knit a pair of stockings for her goddaughter. The occupation of the old woman gave me the clue that was needed. Could we not interest the young people working in the neighborhood factories in these older forms of industry, so that, through their own parents and grandparents, they would find a dramatic representation of the inherited resources of their daily occupation? If these young people could actually see that the complicated machinery of the factory had been evolved from simple tools, they might, at least, make a beginning toward the education which Dr. Dewey defines as, quote, a continuing reconstruction of experience, close quote. They might also lay a foundation for reverence of the past, which Goethe declares to be the basis of all sound progress. My exciting walk on Polk Street was followed by many talks with Dr. Dewey and with one of the teachers in his school, who was a resident at Hull House. Within a month a room was fitted up to which we might invite those of our neighbors who were possessed of old crafts and who were eager to use them. We found in the immediate neighborhood at least 4 varieties of these most primitive methods of spinning, and 3 distinct variations of the same spindle in connection with wheels. It was possible to put these 7 into historic sequence and order, and to connect the whole with the present method of factory spinning. The same thing was done for weaving, and on every Saturday evening a little exhibit was made of these various forms of labor in the textile industry. Within one room a Syrian woman, a Greek, an Italian, a Russian, and an Irish woman enabled even the most casual observer to see that there is no break in orderly evolution if we look at history from the industrial standpoint, that industry develops similarly and peacefully year by year among the workers of each nation, heedless of differences in language, religion, and political experiences. And then we grew ambitious and arranged lectures upon industrial history. I remember that after an interesting lecture upon the Industrial Revolution in England, and a portrayal of the appalling conditions throughout the weaving districts of the North, which resulted from the hasty gathering of the weavers into the new towns, a Russian tailor in the audience was moved to make a speech. He suggested that whereas time had done much to alleviate the first difficulties in the transition of weaving from handwork to steam power, that in the application of steam to sewing we are still in our first stages, illustrated by the isolated woman who tries to support herself by hand needlework at home, until driven out by starvation, as many of the hand weavers had been. The historical analogy seemed to bring a certain comfort to the tailor, as did a chart upon the wall, showing the infinitesimal amount of time that steam had been applied to manufacturing processes compared to the centuries of hand labor. Human progress is slow, and perhaps never more cruel than in the advance of industry, but is not the worker comforted by knowing that other historical periods have existed similar to the one in which he finds himself, and that the readjustment may be shortened and alleviated by judicious action? And is he not entitled to the solace which an artistic portrayal of the situation might give him? I remember the evening of the tailor's speech that I felt reproached because no poet or artist has endeared the sweater's victim to us as George Eliot has made us love the belated weaver, Silas Marner. The Textile Museum is connected directly with the basket weaving, sewing, millinery, embroidery, and dressmaking, constantly being taught at Hull House, and so far as possible with the other educational departments. We have also been able to make a collection of products, of early implements, and of photographs which are full of suggestion. Yet, far beyond its direct educational value, we prize it because it so often puts the immigrants into the position of teachers, and we imagine that it affords them a pleasant change from the tutelage in which all Americans, including their own children, are so apt to hold them. I recall a number of Russian women working in a sewing room near Hull House, who heard one Christmas week that the house was going to give a party to which they might come. They arrived one afternoon when, unfortunately, there was no party on hand, and although the residents did their best to entertain them with impromptu music and refreshments, it was quite evident that they were greatly disappointed. Finally, it was suggested that they be shown the Labor Museum, where gradually the 30 sodden, tired women were transformed. They knew how to use the spindles, and were delighted to find the Russian spinning frame. Many of them had never seen the spinning wheel, which has not penetrated to certain parts of Russia, and they regarded it as a new and wonderful invention. They turned up their dresses to show their homespun petticoats. They tried the looms. They explained the difficulty of the old patterns. In short, from having been stupidly entertained, they themselves did the entertaining. Because of a direct appeal to former experiences, the immigrant visitors were able, for the moment, to instruct their American hostesses in an old and honored craft, as was indeed becoming to their age and experience. In some such ways as these have the Labor Museum and the shops pointed out the possibilities which Hull House has scarcely begun to develop, of demonstrating that culture is an understanding of the long-established occupations and thoughts of men, of the arts with which they have solaced their toil. A yearning to recover, for the household arts, something of their earlier sanctity and meaning, arose strongly within me one evening when I was attending a Passover feast to which I had been invited by a Jewish family in the neighborhood, where the traditional and religious significance of the woman's daily activity was still retained. The kosher food the Jewish mother spread before her family had been prepared according to traditional knowledge and with constant care in the use of utensils. Upon her had fallen the responsibility to make all ready according to Mosaic instructions, that the great crisis in a religious history might be fittingly set forth by her husband and son. Aside from the grave religious significance in the ceremony, my mind was filled with shifting pictures of women's labor, which travel makes one familiar. The Indian women grinding grain outside of their huts as they sing praises to the sun and rain. A file of white-clad Moorish women whom I had once seen waiting their turn at a well in Tangiers. South Italian women kneeling in a row along the stream and beating their wet clothes against the smooth white stones. The milking, the gardening, the marketing in thousands of hamlets, which are such direct expressions of the solicitude and affection at the basis of all family life. There has been some testimony that the Labor Museum has revealed the charm of woman's primitive activities. I recall a certain Italian girl who came every Saturday evening to a cooking class in the same building in which her mother spun in the Labor Museum exhibit, and yet Angelina always left her mother at the front door, while she herself went around to a side door, because she did not wish to be too closely identified in the eyes of the rest of the cooking class with an Italian woman who wore a kerchief over her head, uncouth boots, and short petticoats. One evening, however, Angelina saw her mother surrounded by a group of visitors from the School of Education, who much admired the spinning, and she concluded from their conversation that her mother was, quote, "the best stick-spindle spinner in America." Close quote. When she inquired from me as to the truth of this deduction, I took occasion to describe the Italian village in which her mother had lived, something of her free life, and how, because of the opportunity, she and the other women of the village had to drop their spindles over the edge of a precipice. They had developed a skill in spinning beyond that of the neighboring towns. I dilated somewhat on the freedom and beauty of that life, how hard it must be to exchange it for a two-room tenement, and to give up a beautiful homespun kerchief for an ugly department store hat. I intimated it was most unfair to judge her by these things alone, and that while she must depend on her daughter to learn the new ways, she also had a right to expect her daughter to know something of the old ways. That which I could not convey to the child, but upon which my own mind persistently dwelt, was that her mother's whole life had been spent in a secluded spot under the rule of traditional and narrowly localized observances, until her very religion clung to local sanctities, to the shrine before which she had always prayed, to the pavement and walls of the low vaulted church, and then suddenly she was torn from it all and literally put out to sea, straight away from the solid habits of her religious and domestic life, and she now walked timidly, but with poignant sensibility, upon a new and strange shore. It was easy to see that the thought of her mother with any other background than that of the tenement was new to Angelina, and at least two things resulted. She allowed her mother to pull out of the big box under the bed the beautiful homespun garments which had been previously hidden away as uncouth, and she openly came into the Labor Museum by the same door as did her mother, proud at least of the mastery of the craft which had been so much admired. A club of necktie workers, formerly meeting at Hull House, persistently resented any attempt on the part of their director to improve their minds. The president once said that she, quote, "wouldn't be caught dead at a lecture," close quote, that she came to the club, quote, "to get some fun out of it," close quote. And indeed it was most natural that she should crave recreation after a hard day's work. One evening I saw the entire club listening to quite a stiff lecture in the Labor Museum, and to my rather wicked remark to the president that I was surprised to see her enjoying a lecture, she replied that she did not call this a lecture. She called this, quote, "getting next to the stuff you work with all the time." Close quote. It was perhaps the sincerest tribute we have ever received as to the success of the undertaking. The Labor Museum continually demanded more space, as it was enriched by a fine textile exhibit lent by the Field Museum, and later by carefully selected specimens of basketry from the Philippines. The shops have finally included a group of 3 or 4 women, Irish, Italian, Danish, who have become a permanent working force in the textile department, which has developed into a self-supporting industry through the sale of its homespun products. These women and a few men, who come to the museum to utilize their European skill in pottery, metal, and wood, demonstrate that immigrant colonies might yield to our American life something very valuable if their resources were intelligently studied and developed. I recall an Italian who had decorated the doorposts of his tenement with a beautiful pattern he had previously used in carving the reredos of a Neapolitan church, who was fired by his landlord on the ground of destroying property. His feelings were hurt, not so much that he had been put out of the house, as that his work had been so disregarded, and he said that when people traveled in Italy they liked to look at wood carvings, but that in America, quote, "they only make money out of you." Close quote. Sometimes the suppression of the instinct of workmanship is followed by more disastrous results. A Bohemian whose little girl attended classes at Hull House, in one of his periodic drunken spells, had literally almost choked her to death, and later had committed suicide when in delirium tremens. His poor wife, who stayed a week at Hull House after the disaster, until a new tenement could be arranged for her, one day showed me a gold ring which her husband had made for their betrothal. It exhibited the most exquisite workmanship, and she said that, although in the old country he had been a goldsmith, in America he had for 20 years shoveled coal in a furnace room of a large manufacturing plant, that whenever she saw one of his, quote, "restless fits," close quote, which preceded his drunken periods, quote, "coming on," close quote, if she could provide him with a bit of metal and persuade him to stay at home and work at it, he was all right, and the time passed without disaster, but that, quote, "nothing else would do it," close quote. This story threw a flood of light upon the dead man's struggle and on the stupid maladjustment which had broken him down. Why had we never been told? Why had our interest in the remarkable musical ability of his child blinded us to the hidden artistry of the father? We had forgotten that a long-established occupation may form the very foundations of the moral life, that the art with which a man has solaced his toil may be the salvation of his uncertain temperament. There are many examples of touching fidelity to immigrant parents on the part of their grown children. A young man who day after day attends ceremonies which no longer express his religious convictions, and who makes his vain effort to interest his Russian Jewish father in social problems. A daughter who might earn much more money as a stenographer, could she work from Monday morning till Saturday night, but who quietly and docilely makes neckties for low wages because she can thus abstain from work Saturdays to please her father. These young people, like poor Maggie Tulliver, through many painful experiences, have reached the conclusion that pity, memory, and faithfulness are natural ties with paramount claims. This faithfulness, however, is sometimes ruthlessly imposed upon by immigrant parents who, eager for money and accustomed to the patriarchal authority of peasant households, hold their children in a stern bondage which requires a surrender of all their wages and concedes no time or money for pleasures. There are many convincing illustrations that this parental harshness often results in juvenile delinquency. A Polish boy of 17 came to Hull House one day to ask a contribution of 50 cents, "towards a flower piece for the funeral of an old Hull House club boy." A few questions made it clear that the object was fictitious, whereupon the boy broke down and half defiantly stated that he wanted to buy two 25-cent tickets, one for his girl and one for himself, to a dance of the benevolent Social Twos; that he hadn't a penny of his own, although he had worked in a brass foundry for 3 years and had been advanced twice, because he always had to give his pay envelope unopened to his father. "Just look at the clothes he buys me," was his concluding remark. Perhaps the girls are held even more rigidly. In a recent investigation of 200 working girls, it was found that only 5% had the use of their own money, and that 62% turned in all they earned, literally every penny, to their mothers. It was through this little investigation that we first knew Marcella, a pretty young German girl who helped her widowed mother year after year to care for a large family of younger children. She was content for the most part, although her mother's old country notions of dress gave her but an infinitesimal amount of her own wages to spend on her clothes, and she was quite sophisticated as to proper dressing because she sold silk in a neighborhood department store. Her mother approved of the young man who was showing her various attentions, and agreed that Marcella should accept his invitation to a ball, but would allow her not a penny toward a new gown to replace one impossibly plain and shabby. Marcella spent a sleepless night and wept bitterly, although she well knew that the doctor's bill for the children's scarlet fever was not yet paid. The next day, as she was cutting off 3 yards of shining pink silk, the thought came to her that it would make her a fine new waist to wear to the ball. She wistfully saw it wrapped in paper and carelessly stuffed into the muff of the purchaser, when suddenly the parcel fell upon the floor. No one was looking, and quick as a flash, the girl picked it up and pushed it into her blouse. The theft was discovered by the relentless department store detective, who, for "the sake of example," insisted upon taking the case into court. The poor mother wept bitter tears over this downfall of her "frommes Mädchen," and no one had the heart to tell her of her own blindness. I know a Polish boy whose earnings were all given to his father, who gruffly refused all requests for pocket money. One Christmas his little sisters, having been told by their mother that they were too poor to have any Christmas presents, appealed to the big brother as to one who was earning money of his own. Flattered by the implication, but at the same time quite impecunious, the night before Christmas he nonchalantly walked through a neighboring department store and stole a manicure set for one little sister and a string of beads for the other. He was caught at the door by the house detective as one of those children whom each local department store arrests in the weeks before Christmas at the daily rate of 8 to 20. The youngest of these offenders are seldom taken into court, but are either sent home with a warning or turned over to the officers of the Juvenile Protective Association. Most of these premature lawbreakers are in search of Americanized clothing, and others are only looking for playthings. They are all distracted by the profusion and variety of the display, and their moral sense is confused by the general air of open-handedness. These disastrous efforts are not unlike those of many younger children who are constantly arrested for petty thieving, because they are too eager to take home food or fuel which will relieve the distress and need they so constantly hear discussed. The coal on the wagons, the vegetables displayed in front of the grocery shops, the very wooden blocks in the loosened street paving, are a challenge to their powers to help out at home. A Bohemian boy who was out on parole from the old detention home of the juvenile court itself brought back 5 stolen chickens to the matron for Sunday dinner, saying that he knew the committee were, quote, having a hard time to fill up so many kids, and perhaps these fowl would help out, close quote. The honest immigrant parents, totally ignorant of American laws and municipal regulations, often send a child to pick up coal on the railroad tracks, or to stand at 3 o'clock in the morning before the side door of a restaurant which gives away broken food, or to collect grain for the chickens at the base of elevators and standing cars. The latter custom accounts for the large number of boys arrested for breaking the seals on grain freight cars. It is easy for a child thus trained to accept the proposition of a junk dealer to bring him bars of iron stored in freight yards. 4 boys, quite recently, had thus carried away and sold to one man 2 tons of iron. 4/5 of the children brought into the juvenile court in Chicago are the children of foreigners. The Germans are the greatest offenders. Polish next. Do their children suffer from the excess of virtue in those parents so eager to own a house and lot? One often sees a grasping parent in the court, utterly broken down when the Americanized youth who has been brought to grief clings as piteously to his peasant father as if he were still a frightened little boy in the steerage. Many of these children have come to grief through their premature fling into city life, having thrown off parental control as they have impatiently discarded foreign ways. Boys of 10 and 12 will refuse to sleep at home, preferring the freedom of an old brewery vault or an empty warehouse to the obedience required by their parents, and for days these boys will live on the milk and bread which they steal from the back porches after the early morning delivery. Such children complain that there is no fun at home. One little chap who was given a vacant lot to cultivate by the City Garden Association insisted upon raising only popcorn and tried to present the entire crop to Hull House, quote, to be used for the parties, close quote, with the stipulation that he would have, quote, to be invited every single time, close quote. Then there are little groups of dissipated young men who pride themselves upon their ability to live without working, and who despise all the honest and sober ways of their immigrant parents. They are, at once, a menace and a center of demoralization. Certainly the bewildered parents, unable to speak English and ignorant of the city, whose children have disappeared for days or weeks, have often come to Hull House, evincing that agony which fairly separates the marrow from the bone, as if they had discovered a new type of suffering, devoid of the healing and familiar sorrows. It is as if they did not know how to search for the children without the assistance of the children themselves. Perhaps the most pathetic aspect of such cases is the revelation of the premature dependence of the older and wiser upon the young and foolish, which is in itself often responsible for the situation, because it has given the children an undue sense of their own importance and a false security that they can take care of themselves. On the other hand, an Italian girl who has had lessons in cooking at the public school will help her mother to connect the entire family with American food and household habits. That the mother has never baked bread in Italy, only mixed it in her own house and then taken it out to the village oven, makes all the more valuable her daughter's understanding of the complicated cooking stove. The same thing is true of the girl who learns to sew in the public school, and more than anything else, perhaps of the girl who receives the first simple instruction in the care of little children, that skillful care which every tenement house baby requires if he is to be pulled through his second summer. As a result of this teaching, I recall a young girl who carefully explained to her Italian mother that the reason the babies in Italy were so healthy and the babies in Chicago were so sickly was not, as her mother had firmly insisted, because her babies in Italy had goat's milk and her babies in America had cow's milk, but because the milk in Italy was clean and the milk in Chicago was dirty. She said that when you milked your own goat before the door, you knew that the milk was clean, but when you bought milk from the grocery store, after it had been carried for many miles in the country, you couldn't tell whether it was fit for the baby to drink until the men from the city hall, who had watched it all the way, said that it was all right. Thus, through civic instruction in public schools, the Italian women slowly became urbanized in the sense in which the word was used by her own Latin ancestors, and thus the habits of her entire family were modified. The public schools in the immigrant colonies deserve all the praise as Americanizing agencies which can be bestowed upon them, and there is little doubt that the fast changing curriculum in the direction of the vacation school experiments will react more directly upon such households. It is difficult to write of the relation of the older and most foreign-looking immigrants to the children of other people, the Italians whose fruit carts are upset simply because they are, quote, "Dagos," close quote, or the Russian peddlers who are stoned and sometimes badly injured because it has become a code of honor in a gang of boys to thus express their derision. The members of a protective association of Jewish peddlers organized at Hull House related daily experiences in which old age had been treated with such irreverence, cherished dignity with such disrespect, that a listener caught the passion of Lear in the old texts, as a platitude enunciated by a man who discovers in it his own experience thrills us as no unfamiliar phrases can possibly do. The Greeks are filled with amazed rage when their very name is flung at them as an opprobrious epithet. Doubtless, these difficulties would be much minimized in America if we faced our own race problem with courage and intelligence, and these very Mediterranean immigrants might give us valuable help. Certainly they are less conscious than the Anglo-Saxon of color distinctions, perhaps because of their traditional familiarity with Carthage and Egypt. They listened with respect and enthusiasm to a scholarly address delivered by Professor Du Bois at Hull House on a Lincoln's birthday, with apparently no consciousness of that race difference which color seems to accentuate so absurdly. And upon my return from various conferences held in the interest of, quote, "the advancement of colored people," close quote, I have had many illuminating conversations with my cosmopolitan neighbors. The celebration of national events has always been a source of new understanding and companionship with the members of the contiguous foreign colonies, not only between them and their American neighbors, but between them and their own children. One of our earliest Italian events was a rousing commemoration of Garibaldi's birthday, and his imposing bust, presented to Hull House that evening, was long the chief ornament of our front hall. It called forth great enthusiasm from the connazionali, whom Ruskin calls not the common people of Italy, but the companion people, because of their power for swift sympathy. A huge Hellenic meeting held at Hull House, in which the achievements of the classic period were set forth both in Greek and English by scholars of well-known repute, brought us into a new sense of fellowship with all our Greek neighbors. As the mayor of Chicago was seated upon the right hand of the dignified senior priest of the Greek Church, and they were greeted alternately in the national hymns of America and Greece, one felt a curious sense of the possibility of transplanting to new and crude Chicago some of the traditions of Athens itself, so deeply cherished in the hearts of this group of citizens. The Greeks, indeed, gravely consider their traditions as their most precious possession, and more than once, in meetings of protest held by the Greek colony against the aggressions of the Bulgarians in Macedonia, I have heard it urged that the Bulgarians are trying to establish a protectorate, not only for their immediate advantage, but that they may claim a glorious history for the "barbarous country." It is said that on the basis of this protectorate they are already teaching in their schools that Alexander the Great was a Bulgarian, and that it will be but a short time before they claim Aristotle himself, an indignity the Greeks will never suffer. To me, personally, the celebration of the 100th anniversary of Mazzini's birth was a matter of great interest. Throughout the world that day, Italians who believed in a united Italy came together. They recalled the hopes of this man who, with all his devotion to his country, was still more devoted to humanity, and who dedicated to the working men of Italy an appeal so philosophical, so filled with a yearning for righteousness, that it transcended all national boundaries, and became a bugle call for "the duties of man." A copy of this document was given to every school child in the public schools of Italy on this 100th anniversary, and as the Chicago branch of the Society of Young Italy marched into our largest hall and presented to Hull House an historic bust of Mazzini, I found myself devoutly hoping that the Italian youth who have committed their future to America might indeed become "the apostles of the fraternity of nations," and that our American citizenship might be built without disturbing these foundations which were laid of old time. End of chapter 11. Read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California for LibriVox.
Chapter 12 of 20 Years at Hull House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dianne Lanning. 20 Years at Hull House by Jane Addams. Chapter 12. Tolstoyism. The administration of charity in Chicago during the winter following the World's Fair had been of necessity most difficult, for, although large sums had been given to the temporary relief organizations which endeavored to care for the thousands of destitute strangers stranded in the city, we all worked under a sense of desperate need and a paralyzing consciousness that our best efforts were most inadequate to the situation. During the many relief visits I paid that winter in tenement houses and miserable lodgings, I was constantly shadowed by a certain sense of shame that I should be comfortable in the midst of such distress. This resulted at times in a curious reaction against all the educational and philanthropic activities in which I had been engaged. In the face of the desperate hunger and need, these could not but seem futile and superficial. The hard winter in Chicago had turned the thoughts of many of us to these stern matters. A young friend of mine who came daily to Hull House consulted me in regard to going into the paper warehouse belonging to her father, that she might there sort rags with the Polish girls. Another young girl took a place in a sweatshop for a month, doing her work so simply and thoroughly that the proprietor had no notion that she had not been driven there by need. Still, 2 others worked in a shoe factory. And all this happened before such adventures were undertaken in order to procure literary material. It was in the following winter that the pioneer effort in this direction, Walter Wyckoff's account of his vain attempt to find work in Chicago, compelled even the sternest businessman to drop his assertion that any man can find work if he wants it. The dealing directly with the simplest human wants may have been responsible for an impression which I carried about with me almost constantly for a period of 2 years, and which culminated finally in a visit to Tolstoy, that the settlement, or Hull House at least, was a mere pretense and travesty of the simple impulse to live with the poor, so long as the residents did not share the common lot of hard labor and scant fare. Actual experience had left me in much the same state of mind I had been in after reading Tolstoy's What to Do, which is a description of his futile efforts to relieve the unspeakable distress and want in the Moscow winter of 1881, and his inevitable conviction that only he who literally shares his own shelter and food with the needy can claim to have served them. Doubtless it is much easier to see what to do in rural Russia, where all the conditions tend to make the contrast as broad as possible between peasant labor and noble idleness, than it is to see what to do in the interdependencies of the modern industrial city. But for that very reason, perhaps, Tolstoy's clear statement is valuable for that type of conscientious person in every land who finds it hard not only to walk in the path of righteousness, but to discover where the path lies. I had read the books of Tolstoy steadily all the years since My Religion had come into my hands immediately after I left college. The reading of that book had made clear that men's poor little efforts to do right are put forth for the most part in the chill of self-distrust. I became convinced that if the new social order ever came, it would come by gathering to itself all the pathetic human endeavor which had indicated the forward direction. But I was most eager to know whether Tolstoy's undertaking to do his daily share of the physical labor of the world, that labor which is so disproportionate to the unnourished strength of those whom it is ordinarily performed, had brought him peace. I had time to review carefully many things in my mind during the long days of convalescence following an illness of typhoid fever, which I suffered in the autumn of 1895. The illness was so prolonged that my health was most unsatisfactory during the following winter, and the next May I went abroad with my friend Miss Smith to effect, if possible, a more complete recovery. The prospect of seeing Tolstoy filled me with the hope of finding a clue to the tangled affairs of city poverty. I was but one of thousands of our contemporaries who were turning toward this Russian not as to a seer — his message is much too confused and contradictory for that — but as to a man who has had the ability to lift his life to the level of his conscience, to translate his theories into action. Our first few weeks in England were most stimulating. A dozen years ago, London still showed traces of that exciting moment in the life of the nation when its youth is casting about for new enthusiasms. But it evinced still more of that British capacity to perform the hard work of careful research and self-examination which must precede any successful experiments in social reform. Of the varied groups and individuals whose suggestions remained with me for years, I recall perhaps as foremost those members of the new London County Council whose far-reaching plans for the betterment of London could not but enkindle enthusiasm. It was a most striking expression of that effort which would place beside the refinement and pleasure of the rich a new refinement and a new pleasure born of the commonwealth and the common joy of all the citizens, that at this moment they prized the municipal pleasure boats upon the Thames no less than the extensive schemes for the municipal housing of the poorest people. Ben Tillett, who was then an alderman, the docker sitting beside the Duke, took me in a rowboat down the Thames on a journey made exciting by the hundreds of dockers who cheered him as we passed one wharf after another on our way to his home at Greenwich. John Burns showed us his wonderful civic accomplishments at Battersea, the plant turning street sweepings into cement pavements, the technical school teaching boys bricklaying and plumbing, and the public bath in which the children of the board school were receiving a swimming lesson, these measures anticipating our achievements in Chicago by at least a decade and a half. The new Education Bill, which was destined to drag on for 12 years before it developed into the Children's Charter, was then a storm center in the House of Commons. Miss Smith and I were much pleased to be taken to tea on the Parliament Terrace by its author, Sir John Gorst, although we were quite bewildered by the arguments we heard there for church schools versus secular. We heard Keir Hardie, before a large audience of workmen standing in the open square of Canning Town, outline the great things to be accomplished by the then new Labour Party, and we joined the vast body of men in the booming hymn, "When wilt thou save the people, O God of mercy, when?" finding it hard to realize that we were attending a political meeting. It seemed that moment as if the hopes of democracy were more likely to come to pass on English soil than upon our own. Robert Blatchford's stirring pamphlets were in everyone's hands, and a reception given by Karl Marx's daughter, Mrs. Aveling, to Liebknecht before he returned to Germany to serve a prison term for his lèse-majesté speech in the Reichstag, gave us a glimpse of the old-fashioned orthodox socialist who had not yet begun to yield to the biting ridicule of Bernard Shaw, although he flamed in their midst that evening. Octavia Hill kindly demonstrated to us the principles upon which her well-founded business of rent-collecting was established, and with pardonable pride showed us the Red Cross Square with its cottages, marvelously picturesque and comfortable, on two sides, and on the third a public hall and common drawing-room for the use of all the tenants. The interior of the latter had been decorated by pupils of Walter Crane, with mural frescoes portraying the heroism in the life of the modern working man. While all this was warmly human, we also had opportunities to see something of a group of men and women who were approaching the social problem from the study of economics, among others Mr. and Mrs. Sidney Webb, who were at work on their industrial democracy, Mr. John Hobson, who was lecturing on the evolution of modern capitalism. We followed factory inspectors on a round of duties performed with a thoroughness and a trained intelligence which were a revelation of the possibilities of public service. When it came to visiting settlements, we were at least reassured that they were not falling into identical lines of effort. Canon Ingram, who has since become Bishop of London, was then warden of Oxford House, and in the midst of an experiment which pleased me greatly, the more because it was carried on by a churchman. Oxford House had hired all the concert halls, vaudeville shows we later called them in Chicago, which were found in Bethnal Green, for every Saturday night. The residents had censored the programs, which they were careful to keep popular, and any working man who attended a show in Bethnal Green on a Saturday night, and thousands of them did, heard a program the better for this effort. One evening in University Hall, Mrs. Humphrey Ward, who had just returned from Italy, described the effect of the Italian salt tax in a talk which was evidently one in a series of lectures upon the economic wrongs which pressed heaviest upon the poor. At Browning House, at the moment, they were giving prizes to those of their costermonger neighbors who could present the best cared-for donkeys, and the warden, Herbert Stead, exhibited almost the enthusiasm of his well-known brother for that crop of kindliness which can be garnered most easily from the acreage where human beings grow the thickest. At the Bermondsey settlement, they were rejoicing that their university extension students had successfully passed the examinations for the University of London. The entire impression received in England of research, of scholarship, of organized public spirit, was in marked contrast to the impressions of my next visit in 1900, when the South African War had absorbed the enthusiasm of the nation, and the wrongs at the heart of the empire were disregarded and neglected. London, of course, presented sharp differences to Russia, where social conditions were written in black and white with little shading, like a demonstration of the Chinese proverb, "Where one man lives in luxury, another is dying of hunger." The fair of Nizhny Novgorod seemed to take us to the very edge of civilization, so remote and eastern that the merchants brought their curious goods upon the backs of camels or on strange craft riding at anchor on the broad Volga. But even here our letter of introduction to Korolenko, the novelist, brought us to a realization of that strange mingling of a remote past and a self-conscious present which Russia presents on every hand. This same contrast was also shown by the pilgrims trudging on pious errands to monasteries, to tombs, and to the Holy Land itself, with their bleeding feet bound in rags and thrust into bast sandals. And on the other hand by the revolutionists, even then advocating a republic which should obtain not only in political but also in industrial affairs. We had letters of introduction to Mr. and Mrs. Aylmer Maude of Moscow, since well known as the translators of Resurrection and other of Tolstoy's later works, who at that moment were on the eve of leaving Russia in order to form an agricultural colony in South England, where they might support themselves by the labor of their hands. We gladly accepted Mr. Maude's offer to take us to Yasnaya Polyana and to introduce us to Count Tolstoy, and never did a disciple journey toward his master with more enthusiasm than did our guide. When, however, Mr. Maude actually presented Miss Smith and myself to Count Tolstoy, knowing well his master's attitude toward philanthropy, he endeavored to make Hull House appear much more noble and unique than I should have ventured to do. Tolstoy, standing by, clad in his peasant garb, listened gravely, but, glancing distrustfully at the sleeves of my traveling gown, which unfortunately at the season were monstrous in size, he took hold of an edge, and pulling out one sleeve to an interminable breadth, said quite simply that there was enough stuff on one arm to make a frock for a little girl, and asked me directly if I did not find such a dress a barrier to the people. I was too disconcerted to make a very clear explanation, although I tried to say that, monstrous as my sleeves were, they did not compare in size with those of the working girls in Chicago, and that nothing would more effectively separate me from the people than a cotton blouse following the simple lines of the human form. Even if I had wished to imitate him and dress as a peasant, it would have been hard to choose which peasant among the 36 nationalities we had recently counted in our ward. Fortunately, the Countess came to my rescue with a recital of her former attempts to clothe hypothetical little girls in yards of material cut from a train and other superfluous parts of her best gown, until she had been driven to a firm stand which she advised me to take at once. But neither Countess Tolstoy nor any other friend was on hand to help me out of my predicament later, when I was asked who fed me, and how did I obtain shelter. Upon my reply that a farm 100 miles from Chicago supplied me with the necessities of life, I fairly anticipated the next scathing question. So you are an absentee landlord? Do you think you will help the people more by adding yourself to the crowded city than you would by tilling your own soil? This new sense of discomfort over a failure to till my own soil was increased when Tolstoy's second daughter appeared at the 5 o'clock tea table set under the trees, coming straight from the harvest field where she had been working with a group of peasants since 5 o'clock in the morning, not pretending to work, but really taking the place of a peasant woman who had hurt her foot. She was plainly much exhausted, but neither expected nor received sympathy from the members of a family who were quite accustomed to see each other carry out their convictions in spite of discomfort and fatigue. The martyrdom of discomfort, however, was obviously much easier to bear than that to which, even to the eyes of the casual visitor, Count Tolstoy daily subjected himself, for his study in the basement of the conventional dwelling, with its short shelf of battered books and its scythe and spade leaning against the wall, had many times lent itself to that ridicule which is the most difficult form of martyrdom. That summer evening, as we sat in the garden with a group of visitors from Germany, from England and America, who had traveled to the remote Russian village that they might learn of this man, one could not forbear the constant inquiry to oneself as to why he was so regarded as sage and saint that this party of people should be repeated each day of the year. It seemed to me then that we were all attracted by this sermon of the deed, because Tolstoy had made the one supreme personal effort, one might almost say the one frantic personal effort, to put himself into right relations with the humblest people, with the men who tilled his soil, blacked his boots, and cleaned his stables. Doubtless the heaviest burden of our contemporaries is a consciousness of a divergence between our democratic theory on the one hand, that working people have a right to the intellectual resources of society, and the actual fact, on the other hand, that thousands of them are so overburdened with toil that there is no leisure nor energy left for the cultivation of the mind. We constantly suffer from the strain and indecision of believing this theory and acting as if we did not believe it. And this man, who years before had tried to get off the backs of the peasants, who had at least simplified his life and worked with his hands, had come to be a prototype to many of his generation. Doubtless all of the visitors sitting in the Tolstoy garden that evening had excused themselves from laboring with their hands upon the theory that they were doing something more valuable for society in other ways. No one among our contemporaries has dissented from this point of view so violently as Tolstoy himself, and yet no man might so easily have excused himself from hard and rough work on the basis of his genius and of his intellectual contributions to the world. So far, however, from considering his time too valuable to be spent in labor in the field or in making shoes, our great host was too eager to know life to be willing to give up this companionship of mutual labor. One instinctively found reasons why it was easier for a Russian than for the rest of us to reach this conclusion. The Russian peasants have a proverb which says, "Labor is the house that love lives in," by which they mean that no two people nor group of people can come into affectionate relations with each other unless they carry on together a mutual task. And when the Russian peasant talks of labor, he means labor on the soil, or, to use the phrase of the great peasant Bondarev, bread labor. Those monastic orders founded upon agricultural labor, those philosophical experiments like Brook Farm, and many another have attempted to reduce to action this same truth. Tolstoy himself has written many times his own convictions and attempts in this direction, perhaps never more tellingly than in the description of Lavin's mornings spent in the harvest field, when he lost his sense of grievance and isolation and felt a strange new brotherhood for the peasants in proportion as the rhythmic motion of his scythe became one with theirs. At the long dinner table laid in the garden were the various traveling guests, the grown-up daughters, and the younger children with their governess. The Countess presided over the usual European dinner served by men, but the Count and the daughter, who had worked all day in the fields, ate only porridge and black bread and drank only kvass, the fare of the haymaking peasants. Of course, we are all accustomed to the fact that those who perform the heaviest labor eat the coarsest and simplest fare at the end of the day, but it is not often that we sit at the same table with them, while we ourselves eat the more elaborate food prepared by someone else's labor. Tolstoy ate his simple supper without remark or comment upon the food his family and guests preferred to eat, assuming that they, as well as he, had settled the matter with their own consciences. The Tolstoy household that evening was much interested in the fate of a young Russian spy who had recently come to Tolstoy in the guise of a country schoolmaster, in order to obtain a copy of Life, which had been interdicted by the censor of the press. After spending the night in talk with Tolstoy, The spy had gone away with a copy of the forbidden manuscript, but, unfortunately for himself, having become converted to Tolstoy's views, he had later made a full confession to the authorities and had been exiled to Siberia. Tolstoy, holding that it was most unjust to exile the disciple while he, the author of the book, remained at large, had pointed out this inconsistency in an open letter to one of the Moscow newspapers. The discussion of this incident, of course, opened up the entire subject of non-residence, and curiously enough I was disappointed in Tolstoy's position in the matter. It seemed to me that he made too great a distinction between the use of physical force and that moral energy which can override another's differences and scruples with equal ruthlessness. With that inner sense of mortification with which one finds oneself at difference with the great authority, I recall the conviction of the early Hull House residents that whatever of good the settlement had to offer should be put into positive terms, that we might live with opposition to no man, with recognition of the good in every man, even the most wretched. We had often departed from this principle, but had it not in every case been a confession of weakness, and had we not always found antagonism a foolish and unwarrantable expenditure of energy? The conversation at dinner and afterward, although conducted with animation and sincerity, for the moment stirred vague misgivings within me. Was Tolstoy more logical than life warrants? Could the wrongs of life be reduced to the terms of unrequited labor, and all be made right if each person performed the amount necessary to satisfy his own wants? Was it not always easy to put up a strong case if one took the naturalistic view of life? But what about the historic view, the inevitable shadings and modifications which life itself brings to its own interpretation? Miss Smith and I took a night train back to Moscow in that tumult of feeling which is always produced by contact with a conscience making one more of those determined efforts to probe to the very foundations of the mysterious world in which we find ourselves. A horde of perplexing questions concerning those problems of existence of which in happier moments we catch but fleeting glimpses, and at which we even then stand aghast, pursued us relentlessly on the long journey through the great wheat plains of South Russia, through the crowded ghetto of Warsaw, and finally into the smiling fields of Germany, where the peasant men and women were harvesting the grain. I remember that through the sight of those toiling peasants I made a curious connection between the bread labor advocated by Tolstoy and the comfort the harvest fields are said to have once brought to Luther when, much perturbed by many theological difficulties, he suddenly forgot them all in a gush of gratitude for mere bread, exclaiming, "How it stands, that golden yellow corn, on its fine tapered stem, the meek earth, at God's kind bidding, has produced it once again." At least the toiling poor had this comfort of bread labor, and perhaps it did not matter that they gained it unknowingly and painfully, if only they walked in the path of labor. In the exercise of that curious power possessed by the theorist to inhibit all experiences which do not enhance his doctrine, I did not permit myself to recall that which I knew so well, that exigent and unremitting labor grants the poor no leisure even in the supreme moments of human suffering, and that all griefs are lighter with bread. I may have wished to secure this solace for myself at the cost of the least possible expenditure of time and energy, for during the next month in Germany, when I read everything of Tolstoy that had been translated into English, German, or French, there grew up in my mind a conviction that what I ought to do upon my return to Hull House was to spend at least 2 hours every morning in the little bakery which we had recently added to the equipment of our coffee-house. 2 hours' work would be but a wretched compromise, but it was hard to see how I could take more time out of each day. I had been taught to bake bread in my childhood, not only as a household accomplishment, but because my father, true to his miller's tradition, had insisted that each one of his daughters on her 12th birthday must present him with a satisfactory wheat loaf of her own baking, and he was most exigent as to the quality of this test loaf. What could be more in keeping with my training and tradition than baking bread? I did not quite see how my activity would fit in with that of the German union baker who presided over the Hull House bakery, but all such matters were secondary and certainly could be arranged. It may be that I had thus to pacify my aroused conscience before I could settle down to hear Wagner's Ring at Beirut. It may be that I had fallen victim to the phrase, bread labor. But at any rate, I held fast to the belief that I should do this through the entire journey homeward, on land and sea, until I actually arrived in Chicago, when suddenly the whole scheme seemed to me as utterly preposterous as it doubtless was. The half-dozen people invariably waiting to see me after breakfast, the piles of letters to be opened and answered, the demand of actual and pressing wants, were these all to be pushed aside and asked to wait while I saved my soul by 2 hours' work at baking bread? Although my resolution was abandoned, this may be the best place to record the efforts of more doughty souls to carry out Tolstoy's conclusions. It was perhaps inevitable that Tolstoy colonies should be founded, although Tolstoy himself has always insisted that each man should live his life as nearly as possible in the place in which he was born. The visit Miss Smith and I made a year or two later to a colony in one of the southern states portrayed for us most vividly both the weakness and the strange august dignity of the Tolstoy position. The colonists at Commonwealth held but a short creed. They claimed, in fact, that the difficulty is not to state truth, but to make moral conviction operative upon actual life. And they announced it their intention to obey the teachings of Jesus in all matters of labor and the use of property. They would thus transfer the vindication of creed from the church to the open field, from dogma to experience. The day Miss Smith and I visited the Commonwealth colony of 80 souls, they were erecting a house for the family of a one-legged man, consisting of a wife and 9 children, who had come the week before in a forlorn prairie schooner from Arkansas. As this was the largest family the little colony contained, the new house was to be the largest yet erected. Upon our surprise at this literal giving to him that asketh, we inquired if the policy of extending food and shelter to all who applied, without test of creed or ability, might not result in the migration of all the neighboring poorhouse population into the colony. We were told that this actually had happened during the winter, until the colony fare of cornmeal and cowpeas had proved so unattractive that the paupers had gone back, for even the poorest of the southern poorhouses occasionally supplied bacon with the pone, if only to prevent scurvy, from which the colonists themselves had suffered. The difficulty of the poorhouse people had thus settled itself by the sheer poverty of the situation, a poverty so biting that the only ones willing to face it were those sustained by a conviction of its righteousness. The fields and gardens were being worked by an editor, a professor, a clergyman, as well as by artisans and laborers, the fruit thereof to be eaten by themselves and their families, or by any other families who might arrive from Arkansas. The colonists were very conventional in matters of family relationship, and had broken with society only in regard to the conventions pertaining to labor and property. We had a curious experience at the end of the day, when we were driven into the nearest town. We had taken with us as a guest the wife of the president of the colony, wishing to give her a dinner at the hotel, because she had girlishly exclaimed during a conversation that at times during the winter she had become so eager to hear good music that it had seemed to her as if she were actually hungry for it, almost as hungry as she was for beefsteak. Yet as we drove away, we had a curious sensation that while the experiment was obviously coming to an end, in the midst of its privations it yet embodied the peace of mind which comes to him who insists upon the logic of life, whether it is reasonable or not, the fanatic's joy in seeing his own formula translated into action. At any rate, as we reached the commonplace southern town of workaday men and women, for one moment its substantial buildings, its solid brick churches, its ordered streets, divided into those of the rich and those of the poor, seemed much more unreal to us than the little struggling colony we had left behind. We repeated to each other that in all the practical judgments and decisions of life we must part company with logical demonstration, that if we stop for it in each case, we can never go on at all. And yet, in spite of this, When conscience does become the dictator of the daily life of a group of men, it forces our admiration as no other modern spectacle has power to do. It seemed but a mere incident that this group should have lost sight of the facts of life in their earnest endeavor to put to the test the things of the spirit. I knew little about the colony started by Mr. Maud at Purley, containing several of Tolstoy's followers who were not permitted to live in Russia, and we did not see Mr. Maud again until he came to Chicago on his way from Manitoba. Whether he had transported the second group of Doukhobors, a religious sect who had interested all of Tolstoy's followers because of their literal acceptance of non-resistance and other Christian doctrines which are so strenuously advocated by Tolstoy. It was for their benefit that Tolstoy had finished and published Resurrection, breaking through his long-kept resolution against novel writing. After the Doukhobors had settled in Canada, of the $500 left from the Resurrection funds, one half was given to Hull House. It seemed possible to spend this fund only for the relief of the most primitive wants of food and shelter on the part of the most needy families. End of Chapter 12. Recording by Dianne Lanning, Hayward, California, dianne-voicepainter.blogspot.com.
Chapter 13 of 20 Years at Hull House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Double Mirrors. 20 Years at Hull House by Jane Addams. Chapter 13. Public Activities and Investigations. One of the striking features of our neighbourhood 20 years ago, and one to which we never became reconciled, was the presence of huge wooden garbage boxes fastened to the street pavement in which the undisturbed refuse accumulated day by day. The system of garbage collecting was inadequate throughout the city, but it became the greatest menace in wards such as ours, where the normal amount of waste was much increased by the decayed fruit and vegetables discarded by the Italian and Greek fruit peddlers, and by the residuum left over from the piles of filthy rags which were fished out of the city dumps and brought to the homes of the rag pickers for further sorting and washing. The children of our neighbourhood 20 years ago played their games in and around these huge garbage boxes. They were the first objects that the toddling child learned to climb. Their bulk afforded a barricade, and their contents provided missiles in all the battles of the older boys. And finally they became the seats upon which absorbed lovers held enchanted converse. We are obliged to remember that all children eat everything which they find, and that odours have a curious and intimate power of entwining themselves into our tenderest memories before even the residents of Hull House can understand their own early enthusiasm for the removal of these boxes and the establishment of a better system of refuse collection. It is easy even for the most conscientious citizen of Chicago to forget the foul smells of the stockyards and the garbage dumps when he is living so far from them that he is only occasionally made conscious of their existence, but the residents of a settlement are perforce constantly surrounded by them. During our first 3 years on Halstead Street, we had established a small incinerator at Hull House, and we had many times reported the untoward conditions of the ward to the City Hall. We had also arranged many talks for the immigrants, pointing out that although a woman may sweep her own doorway in her native village and allow the reuse to innocently decay in the open air and sunshine, in a crowded city quarter, if the garbage is not properly collected and destroyed, a tenement house mother may see her children sicken and die, and that the immigrants must therefore not only keep their own houses clean, but must also help the authorities keep the city clean. Possibly our efforts slightly modified the worst conditions, but they still remained intolerable, and the fourth summer the situation became for me absolutely desperate, when I realised in a moment of panic that my delicate little nephew, for whom I was guardian, could not be with me at Hull House at all unless the sickening odours were reduced. I may well be ashamed that other delicate children who were torn from their families, not into boarding school but into eternity, had not long before driven me to effective action. Under the direction of the first man who came as a resident to Hull House, we began a systematic investigation of the city system of garbage collection, both as to its efficiency in other wards and its possible connection with the death rate in the various wards of the city. The Hull House Women's Club had been organised the year before by the resident kindergartner who had first inaugurated a women's meeting. The new members came together, however, in a quite new way that summer, when we discussed with them the high death rate so persistent in our ward. After several club meetings devoted to the subject, despite the fact that the death rate rose highest in the congested foreign colonies and not in the streets in which most of the Irish American club women lived, 12 of their number undertook, in connection with the residents, to carefully investigate the conditions of the alleys. During August and September, the substantiated reports of violations of the law sent in from Hull House to the health departments were 1,037. For the club women who had finished a long day's work of washing or ironing, followed by the cooking of a hot supper, it would have been much easier to sit on her doorstep during a summer evening than to go up and down ill-kept alleys and get into trouble with her neighbours over the condition of their garbage boxes. It required both civic enterprise and moral conviction to be willing to do this 3 evenings a week during the hottest and most uncomfortable months of the year. Nevertheless, a certain number of women persisted, as did the residents, and 3 city inspectors in succession were transferred from the ward because of unsatisfactory services. Still, the death rate remains high, and the condition seemed little improved throughout the next winter. In sheer desperation, the following spring, when the city contracts were awarded for the removal of garbage, with the backing of 2 well-known businessmen, I put in a bid for the garbage removal of the 19th ward. My paper was thrown out on a technicality, but the incident induced the mayor to appoint me the garbage inspector of the ward. The salary was $1,000 a year, and the loss of that political plum made a great stir among the politicians. The position was so sinecure, whether regarded from the point of view of getting up at 6 in the morning to see that the men were early at work, or of following the loaded wagons, uneasily dropping their contents at intervals to their dreary destination at the dump, or of insisting that the contractor must increase the number of his wagons from 9 to 13 and from 13 to 17, although he assured me that he lost money on every one, and that the former inspector had let him off with 7, or of taking careless landlords into court because they would not provide the proper garbage receptacles, or of arresting the tenant who tried to make the garbage wagons carry away contents of his stable. With the 2 or 3 residents who nobly stood by, we set up 6 of those doleful incinerators which are supposed to burn garbage with the fuel collected in the alley itself. The one factory in town which could utilise old tin cans was a window weight factory, and we deluged that with 10 times as many tin cans as it could use, much less would pay for. We made desperate attempts to have the dead animals removed by the contractor who was paid most liberally by the city for that purpose, but who, we slowly discovered, always made the police ambulances do the work, delivering the carcasses upon freight cars for shipment to a soap factory in Indiana, where they were sold for a good price, although the contractor himself was the largest stockholder in the concern. Perhaps our greatest achievement was the discovery of a pavement 18 inches under the surface of the narrow street, although after it was found we triumphantly discovered a record of its existence in the city archives. The Italians living on the street were much interested, but displayed little astonishment, perhaps because they were accustomed to see burned cities exhumed. This pavement became the casus belli between myself and the street commissioner, when I insisted that its restoration belonged to him, after I had removed the first 8 inches of garbage. The matter was finally settled by the mayor himself, who permitted me to drive him to the entrance of the street in what the children called my garbage phaeton, and who took my side of the controversy. A graduate of the University of Wisconsin, who had done some excellent volunteer inspection in both Chicago and Pittsburgh, became my deputy, and performed the work in a most thoroughgoing manner for 3 years. During the last 2, she was under the regime of civil service, for in 1895, to the great joy of many citizens, the Illinois legislature made that possible. Many of the foreign-born women of the ward were much shocked by this abrupt departure into the ways of men, and it took a great deal of explanation to convey the idea even remotely, that if it were a womanly task to go about in tenement houses in order to nurse the sick, it might be quite as womanly to go through the same district in order to prevent the breeding of so-called filth diseases. While some of the women enthusiastically approved the slowly changing conditions and saw that their housewifely duties logically extended to the adjacent alleys and streets, they were quite certain that it was not a lady's job. A revelation of this attitude was made one day in a conversation which the inspector heard vigorously carried on in a laundry. One of the employees was leaving and was expressing her mind concerning the place in no measured terms, summing up her contempt for it as follows: "I would rather be the girl who goes about in the alleys than to stay here any longer." And yet the spectacle of 8 hours' work for 8 hours' pay, the even-handed justice to all citizens irrespective of pool, the dividing of responsibility between landlord and tenant, and the readiness to enforce obedience to law from both, was, perhaps, one of the most valuable demonstrations which could have been made. Such daily living on the part of the office holder is of indefinitely more value than many talks on civics, for, after all, we credit most easily that which we see. The careful inspection, combined with other causes, brought about a great improvement in the cleanliness and comfort of the neighbourhood, and one happy day, when the death rate of our ward was found to have dropped from 3rd to 7th in the list of city wards, and was so reported to our women's club, the applause which followed recorded the genuine sense of participation in the result, and a public spirit which had made good. But the cleanliness of the ward was becoming much too popular to suit our all-powerful alderman, and although we felt fatuously secure under the regime of civil service, he found a way to circumvent us by eliminating the position altogether. He introduced an ordinance into the city council which combined the collection of refuse with the cleaning and repairing of the streets, the whole to be placed under a ward superintendent. The office, of course, was to be filled under civil service regulations, but only men were eligible to the examination. Although this latter regulation was afterwards modified in favour of one woman, it was retained long enough to put the 19th Ward Inspector out of office. Of course, our experience in inspecting only made us more conscious of the wretched housing conditions over which we had been distressed from the first. It was during the World's Fair summer that one of the Hull House residents, in a public address upon housing reform, used as an example of indifferent landlordism a large block in the neighbourhood occupied by small tenements and stables unconnected with the street sewer, as was much similar property in the vicinity. In the lecture, the resident spared neither a description of the property nor the name of the owner. The young man who owned the property was justly indignant at this public method of attack, and promptly came to investigate the condition of the property. Together we made a careful tour of the house and stables, and in the face of the conditions that we found there, I could not but agree with him that supplying South Italian peasants with sanitary appliances seemed a difficult undertaking. Nevertheless, he was unwilling that the block should remain in its deplorable state, and he finally cut through the dilemma with the rash proposition that he would give a free lease of the entire tract to Hull House, accompanying the offer, however, with the warning remark that if we should choose to use the income from the rents and sanitary improvements, we should be throwing our money away. Even when we decided that the houses were so bad that we could not undertake the task of improving them, he was game, and stuck to his proposition that we should have a free lease. We finally submitted a plan that the houses should be torn down and the entire tract turned into a playground, although cautious advisers intimated that it would be very inconsistent to ask for subscriptions for the support of Hull House when we were known to have thrown away an income of $2,000 a year. We, however, felt that a spectacle of inconsistency was better than one of bad landlordism, and so the worst of the houses were demolished, the best 3 were sold and moved across the street under careful provision that they might never be used for junk shops or saloons, and a public playground was finally established. Hull House became responsible for its management for 10 years, at the end of which time it was turned over to the City Playground Commission, although from the first the city detailed a policeman who was responsible for its general order and who became a valued adjunct of the house. During 15 years this public-spirited owner of the property paid all the taxes, and when the block was finally sold he made possible the playground equipment of a nearby schoolyard. On the other hand, the dispossessed tenants, a group of whom had to be evicted by legal process before their houses could be torn down, have never ceased to mourn their former estates. Only the other day I met upon the street an old Italian harness maker, who said he had never succeeded so well anywhere else, nor found a place that seemed so much like Italy. Festivities of various sorts were held on this early playground, always a May Day celebration with its maypole dance and its May Queen. I remember that one year that honour of being queen was offered to the little girl who should pick up the largest number of scraps of paper which littered all the streets and alleys. The children that spring had been organised into a league, and each member had been provided with a stiff piece of wire upon the sharpened point of which stray bits of paper were impaled and later soberly counted off into a large box in the Hull House alley. The little Italian girl who thus won the sceptre took it very gravely as the just reward of hard labour, and we were all so absorbed in the desire for clean and tidy streets that we were wholly oblivious to the incongruity of thus selecting the Queen of Love and Beauty. It was at the end of the second year that we received a visit from the warden of Toynbee Hall and his wife, as they were returning to England from a journey around the world. They had lived in East London for many years, and had been identified with the public movement for its betterment. They were much shocked that, in a new country with conditions still plastic and hopeful, so little attention had been paid to experiments and methods of amelioration which had been already tried, and they looked in vain through our library for blue books and governmental reports which recorded painstaking study into the conditions of English cities. They were the first of a long line of English visitors to express the convictions that many things in Chicago were untoward, not through a paucity of public spirit, but through a lack of political machinery adapted to modern life. This was not all of the situation, but perhaps no casual visitor could be expected to see that these matters of detail seemed unimportant to a city in the first flush of youth, impatient of correction and convinced that all would be well in its future. The most obvious faults were those connected with the congested housing of the immigrant population, 9/10 of them from the country, who carried on all sorts of traditional activities in the crowded tenements. That a group of Greeks should be permitted to slaughter sheep in a basement, that Italian women should be allowed to sort over rags collected from the city dumps, not only within the city limits, but in a court swarming with little children, that immigrant bakers should continue unmolested to bake bread for their neighbours in unspeakably filthy spaces under the pavement, appeared incredible to visitors accustomed to careful city regulations. I recalled 2 visits made to the Italian quarter by John Burns, the second 13 years after the first. During the latter visit, it seemed to him unbelievable that a certain house owned by a rich Italian should have been permitted to survive. He remembered with the greatest minuteness the positions of the houses on the court, the exact space between the front and rear tenements, and he asked at once whether we had been able to cut a window into a dark hall as he had recommended 13 years before. Although we were obliged to confess that the landlord would not permit the window to be cut, we were able to report that a City Homes Association had existed for 10 years, that following a careful study of tenement conditions in Chicago, the text of which had been written by a Hull House resident, the association had obtained the enactment of a model tenement house code, and that their secretary had carefully watched the administration of the law for years, so that its operation might not be minimised by the granting of too many exceptions in the City Council. Our progress still seemed slow to Mr. Burns, because in Chicago the actual houses were quite unchanged, embodying features long since declared illegal in London. Only this year could we have reported to him, had he again come to challenge us, that the provisions of the law had at last been extended to existing houses, and that a conscientious corps of inspectors under an efficient chief were fast remedying the most glaring evils, while a band of nurses and doctors were following hard upon the trail of the white hearse. The mere consistent enforcement of existing laws and efforts for their advance often placed Hull House, at least temporarily, into strained relations with its neighbours. I recall a continuous warfare against local landlords who would move wrecks of old houses as a nucleus for new ones in order to evade the provisions of the building code, and a certain Italian neighbour who was filled with bitterness because his new rear tenement was discovered to be illegal. It seemed impossible to make him understand that the health of the tenants was in any wise as important as his undisturbed rents. Nevertheless, many evils constantly arise in Chicago from congested housing, which wiser cities forestall and prevent. The inevitable boarders crowded into a dark tenement already too small for the use of the immigrant family occupying it. The surprisingly large number of delinquent girls who have become criminally involved with their own fathers and uncles. The school children who cannot find a quiet spot in which to read or study, and who perforce go into the streets each evening. The tuberculosis induced and fostered by the inadequate rooms and breathing spaces. One of the Hull House residents, under the direction of a Chicago physician who stands as an authority on tuberculosis and who devotes a large proportion of his time to our vicinity, made an investigation into housing conditions as related to tuberculosis, with a result as startling as that of the lung block in New York. It is these subtle evils of wretched and inadequate housing which are often the most disastrous. In the summer of 1902, during an epidemic of typhoid fever in which our ward, although containing but 1/36 of the population of the city, registered 1/6 of the total number of deaths, 2 Hull House residents made an investigation of the methods of plumbing in the houses adjacent to conspicuous groups of fever cases. They discovered among the people who had been exposed to the infection a widow who had lived in the ward for a number of years in a comfortable little house of her own. Although the Italian immigrants were closing in all around her, she was not willing to sell her property and to move away until she had finished the education of her children. In the meantime, she held herself quite aloof from her Italian neighbours, and could never be drawn into any of the public efforts to secure a better code of tenement house sanitation. Her 2 daughters were sent to an Eastern college. One June, when one of them had graduated and the other still had 2 years before she took her degree, they came to the spotless little house and their self-sacrificing mother for the summer holiday. They both fell ill with typhoid fever, and one daughter died because the mother's utmost efforts could not keep the infection out of her own house. The entire disaster affords, perhaps, a fair illustration of the futility of the individual conscience which could isolate a family from the rest of the community and its interests. The careful information collected concerning the juxtaposition of the typhoid cases to the various systems of plumbing and non-plumbing was made the basis of a bacteriological study by another resident, Dr. Alice Hamilton, as to the possibility of the infection having been carried by flies. Her researches were so convincing that they have been incorporated into the body of scientific data supporting that theory, but there were also practical results from the investigation. It was discovered that the wretched sanitary appliances through which alone the infection could have become so widely spread would not have been permitted to remain unless the city inspector had been criminally careless or open to the arguments of favoured landlords. The agitation finally resulted in a long and stirring trial before the Civil Service Board of half of the employees in the Sanitary Bureau, with the final discharge of 11 out of the entire force of 24. The inspector in our neighbourhood was a kindly old man, greatly distressed over the affair, and quite unable to understand why he should have not used his discretion as to the time when a landlord should be forced to put in modern appliances. If he was very poor, or just about to sell his place, or sure that the house would be torn down to make room for a factory, why should one inconvenience him? The old man died soon after the trial, feeling persecuted to the very last, and not in the least understanding what it was all about. We were amazed at the commercial ramifications which graft in the City Hall involved, and at the indignation which interference with it produced. Hull House lost some large subscriptions as the result of this investigation, a loss which, if not easy to bear, was at least comprehensible. We also uncovered unexpected graft in connection with the plumbers' unions, and but for the fearless testimony of one of their members, could never have brought the trial to a successful issue. Inevitable misunderstandings also developed in connection with the attempt on the part of Hull House residents to prohibit the sale of cocaine to minors, also brought us into sharp conflict with many druggists. I recall an Italian druggist living on the edge of the neighbourhood, who finally came with a committee of his countrymen to see what Hull House wanted of him, thoroughly convinced that no such effort could be disinterested. One dreary trial after another had been lost through the inadequacy of the existing legislation, and after many attempts to secure better legal regulation of its sale, a new law with the cooperation of many agencies was finally secured in 1907. Throughout all this, the Italian druggist who had greatly profited by the sale of cocaine to boys only felt outraged and abused, and yet the thought of this campaign brings before my mind with irresistible force a young Italian boy who died, a victim of the drug at the age of 17. He had been in our kindergarten as a handsome, merry child, in our clubs as a vivacious boy, and then gradually there was an eclipse of all that was animated and joyous and promising, and when I at last saw him in his coffin, it was impossible to connect that haggard, shriveled body with what I had known before. A midwife investigation undertaken in connection with the Chicago Medical Society, while showing the great need of further state regulation in the interest of most ignorant mothers and helpless children, brought us into conflict with one of the most venerable of all customs. Was all this part of the unending struggle between the old and the new, or were these oppositions so unexpected and so unlooked for that merely a reminder of that old bit of wisdom that there is no guarding against interpretations? Perhaps more subtle still, they were due to this very super-refinement of disinterestedness, which will not justify itself, that it may feel superior to public opinion. Some of our investigations, of course, had no such untoward result, such as an intensive study of truancy undertaken by a resident of Hull House in connection with the compulsory education department of the Board of Education and the Visiting Nurses Association. The resident, Mrs. Britton, who, having had charge of the Children's Club for many years, knew thousands of children in the neighbourhood, made a detailed study of 300 families tracing back the habitual truancy of the child to economic and social causes. This investigation preceded a most interesting conference on truancy held by a committee of which I was a member for the Chicago Board of Education. It left lasting results upon the administration of the truancy law as well as the cooperation of volunteer bodies. We continually conduct small but careful investigations at Hull House, which may guide us in our immediate doings, such as two recently undertaken by Mrs. Britton, one upon the reading of school children before new books were bought for the Children's Club libraries, and another on the proportion of tuberculosis among school children, before we opened a little experimental outdoor school on one of our own balconies. Some of the Hull House investigations are purely negative in result. We once made an attempt to test the fatigue of factory girls in order to determine how far overwork superinduced the tuberculosis, to which a surprising number of them were victims. The one scientific instrument it seemed possible to use was an ergograph, a complicated and expensive instrument kindly lent to us from the Physiological Laboratory of the University of Chicago. I remember the imposing procession we made from Hull House to the factory full of working women, in which the proprietor allowed us to make the tests. First there was the precious instrument on a hand truck guarded by an anxious student and the young physician who was going to take the test every afternoon. Then there was Dr. Hamilton, the resident in charge of the investigation, walking with a scientist who was interested to see that the instrument was properly installed. I followed in the rear to talk once more to the proprietor of the factory, to be quite sure that he would permit the experiment to go on. The result of all this preparation, however, was to have the instrument record less fatigue at the end of the day than at the beginning, not because the girls had not worked hard and were not dog-tired as they confessed, but because the instrument was not fitted to find it out. For many years we have administered a branch station of the Federal Post Office at Hull House, which we applied for in the first instance because our neighbours lost such a large percentage of the money they sent to Europe through the commissions to middlemen. The experience in the post office constantly gives us data for urging the establishment of postal savings, as we saw one perplexed immigrant after another turning away in bewilderment when he was told that the United States Post Office did not receive savings. We find increasingly, however, that the best results are to be obtained in investigations as in other undertakings, by combining our researches with those of other public bodies or with the state itself. When all the Chicago settlements found themselves distressed over the condition of the newsboys, who, because they are merchants and not employees, do not come under the provision of the Illinois child labor law, they united in the investigation of 1,000 young newsboys, who were all interviewed on the street during the same 24 hours. Their school and domestic status were easily determined later, for many of the boys lived in the immediate neighborhoods of the 10 settlements which had undertaken the investigation. The report embodying the results of the investigation recommended a city ordinance containing features from the Boston and the Buffalo regulations, and although an ordinance was drawn up and a strenuous effort was made to bring it to the attention of the aldermen, none of them would introduce it into the city council without newspaper backing. We were able to agitate for it again at the annual meeting of the National Child Labor Committee, which was held in Chicago in 1908, and which was of course reported in the papers throughout the entire country. This meeting also demonstrated that local measures can sometimes be urged most effectively when joined to the efforts of the national body. Undoubtedly the best discussions ever held upon the operations and the state of the Illinois law were those which took place then. The needs of the Illinois children were regarded in connection with the children of the nation, and advanced health measures for Illinois were compared with those of other states. The investigations of Hull House thus tended to be merged with those of larger organizations, from the investigation of the social value of saloons made for the Committee of 50 in 1896 to the one on infant mortality in relation to nationality, made for the American Academy of Science in 1909. This is also true of Hull House activities in regard to public movements, some of which are inaugurated by residents of other settlements, as the Chicago School of Civics and Philanthropy, founded by the splendid efforts of Dr. Graham Taylor, for many years head of Chicago Commons. All of our recent investigations into housing have been under the Department of Investigation of this school, with which several of the Hull House residents are identified. Quite as our active measures to secure better housing conditions have been carried on with the City Homes Association, and through the cooperation of one of our residents who several years ago was appointed a sanitary inspector on the city staff. Perhaps Dr. Taylor himself offers the best possible example of the value of settlement experience to public undertakings, in his manifold public activities, of which one might instance his work at the moment upon a commission recently appointed by the Governor of Illinois to report upon the best method of industrial insurance or employers' liability acts, and his influence in securing another to study into the subject of industrial diseases. The actual factory investigation under the latter is in charge of Dr. Hamilton of Hull House, whose long residence in an industrial neighbourhood, as well as her scientific attainment, gave her regular qualifications for the undertaking. And so a settlement is led along from the concrete to the abstract, as may easily be illustrated. Many years ago a tailors' union meeting at Hull House asked our cooperation in tagging the various parts of a man's coat in such wise as to show the money paid to the people who made it. One tag for the cutting and another for the buttonholes, another for the finishing, and so on, the resulting total to be compared with the selling price of the coat itself. It quickly became evident that we had no way of computing how much of this larger balance was spent for salesmen, commercial travellers, rent and management, and the poor tagged coat was finally left hanging limply in a closet as if discouraged with the attempt. But the desire of the manual worker to know the relation of his own labour to the whole is not only legitimate, but must form the basis of any intelligent action for his movement. It was therefore with the hope of reform in the sewing trades that the Hull House residents testified before the Federal Industrial Commission in 1900, and much later, with genuine enthusiasm, joined the trades unionists and other public-spirited citizens in an industrial exhibit, and made a graphic presentation of the conditions and rewards of labour. The large casino building in which it was held was filled every day and evenings for 2 weeks, showing how popular such information is if it can be presented graphically. As an illustration of this same moving from the smaller to the larger, I might instance the efforts of Miss McDowell of the University of Chicago Settlement and others in urging upon Congress the necessity for a special investigation into the conditions of women and children in industry, because we had discovered the insuperable difficulties of smaller investigations, notably one undertaken for the Illinois Bureau of Labor by Mrs. Vander Vaart of Neighborhood House and by Mrs. Breckinridge of the University of Chicago. This investigation made clear that it was possible to detach the girls working in the stockyard from their sisters in industry, as it was to urge specialization on their behalf. In the earlier years of the American settlements, the residents were sometimes impatient with the accepted methods of charitable administration and hoped, through residence in an industrial neighborhood, to discover more cooperative and advanced methods of dealing with the problems of poverty, which were so dependent upon industrial maladjustment. But during 20 years the settlements have been the charitable people, through their very acknowledgement of the poor, constantly approach nearer to those methods formerly designed as radical. The residents, so far from holding aloof from organised charity, find testimony, certainly in the national conferences, that out of the most persistent and intelligent efforts to alleviate poverty will in all probability arise the most significant suggestions for eradicating poverty. In the hearing before a congressional committee for the establishment of a children's bureau, residents in American settlements joined their fellow philanthropists in urging the need of indispensable instrument for collecting and disseminating information which would make possible concerted intelligent action on behalf of children. Mr. Howells has said that we are all so besotted with our novel reading that we have lost the power of seeing certain aspects of life with any sense of reality, because we are continually looking for the possible romance. The description might apply to the earlier years of the American settlement, but certainly the later years are filled with discoveries in actual life as romantic as they are expected. If I may illustrate one of these romantic discoveries from my own experience, I would cite the indications of an internationalism as sturdy and virile as it is unprecedented, which I have seen in our cosmopolitan neighbourhood. When a South Italian Catholic is forced by the very exigencies of the situation to make friends with an Austrian Jew representing another nationality and another religion, both of which cut into all his most cherished prejudices, he finds it harder to utilise them a second time and gradually loses them. He thus modifies his provincialism, for if an old enemy working by his side has turned into a friend, almost anything may happen. When, therefore, I became identified with the peace movement both in its international and national conventions, I hoped that this internationalism engendered in the immigrant quarters of American cities might be recognised as an effective instrument in the cause of peace. I first set it forth with some misgivings before the convention held in Boston in 1904, and it has always been a pleasure to recall a hearty assent given to it by Professor William James. I have always objected to the phrase sociological laboratory applied to us, because settlement should be something much more human and spontaneous than such a phrase connotes, and yet it is inevitable that the residents should know their own neighbourhoods more thoroughly than any other, and that their experiences there should affect their convictions. Years ago I was much entertained by a story at the Chicago Women's Club by one of its ablest members in the discussion following a paper on mine of the outgrowths of Toynbee Hall. She said that when she was a little girl playing in her mother's garden, she one day discovered a small toad who seemed to her very forlorn and lonely. Although she did not in the least know how to comfort him, she reluctantly left him to his fate. Later in the day, quite at the other end of the garden, she found a large toad, also apparently without family and friends. With a heart full of tender sympathy, she took a stick, and by exercising infinite patience and some skill, she finally pushed the toad throughout the entire length of the garden into the company of the big toad, when, to her inexpressible horror and surprise, the big toad opened his mouth and swallowed the little one. The moral of the tale was clear applied to people who lived where they did not naturally belong, although I protested that this was exactly what we wanted, to be swallowed and digested, to disappear into the bulk of people. 20 years later, I am willing to testify that something of the sort does take place after years of identification with an industrial community. End of chapter 13. Recording by Double Mirrors.